and they could be dual registered with the AKC as AM staffs, and and still be registered with the ADBA or the UKC. And I'm still baffled by that, bro. Like, how can registries uh, register the same dog and one be registered under, as an American Pit Bull Terrier and the other as uh, American Staffordshire Terrier. And I understand that, the AKC cut out the the name American Pit Bull Terrier, but I believe it was like in 1941 they cut off the stud books or whatever else. They moved into that show direction. But I don't know, just food for thought.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I just see, like I was saying before we got on, you know, um, with the Sorrel line in particular,
Mhm.
it's a lot of Tatanka, nobody really never says that. I don't know if it's the what she does with her dog,
Mhm.
or I don't know if people respect that, much, but you would think that a dog that's 3 or 4 generations Tatanka, they would stop saying Sorrel. I mean, even though we know what's behind there, we know this, we know that, but let's say it's crossed up. I still see, people saying the same thing, when it's crossed up. And those dogs, I mean, they got to be slightly different. If you look at the function, the form, the function of the dog, let's say you get a straight Sorrel dog that's Sorrel all the way through, and then you get a dog that got Sorrel like in a fifth, sixth generation, but then it's like 4 or 5 generations of Tatanka. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah.
They slightly different dogs.
No doubt. And if we go in that pattern, every every bloodline created, people could call it, what it came from. You know what I mean? Like, we call it Jeep line dog. You go back far enough, well, that some people took to the Kobe dog. You know, so it's
Right,
like you
right.
said, when is that distinction made, or what has to be done with the dogs in order for that distinction to be made? You know?
Or do we just stick with the guy that is gonna sell the puppies? Is Bert Sorrell's dogs more respected in that way than the Tatanka dogs?
Oh, I
You
definitely
know?
think so. I definitely think
Okay.
so. For the majority of people, um, so the name Sorrel period is like legendary. You know what I mean? Well known and that sort of thing. Whereas Tatanka, I'm not gonna say it's not as well known, but you got to be kind of in the know.
Right. Well, I know they got a lot of nice show dogs. They running that show ring.
Yes, sir.
I
Yes,
see a
sir.
lot of their stuff competing, top dog competitions, they've been getting it in, man. Salute everybody in the building. Salute everybody in the building. It's Bulldog Sunday. We just getting it in, see what we could do, see where everybody's at. It's been a real busy week, in and out. I ain't been at the crib as much. So, just smashing around and just doing whatnot. But, we still got our eyes on the prize, believe that. And we still gonna be productive no matter what.
Definitely want to take my hat off to you with the NWA. I believe you did what, two or three shows. I know he did one over on your channel. You did one over on his channel, man. Fire. Way to
Oh
That was a
man,
great way to cross pollinate.
I enjoyed that. I did. That was a good thing. It kind of let me know, like, okay, we gotta switch it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? When we jump on different platforms like that, it ain't just I mean, no offense, to our hood, but like your mom say, man, leave that bullshit at home.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. Like you said, got to stand up and show 'em, stand up and show, we ain't no one
Yeah,
trick ponies, man. And at the
that's
end of the day, we all professionals in this dog world, and we need to act that way and show it.
That's real, man. That's real. So now we was talking about how many generations does it take to before you can just solidify, you could just stamp your shit, like this is my bloodline.
Um, I guess also it really could go back into what are you doing with the progeny? You know what I mean? Like I feel like if I take two generations off from the original dog. Like if I get a Buck City dog and my first litter, I keep all six of them and I title all six of them and wall climb and weight pulling and you know what I mean. I'm running it up with the ribbons and the show ring and everything else, and then I do that with the next two litters. I'm gonna be a little bit more apt to be like, yeah, this is my line. You know what I mean? Especially if the dogs that that I'm breeding from don't really have uh don't really have that history of doing that. You know what I mean? I kind of feel like, well, this is what I bred. If I put this together so they be performance athletes, so they be show dogs or whatever else. So, that's just how I feel about it. I don't know if that's right, wrong, or whatever, but I feel like if you put in that work and the product you churn out is getting those type of results and stuff, and then I feel like I would probably be more apt to call it my own a little sooner than if I was just out for lack of better words peddling.
Right. I got you. I got you. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. What do you when we were on the NWA joint, Schoolboy alluded to basically the quickest way to destroy a bloodline is inbreeding. Explain like the importance of not being kennel blind.
I think that's everything, man. I think that's everything. You know what I mean? I think if you're kennel blind or you're too emotionally attached to your dogs and that sort of thing, you're not going to give a realistic or equal assessment. You know what I mean? I feel like that'll hinder you going forward. You know what I'm saying? If there's other dogs out there that are better suited to be crossed into your program or whatnot, you're missing out. You know what I mean? You really passing up a chance to improve, and that's really what you should be in it for. More so than more so than puppy sales, more so than accolades or whatever else. I feel like any real breeder, dog, man, whatever you want to call us, the reason you get into what you get into, in my opinion, is when you leave it, it should be better than when you got there. You know what I mean? So if I get into these dogs, and I'm in it for 30 years, when I leave out this game, the game should be the game should be better, or the dogs should be better than they were when I got here. You know what I mean? And if you being kennel blind and you're not, taking into full effect, uh, what your weaknesses are and looking for a way to strengthen those weaknesses, then I mean that's everything. It keeps you stagnant, keeps your program stagnant, and you know, I think like schoolboy said it best. That's the quickest way to demolish a bloodline.
Right. 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 Because honestly, I see a lot of, I ain't gonna say young guys because it could be guys that's just getting in at an old age, but
Yep.
they tend to want to follow the trends of stacking pedigrees. You
Mm-hmm.
know, just if I got red boy, let me throw some red boy. If I got some Jeep or some turtle buster, let me just go find a dog over here with some turtle buster in it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, I think that got a lot to do with uh people just pushing the envelope and rushing a product. What up,
Yeah.
Borderland?
What up, baby? Shit, chillin'. What y'all
So,
Man, what
talking
up with
about?
you, brother? Now we
salute
talking about
Borderland.
What's
kennel
good?
blindness right now.
Oh yeah, kennel blindness. Oh look, let me open it in the app. I don't.
Hold on.
There you go.
You good? You good?
Hey. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
Now I'm good. I was like, why is it making me create a name? I was like, my name is Borderland. You know me.
You familiar with the Tatanka dogs?
On.
Yeah,
The Tatanka, the Sorrel dogs?
yeah,
I
yeah.
just
Sorrel.
I just never really heard somebody just say like I'm running the Tatanka dogs. They always say the Sorrel dogs. You know what I'm saying? And I'm over in
Right.
this group,
Well,
and a guy said Joni herself, would have said he's a pure Sorrel dog. Even if it's 4 generations of her blood, I get it, but I don't never really hear nobody say Tatanka. You know,
well, it's sort of like the opposite of how you feel when people say Eli. You know what I mean? Because
right.
Tatanka was like the foundation. Those Tatanka dogs was the foundation of what created the Soros. So it's like the same thing but opposite. You know what I mean? Everybody say Eli dogs, but
I thought it was the other way around though. I thought the Sorrel was the foundation.
well,
The
Sorrel is
Sorrel
the
dogs.
breeder, but his foundation dog. A lot of the dogs off of Tatanka. A lot of people found it. Like when people found Eli and they started following Eli, they started following Sorrel because of Tatanka, but he kept his name rather than like with the Eli where Boudreaux Eli took the name. You know what I mean? It's the same thing though. So if somebody say Sorrel dogs, pretty much if you follow the background, you're gonna find Tatanka in there a few times. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So it's all about perspective of the person breeding the dog because at the end of the day, Boudreaux can say that's not Eli dog, that's a Boudreaux dog. You know what I'm saying? But instead, people ran with it because they was like they like the Eli dog, just like they like the Tatanka dog. It's the dogs. It's like people say Jeep, they don't say Crenshaw. You know what I'm saying? But it could be the other way around. Or Carver,
Right. Exactly.
or you know what I'm saying? They could be like, oh, it's a Carver Bullison dog, or they could be like, it's a Jeep dog. It's just the way that people perceive it and run with it.
Yeah, 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 man. How important do you think it is not to be kennel blind? Because I still see it. A
What?
lot of people just want to stack those pedigrees up.
Right. Well, let me tell you, kennel blindness is a plague. You know what I mean? Because people find their niche and then they create their line, and then it becomes a sin not to go outside. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because if you listen to a lot of the new agers, their goal is just to have their name for 6 generations. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
but they don't realize that even if you breed a dog from outside into your line and then, you take it back to your line or you like the way that came out, so you breed them, you make another breeding like that, it's still your bloodline because that's the way you created it and that's what you did with it. But I don't know. Kennel blindness is a big thing. And I can't deny it. I'm a little kennel blind because I deny a lot of entrances. But
Right.
you know what I mean? Be like, yeah, that's a nice bread dog, but I'm doing this over here. But as
Would you
long as
would you
you
think
have your, go ahead.
would you think people are looking for the results before they put the work in?
Oh, definitely. Especially nowadays because it's based off of a different approach. You know what I mean? So
Right.
So yeah, now instead of being like, well, let me give this dog its time, grow up, and what we would used to call back in the day, check the dog. Okay, this dog made it, this dog didn't. It's like, hey, I'm gonna get this dog because it's bred like this, and I'm gonna breed it to this dog because it's bred like this, and I'm expecting the results to be what I envision in my head, rather than, hey, I'm gonna put in the work. It's gonna take me 10 years to get this done, but once I get it done, then it's worthwhile. It's an expectation that's placed on what other people have done or what, you know what I mean?
Right, right.
But I don't know. What's your thoughts on it? Where we at? I'm trying to catch up because I was on a work call when you text me.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure it out, you know. So we're just because I saw a post, you know, and they were like, I mean, the dog was like 4 generations to Tonka, and they were kind of bragging on the dog a little bit, not bragging on the dog, but you know, they were real proud of the dog, but they just went straight to the back, like this is a Sorrel dog. You know, I mean, I understand them is all the dogs in the back, but if you got three
Right.
generations of one thing, no matter if that's your foundation or not, at what point is that bloodline yours? Like, at what point does somebody you
Well,
have to
I
just
might
keep
I
trying
might
to
look at it a little different though. You know what I'm saying, Buck? Because I really feel like I don't care if I go buy a dog from here and a dog from over there. Them dogs work out and I breed them. Those are my dogs now. You know what I mean? But a lot of people like to live off of the past name or whatever. So they'll call him a Sorrel's dog. But the thing is that if Sorrel didn't breed the dog, it's not a Sorrel's dog after you decide to go your way with the plan.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So because ain't no telling if you had the same two, you too, brother. Already, if you have the same two dogs and and you gave him the Sorrel, ain't no telling that he would go the same way with those two dogs that you did. He might go, hey, I'm gonna take this dog over here and take this dog over here, and then I'll bring those dogs. You gotta you gotta understand the breeder is what makes it that dog. That's why, like, when you say it's not an Eli dog, I'll be like, well, it kind of is because that's the dog that they followed. And you know, I'm gonna keep going back to that Eli.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No.
But
I get it because I mean you can make the same argument, you know, how the Bolio Tombstone family and you know all the
right,
those other dogs they get lumped up in there. And I've been digging it up. I mean, of course, it ain't gonna get as much traction as the Eli shit because they be on my ass when I talk about the Eli shit.
you know,
But
I am. I be
it's
like,
the
that's an
same
Eli
argument.
dog. Stop it, Buck.
I made the same argument. They talking about Bolio Tombstone dogs. It be Bolio Klaus dog. Like it ain't got
Right.
no tombstone in it at all. But we still say that. You know what I'm
But
saying?
it's
And
like it's like your Myers dog, and you know what I'm saying. Somebody might look at your pedigree that you're breeding now and be like, yeah, they made a dog. No, those are buck dogs. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the way you decided to go with Michael Myers and how you decided to follow that game. You know what I mean?
or I tried to put
So
the wall up on the pedigree to where I don't have to go up under the Mayday classification. You know, even
perfect. And
though
that's
we
the way
know we know what it is, but be particular because it's actually Mayday back to his littermate sister, Mayday Dragon
right,
Lady. It's not
right,
Mayday
right, right,
another family of dogs. The majority of Mayday dogs that you see is Mayday bred back to another family of dogs. Whether if it's Red Boy
right,
Jock, Deadlift, you know, whatever other kind of dog. But Lady Doll, she is Mayday back to Mayday littermate sister. That's different. That's
right, right.
different.
That's like I would say my Achilles 3 dog. That's my Achilles Junior dog to his littermate sister. They both double bred Achilles. But what I'm saying is that still, I call them Achilles dogs, but they're not Achilles dogs. They're my dog. They're borderland dogs. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
ain't no telling any way. I mean, they're not Achilles, but no matter how much you put them in, they're not the same dog. So no matter how you name them, because I did down the line, Junior, 3, and 4 will be next. You know what I'm saying? I breed line breed on it, or I bring in a cross to it. It doesn't matter. The foundation would be Achilles, but in reality, if somebody asked me how's that dog bred, I'd be like, that's borderland bred. You know what I mean?
Right, right,
And
right.
you go get to look at the pedigree, and you can see what dogs are in the foundation of this dog. But those are borderland bred dogs, and I used to be like that back in '98, 2000. You know, they ask you how's that dog bred, borderland. Let's go. You know what I mean? And that was and and that's my thought on it. I ain't never been. I mean, like, even though the dogs. Remember, I was doing that breeding side road. That was one of my dogs, but that's a borderland dog now. Once I purchased that borderland dog now, you know what I mean. So
Right.
it's still borderland bred because I'm the only one that is doing this breeding right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't find that nowhere else, you know.
Right? Yeah. There ain't
Right.
nowhere else you could get this breeding of these dogs. This history of dogs. I mean, everybody has history in their dog, but not these dogs. So, and maybe when it comes to the dogs, I'm a little. That's why I say I can't deny that I'm not kennel blind because that's how everything is my kennel. If I purchase a dog, that's borderland now. And if the dog, if I can't purchase the name to put borderland on it, then okay. As soon as I breed that dog, everything off of that dog, borderland. You know what I'm saying? Because I
Right, right.
don't like if somebody when I did when I sell a dog or if I sell a dog, when I sell a dog, it's gonna keep the name borderland and it's gonna have a clause that I could breed back to it. Because usually it's going to somebody that's close to me anyway. So
Right,
usually
right.
I've given more dogs away than I've sold, and that's a true story. And it's because of the fact that I put stipulations. Hey, that dog turned out, to my liking, then I want it back to the dog. And no, you can't take Borderlands this off of the dog's name. No, no, you know what I'm saying. So that's just
Right,
how
right,
it
right,
is.
right. You gotta
Now you
breed your
can put
own.
whatever you want online. I don't care what you name it online. You name it whatever you want to online. It could be whatever kind of you dream of. You could call it schoolboys dog, or you could call it. You know what I'm saying? You could do it
Yeah,
however,
yeah.
but if you register the dog, the registration gonna come back. It's gonna say call name is this, real name is this. You know what I mean? So
Right,
as
right,
it
right.
prints out in the background, yeah. But that's that's when it comes to the fact that just you're not living off anybody else but yourself. Cause ain't I tell you one thing, this might be a Jeep Foundation dog or whatever, or Tab Foundation dog like that breeding I was doing. But I know one thing that White ain't never paid any bills in my house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So his credit goes where it's due. Up to that, up from him. I don't know. Whoever want to say this is a Tab dog, but after it come to my yard, it's a borderland dog. Period. Point
Well,
blank.
you got the ingredients. That's how I look at it. If you got the
Yeah,
ingredients, then that's your shit, you know.
exactly. Because it's just like with Townsend. I just got Susie Q to the yard. The way that I'm going with Susie Q, Townsend would probably never thought of it. You know what I'm saying? Well, he did because I took him a puppy when I went to go breed or what time. But what I'm saying is not that Susie Q has a new plan in life now. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's a Budweiser up there as dog. She was bred Townsend all the way up to her. But as an old bitch, she came to the yard, and now her whole life is different. Her whole future production is different. No matter what she produced in the past, where they put it, I have a plan. You know what I'm saying? And that's a borderland plan.
Right.
And that's just how I look at it, brother. I mean,
I like your thoughts on that though. You know what I mean? Like I want to as soon as I can, brand it as that's mine. You know what I mean?
yes, sir.
Here's my question though. All right, let's say I purchased my stud from Borderland, and I
Hmm.
purchased my female from Buck City Kennels. Um,
Right?
from there, what from right there, when I make my litter of puppies, are those considered Buck City dogs, or are those considered
Those are
Borderland dogs?
considered your dogs because they're you're the one that decided, hey, I like this Buck City dog. I like this Borderland dog. I'm gonna put them together, and this is what I'm gonna get. And those are your dogs. So all they have is a Borderland foundation and a Buck City foundation. The rest is yours. Everything going forward is yours. You might take two of those puppies, breed them together, tighten up your line
Right.
over here, take one, breed it over there, bring the pup back, breed it back in to your line. That's your plan, that's your line, that's your blood. As soon as you drop puppies on the ground, it's yours. Even if you said, hey, I'm gonna grab two Buck City dogs, breed them together. After that, once you decided to make that breeding, that's your bloodline because you
Ah,
have to live on that. You have
yeah.
to live on that because it doesn't matter if you sell one of those dogs, it don't or and it's the greatest dog in the world. Yeah, the
That's a
foundation came from Buck, but you
that's a.
decided to make that breeding.
I feel you.
You
I feel that's a. I think I get a lot of pushback on that one though. You know what I
But
mean?
hey, it is
you
pushback
will.
on that. It
You
is
Huh?
will,
pushback.
but
Yeah.
this is how you push back to that. Hey,
Well,
Buck
look
had
at
these
this.
dogs on his yard. He didn't do this breeding. I did this breeding. This is my dog. You know
I
what I'm
But
saying?
definitely, I definitely,
look
I
at yellow.
definitely see both sides of it. I definitely see both sides of it. You know what I mean? Cause like, all right, from Buck's perspective, you know, hey dog, you did put those two dogs together and breed them, but you wouldn't have none of that. You wouldn't have none of those ingredients if it weren't for the hard work that I put in the last 7, 10 generations to, you know what I'm saying? Put them
Right,
together. You know what I mean? So dang man, that's a complicated. That's no,
right.
I
But at
feel
the
both
same
ways about
time, but this is what I'm saying. At the same time, Buck put in the work to give you a foundation.
it.
So
Hmm.
Buck is not losing anything from you getting that foundation. If anything, you're big up in Buck if that works. Hey brother, this worked out. You the man. Thank you for the foundation. Don't
Right,
shy
right.
off of giving them love. But I decided to do this breeding, and at that point, once those puppies hit the ground, if you ain't Buck ain't had no you bought two pups from me. We're not
Hmm.
gonna use Buck because I
Yeah,
don't. I'm gonna talking for me.
right,
You
right.
bought two pups from me. Those two dogs gonna stay Borderland dogs because they were bred by Borderland.
Hmm.
It don't matter if you bred them to a Chihuahua or if you bred them together. The rest going forward from the day you got those dogs, I'm not standing on it because I don't
All
know
right,
All
what
right,
you're
so
doing over
listen.
there.
all right. Check this though. Check
You
this.
know
All
what
right.
I mean?
Let's say this Borderland. I get a male and a female from you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And year two go by. I drop a litter. I take a couple dogs from that litter, and I'm smashing every competition out there. Weight pull, wall climb, you name it.
All of that. Yeah.
My dog's in the top one. And then when everybody trying to jump, to get at a dog or whatever, you ain't gonna feel no type of way if I don't be like these Borderland dogs, or you
I'm
know what I'm
gonna
saying?
feel great for you, brother. And that's what's wrong with the game right now. Because I don't want credit for you what you did. Because I might have kept those two pups, grew them up, and I would have went a whole different direction. I can't
Right.
take credit for the direction you decided to go with those dogs. But what I
Dang,
will
bro.
say is big up, man. That's what I'm talking about. And I will, and I'm not gonna be out here and act like I won't be like, yeah, you see them dogs over there? You know what? Foundation came from here. Come talk to
Right.
me. You know,
Okay. Yeah. 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 I'm
go
with
to
you.
the
I'm definitely
source.
with you.
But
I think I
those are
feel
yours, and I can't guarantee. I can't tell nobody. This is why, because I can't tell nobody you buy two pups from me and you're gonna be just like him. I can't
right.
say
Right.
that
I,
because
I feel like out of respect, I should be the one. Like, yeah, these student for life dogs now. Feel what I'm
yeah,
saying? But moms and
their
pops, I got them off
foundation,
of Borderland. I got them. You feel what I'm
right?
saying? I definitely want to let everybody know, like, hey, this is where I got
Well,
my ingredients
and
from.
that's all I could ask for you. But you don't even have to do that. But I
Right.
do.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
if you look at any dog that I post or anything that didn't come from my breeding, it will
Hmm.
say the breeder's name or the kennel's name. Then I'll put Borderlands in parentheses, and then I'll put the dog's name. And that's just how it goes because I'll give you your due respect.
Right.
But
Yeah.
after that dog has puppies,
I like that. I definitely
ain't
like that.
nothing further, ain't no more nothing but the respect that I'm gonna give you. That's it. Because I
Hmm.
decided to do this. I might take that dog and breed it. I might take, like, say I bought a buck dog. I'll take that dog, and I'm not gonna buy another buck dog. I'm gonna breed that dog into my line. See what I get. 2 years. I like that. Nice. But now those dogs are my dogs. You know what I'm saying?
I
And I
got
can
you.
tell Buck, this is nice. Hey, Buck, send me a female. I'm gonna get her pregnant for you. I'm gonna send it back to you, and then you could have some of these too. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Now
Right.
that's when it gets tricky. Is when you're like, hey,
And four.
Borderland Kennels male and Buck's female. So now you just put them both on the pedigree.
Got you.
Borderland and Buck City. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Or
And, and
that
that's the way
and
that's the way I've always felt. But as I got deeper and deeper into the dogs, I came to understand just how much time, effort, energy, and everything else that that a breeder puts into to create some quality dogs and everything like that. Number one, I first thing I learned is you can't be putting a price tag. You can't be trying to beat nobody over the price of it. Oh man, I can't spend no 2 grand or whatever. You trying to talk somebody down and you really got no idea how much money they put into that program.
put
You know what
into
I'm
the
saying?
dog.
So
Yeah. Oh,
you trying to window
that's a
shop.
true story. Because if I put a price out, that's the price. Period. Point
That's
blank.
it.
Yeah, that's period.
That's
But
it.
and 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 if you're lucky enough to have the money and get the dog, because if everybody say I can't afford it, I'll be like, well, cool, because I really didn't want to sell none, no way. But
Right.
you know what I mean.
Right.
But you gotta feed your dogs, and you gotta. So I'm not above selling a dog. I just I'd rather put a good dog in a good hand
Exactly.
than make money. I mean,
No doubt.
not than make money because eventually it's about yeah you gotta feed the dogs. So you figure out ways, and
Hey,
that's one way you could do it. Hey, I just had this litter of 10. I'm gonna sell two, but you know what hurts the most when you
uh
sell
oh.
two, and
Hey,
then
I got a
Uh
question,
oh.
man, because
I heard that
what's
bell
that?
go.
What's good?
I think y'all being disingenuous today. So
Mhm.
listen, okay. So look at you see this pedigree right here, right?
Yeah, let me
Let me
look
see.
at it. Let me put my
I look at
glasses.
it.
You
Oh
got you
yeah,
got you
red
got
boy,
you got
yellow
10,
John.
yeah, you got Tans
Hey,
triple A back
oh,
to Tans
to
Lacey,
Lacey. Yeah,
right?
right.
Now what will we call this dog right here?
That dog is a well, that's a that's a red boy Jocko dog. As far
Really?
as well, yeah, yes,
Well,
red boy.
you just said
But
that.
listen to me. That's what I'm calling that dog. If I look at the pedigree, hey, this is my dog. That's a that's a red boy Jocko dog. But that's
Yeah, for
the
sure.
background of the dog. Now, if you tell me, nah, that's a tent dog. Well, yeah, it is a tent dog. But that's a tent dog. But to me, the red boy Jocko is the foundation of the dog. So me being an outsider, not knowing Tant, and he showed me this dog, I'd be like, "Oh, you got red boy Jocko dogs," and he'll be like, "No, they're Tant bred." And I'm like, "Oh well, yeah. Oh, now I see." Yep. But the first thing I looked at is, well, who is this? Who's this? Oh, there's the dogs I know, and that's what I'm gonna call the dog.
Yeah, yeah,
But
exactly.
you could check that real quick because when people look at my dogs, they say, "Oh, you niggerino." No, that's borderland. Yeah, and but it's because people go with what they know. If if I just seen the first two generations, I'd be like, well, those are Tank Guide's dogs. He got an out in there, I think, STP, but those are Tank, and you know what I'm saying? So I would look at it, but if I see those four generations, I'm gonna find the dog that's familiar to me. Oh,
Okay.
okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I see where these are Red Boy Jocko dogs. You know what I'm saying? But before that Red Boy Jocko, if before I see any, if I looked at the first two generations, yes, I know who Yellow is, but if I didn't know,
Oh,
then I'd be like, oh,
oh,
that's a guy named Tance Dogs. How are they? You know what I'm saying?
Right, right, right.
I'm talking like in layman's terms, as if I didn't know who Tant was and what he was doing. But looking at, I could look at this and be like, oh, that's a triple A dog. But if I didn't know, first dog, the famous dogs is Red Boy Jocko. Oh, this is where these are the Red Boy Jocko dogs. I've heard about them. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
that's how it would go. Even though that I guess you would say Tant was the creator or however it was created. If I didn't know who Tant was, if I didn't never heard of Triple A, I'd be like, hey, I don't know. Let me find. No, but I don't know Loco. Like I don't know Loco. I don't know Sister. Oh, there's Yellow John. I know. Okay. Oh, that's where Yellow came. He came from Yellow John. Okay, that's Red Boy Jocko John. Yep, Miss Jocko. Okay, okay, that's what Yellow is, and that's going by. People are gonna. That's what I was saying about Eli. People. Only reason why they say they're Eli dogs instead of Boudreaux dogs is because people know Eli, Eli Jr., Bully son. You know what I'm saying? They all came off Eli, so we're gonna call them Eli dogs. You know what I'm saying?
This ain't just a
And that's where
magazine,
you. Oh, these are
it's a
Red Boy
movement.
Jocko.
The American Pit Bull Terrier. Real dogs, real yards, real history. From legendary bloodlines to modern breeders, keeping the flame lit. Yard spotlights, breeding knowledge, controversy, culture. This is for the ones who walk it like they talk it. No fluff, no fakes, just dog man, dog woman, and dogs. Grab your issue now, support the culture. Because the legacy don't live online, it lives in print.
Yo, what we doing is we queuing. What up, man? Jesse Adams, Mike Dan, what's going on? Salute. Bank statement in the building. Salute. Cold Mountain, my brother. What up, man? Salute everybody. Salute everybody. Let me see. Brandon Newhouse in the building. Lamont Grant in the building. Melee. What is the deal? Twan Raw in the building. Dapper Bird Gaming. What up? Cheap Aboriginal. What up, brother? Bloodthirst. South Georgia Combine. Salute. Hey, grab that magazine, man. Grab that mag. We working on more. It don't stop. We're not, we can't take our foot off the gas. We know they somewhere in the rear view creeping up, trying to, that it's competition. It's competition, y'all. Competition. I don't know if it's stiff, but it's still competition. all the bickering and arguing and everybody, you know, it's all competition, y'all. We got to remember that. Name one person that could feel good about himself knowing that he never competed at nothing in life. You know, that's even my worst, even the guys I think is the worst. I feel like they tried to at least compete at something, you know, in life. You dig? Rather if they were successful or not. You dig? I was checking out that Schoolboy. Schoolboy got some heat over there. Schoolboy got some heat. He said he want to debate. Boy, I hit him right away. Hey man, I like that, Schoolboy. Let me see. What's up? See. PFP, Schoolboy. That boy be making that. That boy be making that content, man.
My channel and my groups and 78 Sports Dog Talk on Patreon and all the other guys that have me on their show or, you know, ask questions and all that, you know, everybody who's subscribed and when you press the like button, all that stuff is appreciated. So I just want to reiterate that and make sure I haven't forgot about everybody. And this video, this is a term or standard or standards that I came up with
Pay
years
attention.
ago. And I called it PFP, which stands for Performance, Function, and Practical. So I'm going to kind of give a little rundown on my concepts, my understanding of those words as it pertain to my dogs and my breedings and when I competed and all that. But the first one, performance, you know, the American Pit Bull Terrier is a performance-based animal. It was developed for sport, and just like any sporting or working or functional animal, there's that word, performance, how, as far as competition is concerned or what it does, is part of the nature of the breed. It's ingrained in them. It's bred into them. It's our standards of what we...
No lies detected. No lies detected. You know, these dogs, functionability, different, you know, the things that they were bred for, right? You know, everything, you know, you're not going to disagree with everything. There's a few key elements. You know, I like to challenge. I like to challenge, man. You know, I think that's the only way you grow, only way you learn. You know, you got to challenge some of the info, you know. Of course, it could be your own anecdotal experiences that you have when it comes to these dogs and how they're developed and, you know, your view of them, right? You know, some people, we got to understand that when you're breeding these dogs and you got these dogs, everybody's going to pretty much do it their own way, right? Some people might do it a slightly different. Some people might do it slightly the same. But overall, you know, it's going to be a situation to where there's going to be a couple of things that I do or the way I move. You might not agree with that. Okay. You might not, you had a couple situations where, that wasn't the case. So all you can go off is your experience. You can take other people's journey and their knowledge for what it is. But for the most part, that firsthand experience is going to be undeniable. So let's chop it up. Before we get there, there was just a few things he said on here. Basically on the performance dogs. I want to make sure I get it straight. Because these are the type of debates that we need to have. Rather if anybody's right or wrong, or if I can get a couple points in, the opponent could get a couple points in. The fact is that the conversation gets had and we're all able to listen to it and take parts that we look at. Now, everybody's view of this game is going to be different. My view, right? We all sitting in a different seat, right? So I might got the end zone seat, right? You might got the sideline, or somebody might be sitting right next to the coach. So of course, the view of the game is going to be different based on what seat you're sitting in. You dig? So let's hear some of these views. Let's hear some of these views we got.
What we consider performance animals and at what level. There's all different levels to performance. Some below average, average, above average, good, real good, great, all this stuff that's involved.
Right.
And of course, everybody would like to have great dogs all the time. And you can be consistent with your dogs and have great dogs, in my opinion, every once in a while. Have very good dogs consistently. Try to have, your average. This is the way, me and Frank Rocca have spoke about this, and the question was, what if my average is above average? That's kind of the way we looked at it. So that average consistent.
And that's what you want. That's what you want. You want your average, something that you feel is just okay. You want that to be better than somebody else's average. That means when you actually pull out a good dog, it's a whole nother ball game. It's a whole nother ball game, when you do it like that.
See, is something that I consider to be different and higher than what someone else's opinion of what average is. But again, the dog breed is a performance-based animal. Now, I've heard arguments and I've heard opinions kind of to the contrary, saying, that performance has very little to do or nothing to do with production, that they're two separate things, they don't intermingle, or
see, there we go. See, because I've said that. I think it's two different things. I think for a little bit, it does go hand in hand. And me and Schoolboy are gonna do this one. This is just we already talked to him. We're about to have this discussion because I think it brings up a bunch of other things that need to be talked about. And it's not an argument or anything, but we're just gonna have that discussion either on my platform or his platform. And you know, bring the receipts and everybody, you know, whatever your proof is for you to support your argument. You know, that's pretty much what we're in it for. But you know, I believe that performance has something to do with production, but I still want to put it in two separate realms, right? I think I heard this video and he's kind of putting it in the same rim no matter what. You know, it's like, okay, you know, but you know, you got to look at the context and everything. So we'll back it up just a little bit.
Animal. Now, I've heard arguments and I've heard opinions kind of to the contrary, saying, you know, that performance has very little to do or nothing to do with production, that they're two separate things, they don't intermingle, or, you know, you don't need performance to have good producers, right? Now, I'm not going to say that's totally a lie or it's not true, but in my world, in my way of thinking and my way of doing things, the performance is directly related to the production. And as you breed dogs, that's what you make it. That's what you base everything on. And that is your standard moving forward when you breed dogs.
Only thing I got a problem with that is let's say I got 10 dogs, right? And 3 of them were the best performers, right? That's roughly 33%. 30%. You got 10 dogs, that's 30%, right on the nose, right? And I keep those 3 dogs solely based on their performance. Call all the other ones, right? Do you have the best of that yard, or are you missing something? That's a question that you need to ask yourself, right? So we want to base it solely off of performance. So that would mean if we're going to use the 10, you know, because it's easy to break it down into 10s, you know, the 10s is easy to break it down, right? 30% of those dogs did not perform better. Well, 70% did not perform better than the top 30% of the dogs. So I keep those top 30% of the dogs thinking that just because they perform well, that those dogs are going to be the cornerstone and my yard is going to improve and everything like that. That's false. If you look at it like that. Now, there's other ways you can look at it. And I'm sure Schoolboy is looking at it from the whole, like I heard the video. He covered all the bases. That's why I really like this video. I shot him a text, PFP. You know, we shot a couple texts back and forth. And you know, we're gonna sit down and you know, just think through and chop it up and maybe bring up some situations, because the situational part of it is going to be everything. Like if you can bring in situations to give us a clear view of what you're talking about, that will be how you have supporting things that can support your argument. One of them is Frisco, right? You know, one of them is Frisco, and we hear about Frisco. We hear about Frisco. Frisco was not a performing dog.
Jason Dostler with the super chat. Hey, yeah, man, I did see Frisco rolled. Yep, I sure did. Seen him rolled on Lever Red Jr. And he looked good. He looked real good. He bit hard, scratched hard. He looked good. He sure did. Oh, sure, man. Yeah, I seen Frisco rolled. I seen him rolled in the building that Garner lives in. Sure. I owned Lever Red Jr. when he was rolled on him. I was schooling that dog out. We were schooling out Lever Red Jr., went down there, and Vinny was visiting Garner at the time. And it was me and Vince and Tom, and there was somebody else there. I forgot who it was. And we went in the building and put him down, and Frisco, man, he bit a chunk out of my dog's shoulder. And we stopped it, broke him up. Shoulder, he just went straight in the shoulder. And we broke him up, and we scratched both dogs once each. And that was it, man. We stopped it. And it was just too much. It was he was biting way too hard. Oh, we didn't go long enough to say was somebody an athlete or was somebody this or that or anything, man. He just bit really hard, you know. Only thing you can really say from it is that he could bite. Oh man, all kinds of rumors. I hear rumors that Two Eyes quit, you know. I hear rumors that Two Eyes quit. I mean, you hear rumors about all these dogs quitting, and you can't look, man. Ain't nobody going to use a damn cur dog as their fucking well. How did me and Tom fall out? Well, I mean, we never were on great terms. I mean, we never were on great terms. I always fought with him all the time and picked on him and.
And we hear a couple of accounts, we can go off of that. Some people said it was 5 minutes. Some people, my point is, if you got 10 dogs, you're not going to put the dog up there that, in the top 30% that, seen minimum amount and, has the demeanor of a dog that, is really not a working dog. He's really not open enough to really be out there really working like that. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Okay. And there's been dogs that had that shy demeanor and, and they got excluded from the gene pool or not used on the performance side because of that. So I would bring in Frisco as one of my, key pieces to my argument, because some could argue that he was not the best performance dog. He was not a good performance dog, right? Just because you lock up and take hold back in it, we're talking about back in the day. Okay. We're talking about back in the day. It doesn't mean that you're considered good. Like, you're doing what you're supposed to do. I'm not a good dad because I fucking feed my kids and fucking, wash their fucking clothes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make you a good dad. That you're supposed to do that. I'm not good because I go to the bathroom. I don't piss on myself. Like, I'm supposed to go to the bathroom. This dog is supposed to lock and take hold. Period. And there's a lot of hard mouth curs. We heard about that plenty of times. Okay. Some dogs get slipped between the cracks. Their parents probably are not the best performance animals. They're probably not performance animals at all in a lot of cases. We could talk about how it was back in the day. We could talk about it how it is now, right? Smash that like button. We just cooking, man. Just a regular day. We just cooking. I'm up a little early. I thought I had to take the boys to the bus today, so I'm actually out. That's why I put the autopilot on, so we can, we in here. We in here. I might throw the autopilot back on. We in here, Come on. So let me I don't want to jump all over my guy, but let me get in here. There's been a lot of good dogs, you know, and we could flip through pedigrees and we could do all of this that were the best performers, right? We could look at the best performers. The best performer, I guarantee you, he's not the best producer. He's not. Right? He's just not. You know, how many times have you heard? Because we talk about these performance dogs, right? How many times have you seen or heard of a situation where there's a good ass dog that had all the merits, but they'll say, hey, his sister was better than him. His brother was better than him. How many times have you heard that in the history of these dogs? Wake and bake. We in here. So these are some of my arguments that I'm going to be making when we had this debate. I mean, I don't want to debate him like I'm trying to challenge what he's saying. I'm trying to, because that's what most people would do. They'll try to say that I said that performance has nothing to do with it. That's not my argument, right? Yeah, yeah. Now that's a fact. That's a fact. And we can open up this debate too here. You know, I mean, I like the topic. I'm really digging the topic, you know. You know, you rather, you know, back in the day, rather take a chance with getting a dog from a working camp than not. I understand that. That's great. But we got to look at it like, fuck the camp. What dog? That's what we're looking at. It's the dog. We're talking about the dog. You go to his yard, his best dog is probably not the best producer. That's my point. Right? I don't want to move the goalposts, and I don't want somebody to move the, you know, because that's what they'll do. They're like, listen to this guy. Are you hearing this? And maybe I'm talking about it, but not really looking at it from the whole totality of it, you know, the whole picture. But that best dog, he wasn't the best producer, bruh. He was the best dog, right? And then you look at everybody's pedigree. You look at everybody's shit. Every dog. And Schoolboy said something very interesting. And he said that if you look at the top ROMs, they were performance dogs. That's because I'm gonna go ahead. It's two reasons. That's because when that dog wins, the hype, it's the hype. It's the hype. And the other one is so many people have not had success. So many people are stagnant right now. Even if it was a dog man back in the day that had a great career, but he haven't won a match in a year or two. We can even go there, right? We can even go there. Like, okay, this guy's a great dog, man, and we're on YouTube. We can't go through every single year and find out what years that he was in his bag or not. We can't do that. We can't do that, right? So we got to look at it for what it is. We got to look at it for what it is. And it's so many situations to where the best dog, like it doesn't equate. It doesn't equate. You got this dog, either he has the gene to produce or he doesn't. Now, performance and having a performance family, I believe, is far more important. Right? I think it's far more important when you're trying to pinpoint one of these dogs that have the ability to produce at a high clip. Meaning that I don't want to do 3 litters before I could get me something that I can talk about. Preferably, if I can go every single litter consistently, getting good quality dogs, I'm pretty much fine with that, right? It's a litter. We could talk about the hands that they're in. We'll talk about that later, right? But we're looking at the pure, just when that dog breeds, right? And just because he wasn't matched doesn't mean he's not a performance dog, right? And when I make these statements, because some of you guys are so green, it just goes over your head. Just like when I said it on GHK's joint the one day. I said, you don't have to match a dog to find out if he's a good dog. I said that. And everybody ran with it like, oh my God, like we're in the 5th grade. Right? There could be a dog on your yard that you historically, let me get my tag up here. Historically, back in the day, right? Somebody could have a dog, and they could put him through the ringer. Let me get this up here. Uh-oh. What up, Drew? What's going on? He said, what if the dog was a performance bred, but wasn't used to perform? Instead, he was used as a stud and he produced at a very high consistency. There we go. Because that's what we wait for. We don't just, if that's the case, if this is the case, because everybody like to go to the extreme. But if that's the case, I might as well breed to all grand champions and see how that works out. Plenty of people have done that. Plenty of people have based their yard off of just breeding to champions. And where the fuck are they? They're still buying more dogs. They're still trying to breed to more champions. So obviously you're missing something. Look at the 10 rule, right? Every dog has their own DNA. When that dog comes out of that mom, every dog has its own DNA. Okay? You don't have to touch them. You can take a litter of 10, never touch them, breed them. One of those dogs is going to be producing better than all the other ones. And you don't even know how they perform. Right? And then you could just let them all perform, and then you could find out, 1975, you could find out what was what, right? And maybe it'll match up, maybe it won't. Maybe the top 3 best performers were the top producers, right? But I will guarantee you, out of 10 dogs,
You take the top 3 performers and you get rid of those 7. Right. I'm not saying if you build in the yard, your culling process, because that will be a great process. Right. But I'm talking about after you done did all of that. You down your lane. You know what it is. You've been through the cut. You cold. That's how you got the ones that you got. Right. So we got to look at it from all the lenses, man. That's what I see. I think you'll do yourself a disservice if you base your yard solely on the top 3 out of 10. You're basing it solely off the top 3 producers. I mean, performance. I could show you way more champions and grand champions off of dogs that don't have a title. And we could say, okay, well, there's more dogs without a title. And that's true. But the ones that do, they get bred over and over and over and over and over. Let me see. Let me see some of these. He said, oh, okay, Mayday and Blondie. Yeah. Blondie was a cold dog. Blondie was a cold dog. Okay. She wasn't a performance dog. She produced great performance animals. Great dogs coming down off of her. You can't overlook it. That dog wasn't born for no reason. You can't overlook it. The gene to produce is something that your dog has to have, period, regardless of performance. Like I said, put them all on the chain. Don't let them do anything. Breed them. And then 1975, do what you do with them. And the results will be, you'll be astonished at what the results are. There's been plenty of dogs that people are just going to breed just to find out what he's producing. Oh, I'm going to just stick him. I just want to see what he's producing. It ain't no big deal. And it happens all the time. Right? All dog men do it. Like I'm glad I'm at the age where I know some young dudes and I know some old dudes. So I think my range is perfect because them old dudes, they can't hit the block and act like they wasn't doing that shit too. They was babysitting shit. Dogs got babysit. Oh, I'm not doing him. That's my wife's dog. All this shit. But then he gets to breed. He produced some good dogs. So what are we going to do? Shit, we're going to keep breeding to his ass. It don't matter. It don't matter. That dog Conway, he wasn't a performance dog. He didn't have no ability whatsoever. He was just a game dog. That's all he was. No ability, no teeth, broke all his teeth out, had a half a tongue. He was just a game dog, no title. There was plenty of dogs around him that had titles and everything. That Conway dog produced way better than all of those dogs. Including the ones with all the good pedigrees and everything. He produced better than all of them. Okay. And somebody will build their yard off one of those other dogs and you be wrong. You were wrong. West Coast Bad Boys. I seen him breed to, this is back in the day. at least 15 champs and grand champs, allegedly. You know, maybe they weren't. Maybe they were fucking fake. You know, who fucking knows? Right? That shit wasn't better than the shit that he bred on his own fucking yard, bro. Straight up. Right? Look at Mayday and Lady Dog. Look at Mayday and Dragon Lady. Grand champion Mayday bred back to his littermate sister. I don't want to look at the pedigree. I might have to. Right. Let me see. Let me see. This, I'm going to just go ahead on and I ain't going to look it up. I ain't going to do no research or nothing. That litter, Mayday, back to his littermate sister, didn't produce shit performance-wise, right? But produce some of the best production-wise, right? Right? Now, it comes off of working stock, so we got to look at it in the totality, because it's like, okay, if this shit is off working stock, versus, I'm gonna just breed this dog. He's not off working stock. His brother ain't shit. His auntie, nobody's shit, right? So, I would strongly recommend to stay away from that type of blood. Okay. But plenty examples. Musician. Yeah, well, let's argue, man. Let's get in here. Because I want to see. I know plenty, and it's tons more than we can think of, because we only focus on the performance dogs. Oh, this dog's the dog of the year. This dog's the dog of the decade. There's plenty dogs that will wipe his fucking nose when it comes to production, when it comes to pure production. Then we look at that dog. Oh, man, he was bred a whole bunch of times. Most of the time, those dogs are not good producers. If we look at the percentages, those dogs are not good producers. They're not. Oh, these made the ROM list. Okay, he fucked more than me in 30 years. I've probably been fucking 30 years or something. You know what I'm saying? He fucked more than me. So, of course, he's the top of the ROM list. Of course, Briscoe produced the most titled dogs in fucking APBT history. Of course. He was bred 1,000 times. Right? Mayday Polly. Okay, so Mayday Polly, that would be the auntie, Dolly's sister. And I believe that's the litter that Haunch came out of. So you could say that. And then you look at the Mayday Dragon Lady just straight up. Let me see. Mayday Dragon Lady. And hit their siblings. You got to look at it from the totality of it. And that's it ain't my bloodline. It ain't my bloodline, but that's a bloodline that I will, by way of Michael Myers, that's a bloodline that I hold in high regard. Is that fair? Let me see. Let me see. Let's check this out and that was one, and we can maybe go to another one that, you know, is two champions together and that they produced way more than, you know, or didn't. We can look at it, you know, any kind of way you want to look at it. It's just not always the thing. And if it's always the thing, then you could point it out and we could look it up and we can see, even though, you know, everything ain't on here. All this is fictional, you know, everything is fictional, whatever we talking about, and, you know, looking through pads, you know, we don't know everything. Somebody could have deleted some shit yesterday. You know, we don't know. We can't go. All we could do is have the discussion based off of the material that we have in front of us. So we'll look at this. And I didn't even scroll all the way down, but there ain't no fucking nothing in here. There's nothing in here but good producing dogs. Dogs that I could say produce their ass off. Right? Including Lady Dog. Including, you know, some of them dogs were probably cold. Judgment Day. I seen shit off of Judgment Day. Seen shit off of May I. Right? Seen shit off of a lot of these dogs, bro. A lot of these dogs. And these ones, per se, were not, they were not the best performance animals. But we're gonna put the two together. Champion and the grand champion. I bet you they thought they were going to get another Mayday. I bet you they thought they were. But what they did is they probably got something that could produce better than Mayday, right? It wasn't in the performance rim. It just didn't have the genetic capability. You know? It just didn't. You dig? So, I mean, that's just one example. That's just one small example of what we're talking about. You know, very small example. Yeah, well, Macho Bear was not a performance dog. That's just, you know, just let facts be facts. You know, Macho Bear was nowhere in the stretch of the imagination a performance dog. And shit, he's been able to breed so much. You know, I don't know if he's a great producer or a decent, because he's been able to breed so much. Right? And then you get dogs that come down off of this stuff, and we look at that. Right? Most of them dogs. However years you want to go back, most of them dogs. Yeah, there's a lot of breeders and stuff that, or they probably didn't sell many pups, but they probably kept it true and tried to go that way. I seen a lot of kennels fizzle out like that, though, because they're not paying attention to the genetic capabilities of the other yard mates. Right? They're too busy going in to where they can't even see that, you know, you're missing a whole lot. You're missing a whole lot, man. So that's a little bit of it. You know, it's like a dice game, man. It's like a dice game, but the dog actually has to have the gene to produce. Now, if he's a champion, or, you know, back in the day, if he's a good ass dog, then, and he has all the attributes and, you know, everything, plus you breed him and you're getting the nice, consistent dogs. He's producing himself, like people say. You know, I don't really care if you produce yourself, just produce better dogs than everybody else. You know, if I'm cooking the best food, then I'm gonna have the best restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. That's what you got to focus on. What you're producing. Everybody's not a breeder. A lot of people get up on here and they say it. They say it time and time again. Like, oh, you know, well, I never been really much of a breeder. I never really been much of a. I've never. Okay, that's great to know. It's great. You know, so you got to look at it. I mean, I guess everybody's wired up different, and how you would want it to be, and how, you know. I like to tell my sons, like, yeah, back in the day, yeah, me and my friends used to crap, you know, squabble all the time, you know. we love that. We love that. We love it. Every dog. Now I'm not gonna say give a dog a chance. You gotta give the dog the chance. If that's you give him the chance that he's gonna get, right? But he has to have the gene to produce. You cannot X that out. And I'm not saying that performance is not predicated on that. I'm not saying that. I don't want to have that argument because I'll lose that argument. Right? I want to be clear on what my stance is with this. And I'll do the 30-10 rule. The 30% 10 rule. You know, you take the 3, you got 10 dogs on your yard. You look at them all, 1975. You take the top 3 dogs performance-wise that you saw that day. You know, because a lot of dogs, people don't understand. They perform with one this way, and then the next day or a month or 2 later, totally different. Sometimes they're even better. Sometimes they look like shit. Sometimes it's who you went up against. You're doing this, doing that. Motherfuckers cheating and shit. Rubbing and shit, right? So if you're basically going off of this dog's title, right? Which a lot of people do. A lot of people get on these platforms and say that they only breed to XYZ. I'm willing to bet those 3 dogs are not your best producers. Not all 3 of them. Maybe one of them. Maybe one of them motherfuckers might be. Not all 3. There's some of those other dogs that are going to be producing way better animals. That's just, and it ain't no way we could do the science experiment. Ain't no way we can do it. But this is one of those, you know, we can have that argument about and keep it going. So there's plenty of other situations that we could look at. It's plenty. Smash that subscribe. Smash the like. We over here. We over here. Let me get this back up here.
What a dog can do, if you don't know its capabilities, if you don't know its limits, if you don't know its pros and cons. If you have not seen it perform, how do you judge that individual? You judge it on its ancestors. You judge it. Do you judge it on its pedigree? Those are valid. They're part of that. But that pedigree and those ancestors, in my opinion, should be based on performance as well. Because as you move through each generation, you see particular dogs have the same traits.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's good cooking. Good cooking.
And those traits, there's a number of them. They could be anything, physical and mental, including structure, including temperament and behavior, including, you know, finish and gameness and hard mouth and speed, strength, a lot of the things that I've already talked about. But if you don't see it, how are you going to know if the dog has it? If they behave a certain way, but you don't see that behavior put into action, how do you know if it correlates with previous dogs, with their ancestors, or within litter mates, with their parents or grandparents? Because dogs can fool you. They can act a certain way, and that's what they are, or they can pretend to act a certain way, and that's what they are. Fakes. Take aggression. In my world, aggression is a good trait to have. But false aggression, say like if we were comparing it to a predator in the wild, when they have a confrontation between predators, sometimes both will fight and one generally will quit because the other one dominates them, or, you know, they have for survival. Some will act like they're going to fight and the other one will back down due to that aggression. And there's others that will show that aggression, but they're the ones backing down because they really don't want to fight. They really don't want that confrontation. So in the same respect with a dog, if you see a dog become aggressive, that doesn't mean it's going to do anything. You have to see it. And that goes along with anything you do with your dog.
I hear where he's coming from. I strongly hear where he's coming from. And it sounds to me like he's speaking of somebody that's probably doesn't know anything about the dogs. And I guess they have them, never done anything, never seen the dog do anything, but maybe bark or something. And then they'll have the expectations of those dogs being X, Y, Z or whatever. I think there's a ceiling when it comes to the dogs, right? Some dogs will get lucky, but for the most part, it's going to have to come from some type of working stock with some type of working attributes and stuff. You know, off a working dog, a grandson of a working dog, couple working dogs. But another thing is we can't just assume that dogs aren't working just because they don't have the titles up either. You know, because some dudes, you know, they just kicking in the back fade, and they seen their dogs do a lot of things that, you know, everybody will probably be impressed of and probably look at that dog when they see it in the pedigree in a whole nother light. But because they're not putting it out there like that, some people like to assume, including me. I like to assume what somebody is doing with their dogs or what they're not doing with their dogs. You know, there's a couple dudes, you know, I'd be like, yeah, he's not working those dogs. You know, he's not, and especially back in my days, You know, you look at motherfucker like, yeah, you know, he ain't working no goddamn dogs. And then boom, out of nowhere, they see something that you bred or something that, you know what I'm saying? And the dog is, you know, looking really good. You know, the dog's actually looking really good, but just because you didn't know what was going on or that person didn't broadcast it, right? Because if that's your program, you're going to run the program how you want to run the program. If you think these dogs ain't this or that or whatever, you're going to take them, go try to put them on some hogs or, you know, whatever's legal that you can do and still in this age, you know. Let me see. Yes, sir. Hey, get them 3 copies. Get them 3 copies. This would be a good one, though. I like to see how it pans out. I got some ammo. I like to see how it pans out. You know, I don't want to go too far. I don't want to have 5 generations of non-working dogs and then have all these high expectations. I think you're going about it the wrong way. But if the dogs come up off of some quality stock or it's bred down off of a dog who's really tight, off of a good performance dog that's also a good producer, you know, and you're tight on that dog, you know, the ball game, you know, it's going to be, the ball game's going to be the ball game, right? Somebody's going to give that dog the chance to produce and somebody's not. Somebody's going to look at that dog and say, you know what? This dog doesn't fit the standard. I'm getting rid of this dog, right? A lot of times when you got a very small ceiling, maybe his daddy wasn't shit. Maybe his mom wasn't shit. Maybe the bloodline that he comes from is just not nothing special about it. So when you get that dog in that situation and it's cold, you're 10 times more likely to get rid of that dog versus a fucking a goddamn awesome baby or not awesome baby but Blondie, Stone City Blondie. I heard awesome baby was cold also. I don't know how true that is, right? So here we talking about generations of cold dogs still able to produce high caliber dogs. And a lot of times it's bred to a performance dog, whatever, you know, whatever, because she didn't breed to too many dogs that wasn't performance dogs. You know, you can make that argument. That's fair, right? But we just can't overlook it and act like she doesn't come directly off a Grand Champion buck, arguably one of the best producers, litter for litter. You know, not quantity. He don't have 10 pages of offspring, 27 pages of offspring that these dogs have. And then we'll see 2 champions and think he's a good producer. That's not the case. And yes, he was a performance dog. Yes, we should breed best to best. But that motherfucker was a champion. They put him in the book, just like Jeep and all those dogs, just like the top dogs on the ROM list. Those dogs were in magazines. They were. And they got overbred. They didn't get bred a good quantity. They got overbred. We can argue that. Because of the popularity, right? It's a whole popularity contest. You know, that's what's going on. Let me get this other one up here.
I'll be like, oh, you not knowing him personally. Let me change that. Didn't know him personally. Really wouldn't care to know him.
We're going to shift gears. I'll be right back.
Not knowing him personally, or if knowing of him, I could be like, oh, those are okay. That's a tent dog. You Red Boy Jocko. You know what I'm saying? In the background, I've been tent Red Boy Jocko. be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just like I'd be like, oh, that's a buck dog, Mayday. Guarantee you, background Mayday. You know what I'm saying? Without even having to see the pedigree. But that's just learning the dogs from or being around and learning the dogs. You know what I mean? Or
Yeah,
knowing the dogs. But until then, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, say these two dogs had two puppies and I bought them and I bred them together. From that point on, yeah, Tana is in the background, but I decided to do this breeding. These are borderline breeding. Want to know the foundation? Tan. So if you know who Tan is, Red Boy Jocko, you know what I'm saying? And that's how it goes. It's just like anything. Jeep Red Boy Jocko, you call it. That's how I look at it. And I
All
get
right,
go ahead.
Buck.
yeah.
All right, Buck. So same question I asked Borderline. I get a male and a female from you, off your line. I breed them together. I keep all six out the litter, and all six of them I'm championing them out, and I'm winning all the competitions. You know what I'm saying? I'm the newest, hottest thing out. And when people ask me what they are, that's oh yeah, this is student from Lifeline right here.
Still for
How
life.
you feel about that?
After one generation, of course, you did. I agree with everything y'all saying about, you did the breeding, and it was your decision to go that direction. But there still has to be a reason why, and that's the person that directly bred that animal, though. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because at
Because
that point, if I sell you a dog, let's say his name is Chief, that dog was my dog at one point in time. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
right.
So
But now
if
let's look at it in the other perspective real quick. But what if he got two dogs from you, bred them together, and
And they
they
want shit.
wasn't shit? You know what I'm saying?
and they wasn't
And they
shit,
wasn't shit. They was the
yeah,
worst
he got
dogs
to get rid
ever.
of them then.
But he didn't, and he kept breeding them, and they kept saying, "No, these are buck dogs. These are buck dogs. No, look at the pedigree. These are buck dogs. They ain't shit. So you
Damn,
gonna stand on them?
I ain't even think about it from that perspective.
That's what I'm
Um,
saying.
well, he did the breeding, so they wasn't shit.
So
Why did
they
he
his
breed them?
dogs now. So it's
Why
the
did he
same
breed
thing
them?
if he did the
Why
breeding
did
and
he
they
breed them? He
together.
shouldn't have
He
bred
bought
them.
two dogs from you and bred them together, and every dog he bred, and he bred 100 of them off of those two dogs, and all 100 ain't shit. You standing on those dogs?
That's your line. And listen, I guarantee you, if you
Yeah,
do
that's
that with
his
my shit,
line, nigga.
listen, I'm gonna stand on it. You know why? Because I know damn well that will never happen.
Well,
No doubt.
that's
That will
hypothetical though.
never
What I'm
happen,
saying,
brother.
But yeah,
I'm not
hypothetically.
saying it's gonna happen, but what I'm
I'm
saying is,
standing on
if
that.
you gonna stand on them winning, you gotta stand on them losing. You know
I'm
what I'm saying?
standing
So
on
once
that.
they leave my yard,
If you get
and you
two dogs
put it
from me, and you
right,
tell we talk about this, and so that means I got to dig in my bag. Hold up, motherfucker, some shit.
no,
I
but I'm
know
saying
this is gonna work right here. It
no.
ain't
We're
gonna be
talking hypothetically, and this is what we're
shit.
saying. If it's gonna be, if I breed two dogs, and I give them to you, and you decide to breed those two dogs together, something I probably wouldn't have done, that's your line. Yeah. So win, lose, or draw, those dogs belong to you, not me. And if they win,
But
big
you
up.
produced it. You produced it. You
I
produced
did,
it.
but I
So
didn't.
just like I said, Chief. If
But
Chief,
that's not my breeding program, though.
but Chief is your
So
dog, though. Chief is your dog. So
right.
let's say it on the good foot. Say we talk
Let's
about
Yeah.
say
everything
Chief
on the
and
table.
Chief up to a female and a male, and he say, "Okay, Chief is good. Chief is good. I'm gonna take them. I'm gonna breed them together." Right?
Right.
I'm not standing on that because that wouldn't have been. If that would have been my choice, then I would stand on it. But I'm not gonna take his credit because if he bought the two dogs from me, and he's breeding the dogs, that's on him. Win, lose, or draw. Those are your dogs. To me, that's how I feel. But if he brought the dogs from me and he was like, yo, what would you do with them? Let's do this together. I'll be like, all right, this is what I would do. Let's do this and let's see. Then I gotta stand on the dogs. But if you buy 2 dogs from me, man, ain't no telling what. Say not even breed them together. Say you bought 2 dogs, because that's kind of saying, hey, 2 of my dogs suck. But say he bought 2 dogs from you and bred one this way and one that way, all trash, and then bred them back together, all trash, and bred them. You still saying those are your dogs?
Yee,
Those
shit.
aren't your dogs.
Hell
They're not
yeah,
your
that's
dogs.
your
Once,
shit.
yeah,
That's your shit, bruh.
it's the same as if he breed them together, because of the fact that he decided to do that. And you ain't no telling. You could have 2 good dogs off your line and breed them together, and it's not clicking because he doesn't
Damn.
understand the 17-year
Not
program you
clicking
went
That,
as
through,
in
or the
it's
17-year program you went to for this dog, or the 17-year program you went to for that dog. And
yeah.
then he put them together, and you're like, oh, I would have never done that. But he did it, and they all win. And you're like, damn. But that's him, because you would have never done that. Or, damn, I would have never done that, and they're all ain't shit. That's him,
well,
because
no,
that's
no,
nothing
no.
you would have never
I
done.
look at it like this. I look at it from this lens. Let me just explain it just for a second.
Yeah,
All right. Okay. We're talking about Chief again, right? So Chief
Mhm.
and his sister Susie, right? You got a sister named Susie.
right,
Look it. Rather, if I kept those dogs, gave them to Students for Life, gave Dickie Foster one of them motherfuckers, Trackside got one. That them is still my dogs, bruh. They came from my
right,
yard. So when
right.
I'm
But
talking to
once
people
they
on the
decide
phone,
their breeding
well
program,
look, let's say they off of let's just say they off of whoever, right? And somebody calls me about whoever, right?
right.
Bobo or whatever his name is. What can I have to tell them what I know about the dogs.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
Chief,
exactly.
Chief is over there producing good for Borderland.
Right,
Susie's over there producing good for Dickie Foster. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
right. But let me
They
ask you this
still
real
my
quick.
dogs. Though. Now, if you
Right.
bred them
Those
together,
dogs that you bred are your dogs. But what I'm saying though is that in that case, so no matter how he bred this dog, say he bought Chief from you. Say I bought Chief from you. And no matter how I bred Chief, I was like, hey Buck, let me put Buck City in front of the name of the puppies. No matter who the damn is, Buck, this is your dog. Let me put Buck City in front of the name, because I know
that's not how it's supposed to work. Whoever
It
gave the
works.
exactly.
That's
So
breed,
what I want to
after
know.
I
the
breed
name
That's what I
is
that
want to know.
supposed to go
dog,
in the front.
that's my dog. It don't matter, because that's
Whoever
the
makes the
decision.
breeding.
Uh-huh.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So if I sell a dog, and usually people that have my dogs, they'll let me know, yo, I'm about to do this with this dog. Cool. I think that's good. I wouldn't do it, but man, do what you do. But if they said, hey, can we put No, we can't. Borderland in the background of that dog, right
So,
there. So
all right.
that
So,
dog represents me once it leaves the yard.
question
Period.
for both. Question for both y'all. Question for both y'all. Now,
Go ahead, go ahead.
I cop Chief. I cop Chief from Buck City, and I cop Susie from Borderland Kennels. I put
Right.
them. I put them together. And I do ask y'all, hey, Borderland, you mind if can I put Borderland in front of this litter that's born? You like, hell no.
No.
But I asked Buck, and Buck like, shit, I don't care, go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But is that an option on either
It
one?
can be. But
Okay,
the thing is it depends on the breeder of the dogs. I'm gonna be like, I mean, look, and trust, I'm gonna evaluate the breeding, and I'm gonna be like, well, send me the pedigree of Chief. You know what I'm saying? Let me
I
look
got
at
you.
this and see. Let me see if I even think it's gonna click, or if I even think. I'll be like, if I look at it, I'm like, I don't know. I don't even think nobody's ever tried this before. You on your own, brother. Or if
Got you.
it's like, say, if it's like Finley Bow and Honey Bunch, oh yeah, nigga, this is gonna click. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll be like, man, I think it's gonna click. You want my name on it? I like this breeder. I'm gonna stand on it. Win, lose, or draw, but I gotta stand on it.
No
But the
doubt.
thing
No doubt.
is, but the thing is though, is this. I would, if you asked me that, like the last person that asked me that, this is what I told them. I was like, why would you want to give me credit for something you thought of? That would be like if you created Apple and was like, yeah, can I put your name on it because you had a Mac computer? I mean, you had
Right.
Microsoft computers. They're
Right.
like,
Right. Right.
yeah, you can because I think it's gonna work. But why would you want to do that? Then take your
Mm,
credit, run with it. And you know what? If somebody asks me about it, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I thought it was a good idea. I'm not gonna lie. Win, lose, or draw, I'll stand behind you. But I think that's how you create your own line, your own lane, is if you go your own way with it and figure it out. And who knows, you might get world beaters, you might get beat up by the world.
right.
but
Right.
but your thing is just being making. I wouldn't want to take your greatness or your downfall.
Right.
So I would tell you I like the breeding. I will stand behind you on it. But
And and
why
the
would you
reason,
want me to stand in front of you when you the one that created this? If they're world beaters, then what? I get all the credit? Nah,
I,
brother. You know
I'll
what I'm
be
saying?
and the reason I even wanted credit. I mean, the reason I wanted clarity on that situation is, like you said. All right, let's say we just going back hypothetical again. I cop two dogs from Buck City. I put them together. I do a litter. That litter's awesome. Then I run it back. You know,
Right,
so I'm three generations in now, and all these Yanks is winning. But the consensus among the pit bull community is, oh, them Buck City dogs. You feel what I'm saying?
right.
They
And
totally,
that's what
they,
it's gonna be because
man.
of
You
the
know what I'm saying?
fact
Like
that the
they
name
ain't
that
calling,
stood before it.
they ain't calling my kennel to try to get the next litter or whatever else. They going straight to
No.
Buck. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. This is all you can do is be like, they're gonna go to the source. It's just any game you have, any game you going to the, you trying to get to the source because
Mm-hmm.
the source is where it came from. But say they go to the source, they go to Bug City, try the same thing, and it's not working for them because you got to remember when it comes to these dogs, they're individuals. It
Yep.
doesn't matter. So if you got two individuals that's clicking together, Buck could repeat the breeding. I could buy four of them,
Literally.
two females, two males, and breed them both together, and I could not get the same results. So you know what
Mm-hmm.
they're
Right.
gonna do? They're gonna be
Right.
like, "Yo, but thank you for creating those. Let me call student." Because I done
That's
tried.
good.
I done tried. I'm calling student now because I want one of them that I've seen them making. I want one. He just repeated the breeding. Hey, but let's try something else. You know what I mean? Because
Man, y'all can't
dogs are
y'all,
individuals. You could get one world beater and a litter you never even expected, and an
bro.
But
accidentally.
if you
You
go to
can
the
you can
source, you don't take the process that man took. Who knows? You go to
Right,
the source and get two dogs. He probably ran through 20 of them to get the
right,
three, four good ones that he got. You see
right.
mm,
what I'm saying?
And
mm.
that's
So
the thing that people don't understand when they look at it. And it's a fad thing, man. And you gotta find the consistency. Once you find the consistency, then you find what you want with these dogs, because there's, I mean, look at let's take let's take Jeep for example. You got to remember that once Jeep made it famous, the reason why he produced so well is because everybody took the best bitches to breed to that nigga. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, I'm sorry, we on YouTube. Every to that guy, every to that dog. Everybody took their best bitches to breed to that dog. Can you say bitches on there? Everybody
Yeah,
took the best
yeah,
female to breed to that male. So when you're breeding nothing but the best to a great dog, he's gonna produce. Same thing with Frisco. Same thing with everybody that made a name. Everybody and open their dog to stud.
well,
Everybody, oh, the dog's open to stud. Which one's the best on the yard? Grab her. We gonna go breed her. You gonna see these pedigrees. It's like, why would they even take this dog
because that's the best they
to
had.
China, man? Why did they even breed this dog to Frisco? Of course nothing worked. They didn't do the history. They just look, this is the best one on the yard. Right now, Frisco the hottest thing going. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday the hottest thing going. We gonna take this. So we got seven pups. One of them made it to
I like this. I like how it segues into what we talking about, man. Salute everybody in the building. You see what I'm saying? So is it the best of the best? Is it? I seen many yards go down because they only want to do the best of the best. And then when they get that generation or two where them dogs really ain't working, they get in unfamiliar territory because they're not used to that. They've never had a dog that was specifically there to monitor and see what this bitch is going to produce for me. Performance only lasts a couple times, y'all. A dog only gets 3-4 hours of performance, bruh, if he's lucky. So why would the whole other part of his life be ignored? Right? FD81, what up, brother? Salute all my guys in the building. Michael Schrader, what up? Janae Johnson. Salute. Ween. Let's get it in. Is it the performance?
If that, you know what I'm saying? And
Right.
that's the way it works. So numbers, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. The more
Yeah.
you breed to a good dog, better chances he's gonna produce. But
Well,
consistency. I
That's the
think I
elephant in the room.
yeah, consistency. If you can breed to this dog and every time this dog puts anything on the ground, he's putting this trait on the ground.
now
Period.
that's a producer.
That's
That's a proven
that's the
producer.
trait. He's producing that trait. So now you go over here, and every time I breed to this dog, he's putting this on the ground. Okay, so this on the ground plus that on the ground equals this on the ground scientifically. So
Mm-hmm.
now you get that litter, and you're like, okay, now I got 7 dogs. They should all have both of this. But now, nah, this one only taking that trait, and this one only taking that trait. Hey, these two right here took both traits. These two. These are the two. And then you know what I'm saying? And then now you say, okay, this is the trait. That trait, this dog right here, everything he puts on the ground is wind. Okay, let's see what this dog got. We take this dog that got those two traits, take it to that dog. And then we see, okay, this dog got it. This dog got, oh, he only got wind, not other trait. And then you know what I'm saying? But consistency. If you find the dogs that produce consistent, keep producing the consistent traits. And
Man,
that's,
then you see
and
why it take
that's
a lifetime. It take a lifetime for somebody to, like you said, put together
exactly.
a proven
Because
line like that.
you got to think about it. You don't know what a litter's about until it's 3 years old. And
Mm-hmm.
that's talking about a litter. You could put a puppy on a treadmill at 12 months old, and then at 3 years old, he don't want to run the treadmill race. He's like,
Wow.
man,
And
I'm done
I
with
think
this.
and I think that's another reason why bloodlines fall apart with people losing patience and shit. They breeding puppies. All right, well she can have a litter on her second heat. Let's hurry up and do that. You know what I'm saying? Where instead of they rush their process instead of, like you're saying, waiting to see what that dog is truly like as a full grown
Right.
adult. I've seen that happen before where,
And
I
I'm
had
gonna
it in
tell
my
you,
I had it in my head that at 12 months it is what it is. But I have seen dogs change for the good and the bad dramatically
yeah,
from that first year to
right,
that third year.
right. But this is also the thing, though. Once you understand the traits of your dog, you understand the traits. So some people do that. They'll breed a 16-month-old, 12-month-old, whatever. But hopefully, in their mind, they understand their dogs because they've been breeding them for 20
Got you.
years. You know what I'm
And,
saying? If you
and that
know your
equation,
dogs for 20 years, then
right?
you know your dog. So
You
you
know what
know
that
you
equation gonna come out with no matter how old it is.
right, exactly.
I got
period.
you.
So there's people out here that I would buy. There's there's people out here that I would buy if I was in the game of buying dogs just off just buying dogs. I'd be like, okay, I know this man. I see it. I know what he's doing. So I don't give a damn if he bred a 9-month-old puppy and he was like, yo, you want one? Yes, yes, I do. Because I know, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, give it to me. We gonna see. And I let that puppy grow up. But that's the thing. You gotta there's people that would be like, yo, this dog is bred like this dog bred like that. I bred them together. They 12 months old. I'd be like, yo, you know what you should do? Drown all the puppies and wait until they're grown. You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole spectrum. You know what I mean? But there's people that know their dogs, and there's people that just bought 2 dogs, bred them together, and they like, yo, this is that. Let me get okay, go get one. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go buy this dog because this dog bred it. Okay, go buy that. Who you buying it from? Exactly. You don't know. I don't
It
know.
is
So
crazy. It's like it is crazy how, like you said, it's some old timers, or I don't even want to say just old time, but old timers in the game. They either grew up around the dogs, they watched their dad and their grandfather develop a line, that kind of stuff, and they can take those little shortcuts and everything come out totally fine. And you might have somebody else that you know what I mean. They try and take those same shortcuts, and it's a recipe for disaster.
yeah, just that's all it is. Because you can't take those shortcuts if you don't know the dog.
Hmm.
So I don't recommend anybody take shortcuts unless you know your dogs. If you've had these dogs for 20 years, you could have a litter and be like, yep, that one's mine, put that one up. And you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
you
yeah.
might be wrong, and you probably are, but sometimes, but you feel because you know these dogs. And knowing the dogs is 99% of the battle. You know?
Hey, I agree. I agree. Borderland couldn't have put it no better than that. Um, Knowing the dogs comes into play, right? Because you know genetically what that dog is. You know how many of those dogs you packed inside of that dog, right? You know the production scale that you're getting from those dogs. You know the traits that you're getting from those dogs. So if you breed it in that tight form, then outcross with the right stuff, riding alongside other good bloodlines, I think you definitely have a better a better outcome. You know, so yeah, there's exceptions to the rule. You know, there's exceptions to the rule to where, yeah, I would not recommend taking a bitch. Let's say she was cold. Let's say it's a cold male. He would have to be off a top notch producing dog, not just a good dog, not just he's off of this dog. So let me just breed him because he's off of a grand champion. You know what I'm saying? No. But if that grand champion was an excellent producer, which I hold in higher regard than performance itself, I do. And maybe that's the sometimes you go through different stages when you're in these dogs. You know, I went through different stages. I went through stages where I had my dogs, I bred my dogs myself, my own bloodline. You know, or the 2 dogs that I had, I bred them together. I kept that for a while. I kept those dogs for a while. And then later on, I incorporated some other dogs, you know, to where I had a yard with one bitch with all males. I had like 8 males with one bitch, right? So I've been there. You know, some of you guys could, you know what it is. But and then you get to the point where, you know, you don't want anybody with your dogs, right? These are just different stages that from a young man when I got in these dogs and just evolve. Right now, I'm just like telling my story. You know, I feel like I done been through a lot on both sides of the fence. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to clean it up, trying to bring some positivity, you know what I'm saying? Bring people together, give people a good sense of brotherhood, right? And it's a tough quarters. Like if you went to your cousins and shit, you know, motherfucker, they give you a skin fade, you know, motherfucker slap you in the back of the neck, you know what I'm saying? Like that type of environment, right? Where men can be men, we can be masculine again. You know, the ladies love it. You know, they don't mind when we talk this shit. They'll sit back, even if we ain't talking to them, they'll sit back because they want to be around that masculinity too. That's what the world is missing. So the American Pit Bull Terrier represents masculinity, right? Want to put that in there, you know. But there's a whole lot of nuances when it comes to this, because now that we're breaking it down more and more, I'm more and more seeing where the problem could lie, right? And that's you just going to grab something from somebody that is just absolutely not hitting on shit. And then you try to build a bloodline around that. And that's like, and some people have done it, right? And I didn't have the privilege to do that, right? I was brought in by somebody that I paid close attention to. And then he brought me around another group of guys that I paid close attention. I was less talkative, more listening, soaking it up, watching the elements. You know, and when you do that, you see a lot. So when people are chasing those champions, some of them rubbed a dog, some of them cheated, right? Some of them had a petty guy in there trying to foul you out every 5 or 10 minutes, right? He trying to find anything to get you fouled out so you can lose, so he can put that 2-time winner by his shit. So when you look at all the cheating that goes on, you got to look at it, if you're a breeder, into consideration. Wait a minute. What was this? What was that? You're breaking it down. And I'm not trying to argue with dudes that say they're not breeders. I'm not. That's not what I'm trying to do. I mean, I don't wish to get into one of those. You know, if you're not a breeder, then you're not going to be up at night thinking about the shit that I'm thinking about. Uh-oh. Yes, sir. Let me get a little bit of this in here.
When it comes
Yeah.
to breeding, to making a breeding, thinking about breeding, like even if you're doing a new breeding, you're taking the dog that you know, and you're gonna bring a outcross in, but you know your dog. So the
Putting out.
other challenge is just figuring out if it's gonna click. You know what I'm saying?
I feel
So,
you. I definitely feel you.
and that's basically it. Like there's people out here that, but schoolboy was selling dogs, boxery, baby. You know what I'm saying? There's people out here. I'll be like, yeah, I don't care. Send me the dog. You know what I mean? I'm gonna
No
figure it out.
question. No question.
Yeah. Now you give it a shot based on the body of work, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Body of work
Right,
is
exactly.
got
I
a
know
lot
that you've been and you put in your time in these dogs, and and just like you were saying, you're gonna stand on it, because if that dog came off your yard and it's 100%, I'll be like, yeah, this is a buck dog. If that dog and it's 0%, I'll be like, it's a buck dog. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know you put your time in, so you're not just gonna be like, I'm just gonna breed these 2 Chihuahuas, tell everybody they're pit bulls and put them out there. You know what I mean? So
Mm.
there's different people that it's all about I mean, and this is what I tell anybody young coming in the game: build a relationship with one person. That one person will let you know the people in the pit bull community that you can trust. And there's people you can trust to give you bullshit, and there's people you can trust to give you good shit. And you got to know who you're dealing with before you start dealing with them. Or no, you don't have to know who you're dealing with before you start dealing with them. You just got to realize once they show you who they are, that's who they are. And that's the hardest part about being in the dog breeding game or dog competition game or any game. You know what I'm saying? It's about, so you build your relationship. Like say, all right, I ain't have no dogs. I want to get in dogs. And I start talking to Buck, listening to Buck, going on Buck City Live and listen to everybody. Oh, all these guys respect this guy. So it's got to be something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's got to be something to it, man. Say it's just training dogs, or if I just want to, uh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you're into or how you're into it. If 90% of the people you run into respect the person you're deciding to mess with, then you can build off of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how. So relationships is better than pedigrees, in my word. In my
Oh
world.
yeah, I definitely agree 100%. I definitely agree 100% because we all know pedigrees can be fudged, and
Fudge,
you know,
anything. You can walk up to somebody and be like, I got a child off of Zebo right now. And you'd be like, I want it. Why? Because he got pedigree for it. But
right,
everybody that know the game, you might be new, just read about Zebo, and somebody be like, oh, you like Zebo? Man, I got a whole litter right off Zebo right now. You don't know that Zebo ain't bred in 40 years. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
They ain't even have
But
frozen semen back then.
yeah, so you gonna take it, and they got over on you. And the thing about any game, you gotta understand that there's more foul people than real people, and you'll learn that every day. Where the hose at? Oh no. Bro, I'm trying to fucking holler at somebody's bitch. I don't know, man. They somewhere. Let me know when you find them. Yeah, man. But did I turn I didn't mean to turn my camera on. I'm on here.
I
Hey,
like the dog in the Avatar, man.
oh yeah, that's Junior. That's Achilles Junior, man. I
I like
I'm gonna do I'm gonna do. I was while I'm on here, let me give a shout out to Samurai because I started watching some stuff on his line, boy, and he basically
that,
did a
dude.
story about each one of his dogs. So big up Samurai, I like that.
No doubt, no doubt. Definitely big up to the Samurai and the Shogun Army, man. Andre, good people.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I don't know him personally. I don't think I have. We shout out to each other on here, but I was watching his today while I was working. I watched a couple of his videos, and I liked how he went over about a couple of the dogs that he had, and he told the story on them. That was dope.
Mr. Garcia, salute.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna
Salute,
be
salute.
quiet.
How's everybody doing?
Doing
I'm
good. The
No, man.
legend.
Yeah, no, keep talking. Don't be quiet. I'm liking what you're saying.
I'm
We
about
we
to be
Awesome, man.
quiet now. I'm in session. It's school's
no,
time.
Yeah, indeed. Everybody got their notebooks ready.
no, man. You can't. I'll say this. You, for the most part, people can't say what you've been saying because I've been listening a little bit unless they have some experience. You
Oh
know.
man, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. You can't. It's hard to fake stuff. You know. We can. I can tell when somebody just repeating stuff. You know.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm liking what I'm hearing. So all
I,
right,
All
go
I,
right,
ahead.
brother. But now it's time for me to listen. I'm ready.
I, I,
Yeah, yeah.
I dropped a comment on one of your videos earlier today, Mr. Garcia. I said, if I gotta take a loss, if I ever had to take a loss in any competition, I would be
Oh,
glad to
that
say I took a loss from
yeah,
schoolboy.
yeah. That was you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. That was good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd be honored. I said I'd be honored to compete with you. We'd have a good time, man. We'd have a
Man,
good time.
I
Hey,
appreciate you, man.
hey,
Yeah,
brothers,
yeah.
I'm gonna mute it real quick. I gotta run in here and grab a shot, and then I'll be right back outside so I can
All
join you
right.
again.
All
But
right.
I'll be listening, but I'm on mute, so you won't hear nothing
Yeah,
from me.
yeah.
Plus, I need to listen to Schoolboy on. It's time for school. I'm in class. Pick me.
thank, thank you, thank you. What's the
Now,
topic? But go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh no. The question he was asking is like it started off. He was saying that to Tonka, a lot of times no one really says they have a Tatonka bred dog. They usually say it's a Sorrells bred dog. And the topic was how long before you can solidify your family of dogs as your line. So like for instance, if I got a male and a female from Buck. And I had a litter with them. I kept all 5 or 6 of them out of the litter, and I'm just crushing all the competitions and weight pulling and wall climb and treadmill racing and everything. And I'm running with them. I'm like, hey, this is my family of dogs. This is Student for Life line of dogs. Is that fair? Is that how do you view that? Or how many
Yeah, yeah.
generations would I have to breed before I can say it's a
Right,
Brooks line?
right. About 3 or 4.
Yep.
Three. According to ADBA, AKC, UKC,
Mhm.
in 3 generations you can develop a new breed of dog.
Wow.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, it's that fast. But there's a lot more to it. So I say 3, maybe 4, just so you can establish your own family of dogs.
Okay.
And with that comes, you have to have certain traits and certain bloodline, different types of breedings, which doesn't mean making 3 or 4 breedings. It's 3 or 4 generations. So you make a breeding, take that, breed those pups off of that.
Mhm.
That's generations down like that. So it'd be 3 or 4 times. Four to be safe, because at that point all 4 grandparents, or all four grandparents, or all 8 grandparents are your dogs.
Okay. And you know what's funny? When me and Buck first started talking about it, I think that's what I said. I think at least 3 or 4 generations. And like
Mm-hmm.
you said, the reason I say generations is if I let's say I get a male and a female from Buck, and I could do 3 litters, that's still the same generation. Off of
Same
the same mother
generation.
and father. Right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Until their progeny starts to develop and have a litter, that's still all in the same generation.
Exactly.
All right,
That's the
I'm
Mhm.
back,
difference. Yeah.
fellas.
Yeah. Cool.
I
So
feel
it's
that
it's
Schoolboy. I
some
think,
people.
I
Go
think
ahead.
that's more for other people to recognize that you have a bloodline. But I was telling them that, hey, if you bought 2 dogs from me and you decided to go this way with them, that way with them, world beaters or not, if you bred them, those are your dogs. But like for somebody else outside to stop calling them borderland dogs or schoolboy dogs or buck dogs or student dogs, then it'll probably take you for 3 or 4 generations. But in reality, what I was saying is that, hey, if you bought 2 dogs from me and you bred them together, it's something that I wouldn't do, then hey, that's yours. You stand on that. And if I don't know,
Yeah.
I
If
just
it's
think that
even if it's something that the breeder would do, they're still your breedings. Now that doesn't make them particularly a family of dogs or a
a
bloodline for that
bloodline,
person, but
right,
right. But that's where it started. So at some point
right,
when you go back and you say, yeah, I got these 2 dogs from Borderland. That's where I started my family of dogs.
Mm.
Right. But
right, right.
yeah, if you get 2 dogs from anybody, same person, 2 different people,
But by the
uh,
time you
that,
have bred three
yeah, that
different generations of it, then that's your bloodline. That's your
Right, right,
bloodline.
right.
Don't nobody
But
else have
that
it.
is right. That would be the beginning, and those are your dogs, and it's your breeding, and maybe the breeder or breeders you got the dogs from, maybe they would have bred them that way too, maybe not. So it's your
Yeah, yeah.
choice which
So
way you're going to go with it.
and that's way that nobody else could be like, yo, let me come to you to get some of those borderland or some of those schoolboy dogs or buck dogs or student dogs. Now they're coming to you to get your dog. But
Yeah,
in
right.
reality, you started your dogs when you made that breeding. And you know what I mean? And that's how I feel about it. And I would stand behind anybody that bred two of my
Right.
dogs to be for that to be their line. Now, I'm gonna stand behind you. That's but yeah, those dogs came from
Yeah,
me. I'll never deny it. You know what I mean?
right,
And
right. You're
however
correct.
you go with it,
Yeah. When it comes to something like that, I try, sometimes I don't always do it, but I try and say, rather than say Carver dogs, I
Ye-
try and say those are Carver bred dogs,
right?
or
Okay.
Exactly.
they're Jeep bred dogs, or they're borderland bred dogs, like Tatanka.
Right.
Tatanka is its own bloodline, right? She's only been breeding them for years and years, and she was involved in when she was with Bert, making a lot of the breedings that Thorol's
Creative.
created, right? So they're
Right.
Tatanka dogs, but if somebody if they're not familiar, well, where do they come from? And you go, well, they're Sorrel's bred dogs. They come down
Right.
from the
Okay.
Sorrel's blood,
Hey,
Right.
kind
schoolboy.
of like that. Yeah,
I
Yeah,
think that's what I was trying to say, schoolboy, but I'm not that articulate.
that's all right.
a question I was a question I was asking about the Tatanka dogs. Am I correct? Uh, can that line actually be can they be dual registered with the AKC as AM staffs? I understand that they had a pretty good a pretty good show career.
I don't know with the AKC, maybe with the UKC, they have to
Okay.
have some criteria for doing that, right?
Okay.
Just like let's say I have a registry, right, and somebody comes to me and says, I want to breed my dogs. They haven't been bred for 3, 4 generations. Then I would have to have some kind of information to verify the pedigree.
Okay.
But if it's somebody I know, there isn't too much problem. They can register them. Like if
Okay.
let's say OTK or something. Well, that's kind of cheating because OTK got my blood anyways. But let's say it's somebody. Let's say it's a Bach or Rastaman or somebody like that, and they want, well, Bakary not fair too because he's ready. Let's say it's Rastaman. He hasn't registered. He says, "Hey, schoolboy, I got some dogs I want to register." Okay, no problem,
Right.
because I know him, and I know he keeps his own records, so they're straight, and they probably have his name for 5, 6, 7, 8 generations, whatever it is.
Okay.
But
Okay.
yeah, I don't know if Tatanka. I don't know what the criteria is for UKC and AKC if the dogs haven't been registered with them for several generations.
Okay. Good. Good. Is Ruffian a dual registrable bloodline?
Uh, no, I don't know, honestly.
Okay. I got
Yeah,
you. I got you.
I couldn't tell you because
I,
the AKC, you have to go so far back where you see the commonality with the pit bull and the AKC dogs, staff dogs.
okay. I know.
UKC not so far back, but still it's far back.
Okay. Got you. Got
Which
you. That's like
they might have, yeah.
I always thought that was
Now,
crazy how some dogs should be, registered with the AKC as an AM staff, but still also be registrable with the UKC. Same dog, but it's registered as under a different name, American Pit Bull Terrier.
yeah, that's the only reason why they do it that way, because they have different names. The
Got
AKC doesn't have American Pit Bull Terrier as the name, even though they go back to the same foundational dog.
you. Yeah.
It's just a name change. But
Got
the
you. Yeah.
UKC still calls them Pit Bull, American Pit Bull Terrier. The
Mm.
UKC
Speaking
does.
of registry,
Far as I know.
schoolboy, I'm still coming. I got you.
No problem. Anytime, whenever you're ready, I'll take care of it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's
How
just a
many?
matter of the criteria, whatever they go by.
Now, when trying to establish your own line of your own family of dogs, how many criteria would you say that you or traits should you like be breeding for? Like, for instance, if I want my line to be, dogs that uh, you know, excel in weight pull and treadmill racing, that type of thing. What? How many? uh I guess how many traits would you be trying to breed for? Like, do you want to make sure that, like, when you had your family of dogs, was there ever a time where you had puppies that came out and they were just a lot bigger than the ones that your family is known for, or smaller, and you called for that size alone? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. For those type of criteria, there's not any. Right.
Okay.
The only thing I would say, if you're breeding weight pool dogs, then you should have some kind of criteria for the
Rear
type of
end
trait you
power.
want that would make a weight pool dog or a treadmill race dog or a wall climbing dog or French lure courser. That's just particular to the breeder. It
Okay.
has nothing to do as far as any registry or at least any pit bull registry can needs a guarantee of is that it's a purebred pit bull.
Got you.
And anything other than that, that's up to the particular breeder. But as far as if you selling dogs or you're presenting them for a certain function or a certain way, then you should have something to back that up. And I've mentioned this before. If somebody wanted to breed pit bulls pretty much strictly for, say, weight pool, you could have weight pool specific pit bulls for weight pulling. So in that respect, they're going to be built a certain way. They're going to have certain behaviors. They're going to have certain traits, and they're going to try and get rid of traits that are not desirable for that. If you're a true breeder.
Okay.
Right. And me, as far as when it came to size, that didn't matter. All my stuff was geared towards competition. So within that, there's different weights, anywhere from small, under 30 pounds to over 60 pounds, if you want to go in that weight range.
Gotcha.
I never really had any big dogs except for Big Red. He never threw big dogs for me. Even when bred to a big female, the biggest dogs I got were about 45, 46 pounds off of him.
Gotcha.
But there's variance. There's variance in that, So me, as long as they could do what I wanted them to do, I kept them. If they didn't, then I wouldn't breed them.
I got you.
So when we're talking about breeding, especially when we talk about culling, that's what it means. You're culling them out of your breeding program.
Yeah.
Some people spay and neuter them. Some people rehome them. Some people kept them.
Yeah.
I know a lot of famous breeders. They never killed an animal or a dog in their life. They love dogs and they just keep them, and that's it.
Right. Or like you said, make sure they go to a good pet home.
Yeah, you don't. I warn people about this. You don't want to give someone else your problem. So if it's a problematic dog, I wouldn't rehome it. If it's someone who's not familiar with pit bulls or and if it is, let's say it's another dog man or something, and you don't want your blood out, then you should spay or neuter it. If they want the dog, right? And then they have a pet, or they have back in the day for what we used them for, whatever, something like that. Which some people did that too. In my case, once a dog left my yard, I had nothing to do with it. If it worked out, great. If it didn't, that's okay too.
Gotcha.
Their business.
Somebody got some static going on in the background. Is that me?
No, that's probably me. I'm at a bar, but I'm
all
outside.
right, I got you.
My bad. I turned the mic off because
No, you good. I just was wondering where it's coming from.
Yeah. What Buck,
there's a lot to it,
Yes.
There's a lot to it, and when it comes to breeding dogs, you know, you're going to make the type of dogs you want. So all the traits
Period.
all the stuff Borderland was talking about before, you know, certain traits, consistency, that's what you're looking to breed. And if you breed the ones that have them and are able to produce it, then you have a better chance of getting it in the offspring and progeny down the line. Even when
That's
you add
right.
an outcross in, even when you add outcross, if you add outcross, that outcross, even though it's different blood altogether, if they have similar traits to your dogs, you're going to have a better chance of getting those traits too.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
100.
Yeah.
Now,
And then
how do you?
some people, you know, they want to breed an outcross that has different traits because they're trying to add something to their stuff. Then it's a matter of throwing that in there, see what you get. If you get what you wanted, it worked. If they're superior athletes, in my opinion, when you make an outcross. If not, then the breeding didn't work.
And now, how do you? I guess would you say that is that where it kind of gets a little more of a get to be a little bit more of a gamble when you outcross into another family of dogs? It's like, I mean,
Yeah,
you know what to expect from your line or whatever else, and even knowing the other dogs you're breeding to, like what they're exhibiting, is what you want. But who's to say that they're gonna produce that as well?
right, right. You lessen the odds a little bit. That's why I say if you breed
Exactly.
to something that has similar traits, then you have a better chance of getting them. And
You
that's the way
throw
I outcross, you know.
you throwing a
Uh,
2 dice game with 1 dice.
yeah, yeah,
You know what I'm saying? All you need is
and
the 2 over there. You already got
right,
the 5. All you need is
right,
the 2. Yeah.
right, yeah, and it's done. I'll give you an example in horse racing. If you look up any horse that's known, right, any producer, any winner, any triple crown, whatever, look at their pedigrees. And I challenge anybody to go back 3, 4, 5 generations, see if they see the same horse in there. They don't.
Huh?
None of
Not
them
gonna
none of them
happen.
horses are related.
None
Get
of
out
them.
of
If
here!
they are, it's very
Hey,
little. You know, it might be the horse might be a sire, and
if
then he
if
might be the great grandsire on the bottom or something like that. But look up Secretariat, Citation, Man of War, uh, you know, any of those famous horses. The horse guys don't inbreed.
I didn't know that, man. Always learning.
Yeah,
Always learning.
yeah, right. And my this is just my guess. It's because the horses have one toe, so their legs are thin down at the bottom. So I think over time they figured out if we inbreed, you know, you're going to have some messed up horses.
Got
So
you.
they're always bringing in fresh blood, but that's okay because all they want is a horse that's able to run to the left, can perform, be fast, strong, have some endurance,
earlier
and
today, schoolboy, I was
yeah,
listening to your Mother Nature joint, and
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
I was
yeah,
laughing because that makes so much sense.
hmm yeah.
We are Mother Nature.
We have control. We've done that with
Yeah, we
every
became Mother
domesticated
Nature.
animal. Right, right. The only difference, I don't know if I mentioned in the vid, but the only difference is we took out the instinct for survival, the
Right.
self-preservation in the
Yeah,
dogs.
you
That's
mentioned
the
that.
only difference. Yeah. So
But
I put it in my group, you know, a thing about that Mother Nature, and the people got it all wrong. They didn't understand. No, the pit bull, you know, we fight till it die and all that. That's not what I'm talking about.
no,
What
we
I'm talking
created
about,
that.
yeah, I'm talking about the strongest survive, only the fittest survive, the best ones survive. So we have to replicate that when we make our breedings and we develop families of dogs and bloodlines. And that's where nature comes in because
Right.
something that is not worthy, nature's not going to let it live.
Yeah.
Whether it dies young, whether it's caught and killed, whether it's dies in a fight because it's weak, whether it's kicked out because it gets too old, whether it goes barren because the female gets too old, whatever it is. That's
That's
kind of
right.
what I meant.
I
Yeah. Yeah.
suggest
We
everybody, if
got it.
y'all didn't catch that by Schoolboy on his channel, go watch it because
Yeah.
it makes so much sense.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
That's it. And like you said, only the strong survive and that kind of thing. With us being Mother Nature, I think we tighten it up even quicker than Mother Nature would. You know what I'm saying? Because
Oh
we're like
yeah,
we're calling for a really really
purpose.
specific purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, we can get it done a little bit faster
Hmm.
because as long as you don't accidentally lose dogs or whatever like that, because sometimes in Mother Nature what could potentially be a alpha male or a high producing female. Sometimes they don't survive. They get killed or they get poisoned. In Africa, lions get bit by snakes, mambas, stuff like that. So if we can control the environment and control the food and the health and all that stuff, we can get it done faster than Mother Nature can. And also, sometimes we can breed earlier than Mother Nature does
Yeah.
in,
And
in a
it,
lot of
it's
different species.
it's like I say when people ask me, "Oh, well, why is the NBA so great?" I was like, selective breeding. You know what I mean? For years they were selective breeding, and now the NBA is dominant. You have stronger, bigger, faster. That's what they bred for, and
Mhm.
Well, but
that is us. You
yeah,
know?
people don't like hearing that sometimes because of the past, but
Yeah.
it's
Right?
true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. And
So,
Stronger,
again,
bigger,
so you
faster.
you could yeah, you can take something that's negative from the past and in the present day turn it into something positive.
yep.
Where
Right.
certain people dominate those sports or even dominate entertainment.
Entertainment.
Right? If you're talking about instruments, music, or singing or dancing, stuff like that,
Wow.
they're just physically and whatever else.
Selective breeding.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I didn't even
Colin
think about
Hart.
the I didn't even think about the entertainment aspect of, like, you know what I mean, like that type of thing. But definitely, like you said, athletics. We look at athletics as a whole. It's like,
Right.
that's
Well,
obvious.
even take singing. You have to have certain lungs. You have to have a certain type of diaphragm. You have to be able to hold notes and this and that.
Mhm.
And if you have quote unquote a race of people that sang all their
Not
life and their
sing, but
children singing,
sang.
grandchildren,
Yeah, that
they're
does make
physically able to do it better than someone else,
wow.
right?
I never put that
Yeah,
together, but you're right.
yeah.
That's it.
It's kind of like
Selective breeding, man.
South America in Peru or I forget where it is where the indigenous people live at high elevation, 13,000, 14,000 feet.
Hmm.
The thin air doesn't bother them because they're genetically developed to live in that high elevation. Where if it was me or you, it'd kill us. We couldn't live up there.
Yeah.
There's not enough air. So that's part of their genetic makeup too, where they're able to live at high elevation and don't bother. They can run 20 miles a day or just live in that type of environment.
Wow.
Right.
Right.
A-
Look
And the
at it
I,
this
I
Eskimos,
way.
but the
Look at it
Eskimos
this
have
yeah,
way.
developed a bigger liver than everybody else because of their
yeah,
high fat content that they have to survive off of, blubber and that
right,
sort of
right.
thing.
And right. And they can live in the cold. I used
Yeah.
to manage a grocery store, and at one point it was for sale. So these Eskimos came down. They were businessmen, right? They
Yeah.
bought chains of stores, private stores, and all this stuff. And it wasn't even summertime, but they couldn't handle the heat, so they did all the negotiating inside the refrigerator. Right? They yeah, the owners and managers sitting in there in the refrigerator with these Eskimos that were trying to buy the business because it
Right.
was too hot outside for them. We were all in, in the big old walk-in refrigerator.
Y'all, y'all
Look
freezing,
at
they comfortable.
Oh, we
yeah.
were freezing. I
Look
had a
at it
coat on.
this way.
They took their shirts off. You know?
Usain Bolt. Usain
Yeah,
Bolt broke records, but it took forever. It took America to get lazy for Bolt to come through and break more
yeah,
records.
yeah, yeah.
Phelps. It,
A lot of that is epigenetics.
Yep.
yeah.
How you're raised, what you eat. For example, boxers, professional boxers in the past, they had to fight to survive because they were hungry, literally. So
Hmm.
they were tough. They were unbelievably tough.
Right.
And they didn't have a special diet, and sometimes they didn't even eat meat. Sometimes they didn't eat for 2 or 3 days. That's why they fought so often, because every time you
Hard.
fought, you got paid, even if it was $5.
Yeah.
So you
Fighting
see these
hard
guys
for
fighting
$5.
every week, 2, 3 times a month, 15, 20 times a year. So it was a form of survival for them to fight so often and to be so tough, especially back in the bare knuckle days and even into the early 1900s. Only the winner got paid. It's not like
Dang.
today where you get a purse no matter whether you win or
Right.
lose. Back then, only the winner did. So if you fought and lost, you didn't get nothing.
Talk
And
about
this is
Mother
why I
Nature.
like to listen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Little boy be dropping them jewels.
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
yeah,
Yes, indeed,
yeah.
man.
I did a lot of reading, and I relate a lot of things to other things because it's important to me to have some kind of information and knowledge about different things. And for me, it always relates back to the dog. Well, how does that
Yep.
pertain to the dog? How does that relate to the dog and all that? So even in the past, we know the nutrition wasn't that good for canines. In some instances, so good, and people would just say, "Well, they just bred for gameness," and no, they didn't.
Nah.
All the history.
Five.
Yeah. If you read the report, and they could be more graphic, and they'll
Right.
say, kill the dog in 2 hours, kill a dog in 32 minutes, kill a dog in 25 minutes, kill a dog in an hour 10, hour 15. So gameness to them was the utmost importance, but they weren't stupid. They know you got to have more than game to compete. That's not the only thing. It's the main thing, but you need a lot more than that to win.
Right. I'm gonna do a little shout out to people I see posting. Eric Watson, Jay, Paul Harris, Oatman in the building, Mike Dan in the building. You rock. What's up, brother? Buck City. Of course, you in the building. You on mute. You hear Buck?
I see a lot of familiar names.
Bank statement. What's up, Bank? Paul. What's up, Paul?
All
A
usual
lot of
suspects.
familiar names.
Melee in the building.
Yeah. I like people that
Brock.
are low and watch the shows.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
We
didn't know if
waiting
I
for
was gonna
you
be.
to go live, schoolboy. That's what we waiting on.
Yeah, I'm gonna. My daughter does all that, so she's kind of working on it, in between when she has time from working and stuff like that. I
Man,
don't know if
however you
I don't
do
know
it,
if I will, but
as long as you keep dropping knowledge on me, I'm listening.
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah. I'm gonna do. I think the next one I'm gonna do is on Grand Champion Yellow,
Oh yeah.
and I got some more interviews coming up.
Hey, you know what I want you
So
to do is grind out and find some info on my man, Grand Champion Rowdy. McCollum's Grand Champion Rowdy. That was
oh yeah,
man, do
yeah.
him.
I remember him. Yeah, he was
Do
a
him.
six-time winner. Yeah,
Yeah.
six-time winner.
Yeah.
I almost, I went to judge a ADBA fun show in
Yeah.
Texas, and Randy wanted to meet me, and he was supposed to go there, but he was sick and he couldn't make it. So his friend come and told me, hey, he wanted to meet you and all this stuff, and but he couldn't. He was sick, and he died not too long after that. So I missed the opportunity to visit with him.
It was probably Penalero.
I forget. He was kind of a big guy.
Oh no. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe Mad. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, I don't even remember, but no, he was good, man. One of the best. Lot of great dogs.
Oh man, Randy is he's an unspoken hero, man. If you ask me,
No, really.
he had the
No,
recipe.
I could see it because he was, and it all comes from he was a top competitor.
Right.
That's where the whole, I keep repeating it. Sometimes it sounds redundant, but that's where the foundation of the breed is, competition.
Right.
But since in today's world we can't do that, that doesn't mean that all that stuff that me and a lot of them other every guy you ever heard of,
Right.
what we did with them the dogs of today are a reflection of that. They needed that past
Facts.
competition for them to be able to do what they do now. Even jumping walls, jumping wall climbing, not jumping wall. That's not good. But wall climbing, treadmill race, and all that stuff. They're
Right.
still an athlete. Hog hunting and coyote hunting and all that.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's for
It's
real.
necessary. Yeah.
Rowdy, Spanky, do one on Grand Champion Spanky. Everybody don't like it because I say he the one that stopped Simba.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, generally the people that say negative stuff, or criticize, or they don't like hearing something. It's people that weren't competitive, and not just in the past, even today. Because if you're a competitor, you understand that sometimes you're going to lose.
Lose or draw, man.
Yes, sir. And you got to take
And
the lesson from that
sometimes,
loss.
yeah, right. And sometimes your dog's going to quit. It happens. There's no way around it. I don't know anybody that did a bunch of dogs, not just a few, that didn't lose, and they lost a lot more than one time. The difference is the guys at the top won a lot more than they lost. So it's something that happens, and yeah, you should take it as a learning experience, because even guys that have a lot of experience, myself included, you still can screw up. You still make mistakes. And people always say, "Oh, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have done that. I would have paid the forfeit. I've done this, and you should never do that." Bullshit. Everyone did it. Everyone did it. Because why? Because you think you're going to win. You think that you're going to overcome something, or if they're a little bit off, the dog going to make up something. So if you've done a bunch of them, you're going to go through that. You're gonna have those ups and downs, and if you're good, you're gonna have a lot more ups and downs. But you can't avoid it. It's gonna happen. If somebody's undefeated, I would ask, well, how many shows did you have? Not that many. And I've known people that have gone 20, 25, 50, 45 undefeated, right? In a row. Right? But they also lost 10 in a row. They lose 5 in a row. They but they didn't quit. They didn't quit. And then you adjust, you figure out the problem. Maybe it means getting better dogs, or breeding better dogs, or fine tuning something, or you added something that you didn't add before, or you change competition, whatever it is. There's so many things that are involved in it that, I know one guy, he won 50 in a row, and then he lost 11 in a row. And he couldn't, it took him that long to figure out what the hell he was doing wrong.
Did you do an interview with him?
With who?
The one that lost 11 in a row?
No.
Okay,
no,
okay.
But,
I remember,
my interviews with Mr. Gray.
Yeah,
he'll tell you himself. I was a grand champion loser. He lost 5 in a row one time.
okay, yeah. I remember that.
And he didn't hardly lose. Yeah. And all it was is his dad is the one who told him. He said, "Let me see your keep." He looked at his keep and he tore it up and threw it away. He said, "Don't use that shit." And he changed his keep, totally changed his keep, and then he hardly didn't lose after that.
Wow.
But it's things like that. And his dad was a hound dog guy. But he looked at he said, "This is junk, man. What do you condition a dog like that?"
But that goes to show advice from a dog fan of any genre can help.
That's why you're losing, son.
Yeah. That's what he said. That's why you're losing. Your keep is crap. But yeah, any you could, and people know I've been on this chat, that chat, different ones, even NWA Corso, County Corso, and all that. There's a lot of similarities, even though the breeds are different.
Still,
so you can learn. Yeah, you can learn from anybody. In fact, this kid told me one time, we were just talking dogs, and it's talking about the last empty out, right before the show. And the kid told me, he said, what we did? My dad taught me. I said, no, what? He said, we give the dog his last meal, we put one hard kernel of corn in the feed. So what on the last dump out, if he saw that kernel of corn, he knew the dog was empty. I said, hey, that's pretty smart. I never thought of that. So you can learn from anybody.
Yes, indeed.
Not only did he say that, he said his dad said, "Well, you spent a whole lot more than $300 on that."
Yeah.
I was laughing at Gray. Hey, Danny
Yeah.
Gray know how to tell a story, boy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there. I try and get around to as many as I can interviews. You know, some won't do it,
Yeah,
but some will. You know, some guys will, which I don't mind if they don't. I understand. But it's just to get their story, their perspective, and see what they have to say. And there's always some good info, you know,
have
from
you
there.
done an interview with what's his name out in Arizona, the Bolio?
No,
Oh yeah,
no,
you forget him. I
yeah,
seen one with him where he didn't open up all the way because I think it was the person interviewing him. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
I was like, oh,
Could be.
Schoolboy needs to get him.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot of them, and I try and catch them before they're not here no more. Some of the guys I
Yeah.
interview, they're 70, 80 years old,
Yeah, yeah,
and even if I get it on there one time, like Buffalo Soldier, I have some on there. You know, his phone's not that good, and he's older, but you
yeah.
know, he's sick now, so I'm glad I had the opportunity. I hope he lives another 100 years, but you never know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You never know.
But you do
Um,
be doing some great interviews though. I
Yeah.
be
yeah,
mesmerized.
yeah. I get
It's
Hunter Man on there. I interviewed Mr. Bill, Leander Daigle, even
Yeah.
Gene Matson.
You know what
Gene
it is,
Matson.
Schoolboy? I love that
What's
you
that?
always start with the same question. You be like,
Yeah,
tell us how
you
you
got
got
into the
into the
dog.
dogs.
yeah,
And and
yeah,
sometimes it be like stories that you would never expect. Like I ain't
yeah.
You were
like
scared of
No,
what?
dogs?
That's how
and
you got into the dogs. That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. And some of them I already know. They told me, but everybody else don't.
Right,
Right?
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
So,
I be
so,
like,
so.
that is crazy. That made you come into the and then you staked your claim on the game. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I'm gonna be
yeah,
like, I didn't even
and
know dogs until this
yeah,
day this happened. I'll be like,
yeah.
oh,
Right. Yeah. And a lot of it is, you know, I remember people. I follow their career, so I can kind of interact that way. What about this dog? They're even surprised. You
yeah,
remember that dog? You know, because we'll talk beforehand. You know, they ask me, you know, what are we going to talk about, this and that. And I give them kind of the rundown. You know, don't talk about current stuff. Where most of them, they ain't.
yeah,
All the old guys, they ain't even got dog no more. Hard. If they do, it's one. You know, but they're some of them are amazed that I know some of their dogs and who they went into, and uh, some of them I actually seen. You know, I was
that's the
there.
thing. They give it to you, schoolboy. You're a walking encyclopedia.
Yes, sir.
If I, what are
I do
they?
my best.
I wish I could forget as much as you know,
Yeah.
or I wish
I wish I
could
could.
know as
I
much as
wish
you
I. Yeah.
forget. Yeah,
Yeah. I wish I could remember half of what I used to know.
I wish I could
Yeah.
remember half of what you forgot.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
That's what it
I used to
is.
be able to, you know, off the top of my head, give all them old pedigrees, just go back 4, 5, 6 generations.
Yeah,
And
that's dope.
Wow.
some of it I still do.
Is
But
that
yeah.
why? Is that how you got the name Schoolboy?
No,
How
I got
did
it
you
from
get that name?
from he was a featherweight and a junior lightweight boxing champion named Bobby Chacon.
Okay.
Yo,
And
Chacon.
yeah, he was the one who kind of introduced me into boxing, because I used to follow martial arts, and I took martial arts and boxing when I was young. And my favorite martial arts fighter, they called it full contact, was Benny
Yeah,
Urquidez.
Oh yeah, the
yeah,
Jet.
So,
The Jet.
yeah, Benny the Jet, right.
Mm-hmm.
So from there, it turned out Bobby Chacon trained Benny Urquidez in boxing.
Wow.
So I started watching his, and then I went to some fights of his, and I went to some fights of Benny's, like that. So Bobby Chacon was kind of my introduction into boxing, which was about 1972. And then his name was Schoolboy, so he was one of my favorite fighters. So I just stole his name, called myself
That's
Schoolboy too.
cool.
All right.
I
That's
got the story. Cool.
hey, schoolboy.
Yeah.
Listen to this story. You remember Cliff Thomas? In
From
martial arts. Cliff, look him up.
it's
Well, Cliff,
yeah.
I did my. I used to take. Well, let's backstory.
Where was he from?
Cliff,
Where was he from?
he was from El Paso area, but well, he wasn't from El Paso, but he ended up in El Paso.
Okay.
But Cliff Thomas, uh, his wife, my mom used to sell spa memberships back in the day when they used to have spas where so his wife bought
Right.
a membership from my mom to my mom's spa, and then I ended up taking private lessons with Cliff Thomas. That's how I got
Nice.
into martial arts. He was,
Wow.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
nice.
They
Nice.
used to call him the fastest legs in America. I don't know what they used to call him, but
Okay. I'll look
Cliff
him up. I'll
Thomas.
probably remember him
Yeah,
if I look at his story.
he was a beast. When I was a kid, I took private lessons from him. That's how I got into
Yeah.
martial arts. Then from
Right.
there, from karate, I went to hapkido, all of that stuff. But
Okay.
that has nothing to do with the dogs. We talking dogs.
I think it
I just
does.
Well,
you.
I
it
think it
doesn't,
does.
but there's similarities. Believe
Yeah,
me.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
if,
You
if
know,
the man is into combat, it only makes it right. He's looking for a dog that's where their roots lies in combat. That's
and
how.
I
Yeah. Yeah. And we all know a lot of the past boxers had pit bulls,
yeah.
and
Mm-hmm.
Well,
they
the
even
first dog I used to fight was a chow chow named Midnight. Back when I was 10
yeah.
years old.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, if you think about it, at least in my time and before my time, most people that had dogs tried to get them to fight or watch
Yeah.
them fight, whether it was
Huh?
a German
Hey,
Shepherd or a
look,
Rottweiler.
your dog came in my
Coonhound.
yard.
Yeah, yeah.
Get him
You
Midnight.
know who's the king of the block? You know,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
you know like that. So it wasn't nothing. And then Mexicans, we fight game fowl all the time. So everything all kind of I loved horse racing, but I can't
My
afford
brother
no.
got Perfection Grays.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
I took some stuff from the game foul breeders from Frank Shy and Walter Z and Thomas W.
oh, the
Murphy.
big guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That that for example, Frank Shy, who they called Narragansett, he retired from game foul from cockfighting at 80 years old.
Wow.
But yeah,
Yeah, his last competitions he went 8-0 and 7-0. That's how he went out of the game.
Mm.
nice.
Right?
Nice.
Yeah. Thomas W. Murphy, he won 25 stag mains in a row, or 49 stag mains in a row.
I'm gonna tell you back in the like late 90s, the my brother's dad used to be like, I don't know why you're wasting your time. You want to make some money, you need to take some of
Yeah,
these home. I was like, I
yeah,
don't know how to do nothing with those. But
yeah,
no, but he'll put you on he'll tell you about getting any animal in condition by how he gets the birds into condition. And
Oh.
it's
yeah,
little things. You make them work to eat. I was like, how do you, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
They gotta. I put their food up here. They gotta go up there to eat. You know?
There you go.
I
Why
was like,
not?
oh, and it works like just on everyday life. You want to get a dog in shape, make him hold his chain to eat. he'll get
Yeah,
it. He'll get in shape real quick, and you'll win
yep,
every competition show that you put them in. Because they
yeah,
gonna be. Cause if they got a strain to eat, they gonna work for that food. Because
yep,
animals, and that it was
yeah,
just those little things you take into consideration. And
yeah,
he'll start them young once he put them. Hey, you got to carry this up there if you want to eat. I was like, that's
yeah.
crazy. But that's the
Talking
little thing.
about doing it fast, you can do it a lot faster with game foul because they,
Yeah, that's what I'm
the
saying. Because they
yeah,
not gonna not eat. If you
right,
put their food up there, it don't matter how much weight you put on them, they gonna take
yeah,
it up.
yeah.
They
Why
gonna
not?
take it up there.
Yeah.
And
I used to
then,
host hack fights every 2 weeks and during the season back in the day.
nice,
And then
nice.
once a month I had the dog shows, and then also once a month we had quarter horse racing. The Mexicans do quarter horse racing.
Nice.
So for
Oh,
about 5 years, that's all I did, just those three things.
what's the
And I
difference in
had,
Quarter.
quarter horse racing and thoroughbred racing, schoolboy?
well, thoroughbred racing, the distance.
Mhm.
Quarter horse is they just go a quarter mile. That's it.
Yeah. Straight.
Horse racing goes anything short of a mile up to a mile and a half generally.
Now,
So it's
with the quarter horse, are they still they run the round track, or is it like a straightaway?
no, they run straight. Yeah, straight
Like
quarter
a
mile.
drag.
Straight quarter mile.
Yeah,
It's like
and
a
then
park.
it just so happened that I live out in the country, so from my house to the stop sign, the first stop sign was a quarter mile. So we
Nice.
knew that was the distance.
Let me
And
capitalize on this land. I see you.
yeah, like that. Yeah, it just it was offered to me, and then I had the dog box on one side in the back on the patio, and then on the other side of the house I had the cockpit, and I kept them up all the time. It was not a
No,
problem back then. Yeah,
I was born too late.
yeah.
Right.
If there was too many people at the dog shows, I'd let them sit on top of my roof and they could look down on the patio, like
That's what's up.
stadium seating.
I would. You been at. You remember back in the day before Pancho passed. Rest in peace, Pancho. You remember inside his house, he had everything was marble.
Everything. Yeah,
Everything. I was like, why is there a marble toilet, Pancho? Trying to
yeah,
prove
yeah.
everything was
he
marble,
like
man.
he liked marble. He liked
Yeah, he
marble.
loved that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, yeah.
Golly.
Man, I've been so many places I can't remember a lot of them. Somebody will remind me, and they'll go, "You were there. I was there." Yeah. In fact,
I'm
a couple
telling
of
you.
times my buddy had to remind me of. I was looking through the journals and this show came up, and it was one of my females that some or half. It was half my blood, and I told my friend, I go, "Do you remember this show?" He goes, "Yeah, Richard, you were there." I said, "Man, I don't remember."
Hey,
And
but
then
I tell you what's
another one, somebody mentioned another one, and I asked the same friend, I go, "Do you remember that show?" He said, "Yeah, Richard, you refereed it." No shit.
you were the ref.
Yeah, I didn't even remember.
Yeah, man. I remember. I used to see you. I didn't know who you was because I was the quiet guy. I was behind the scene, getting dope, getting butt, get out.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
now that I see your face, I be like, man, I remember. I never
yeah,
was
yeah,
a new person, but you would
yeah,
come to the Aries shows
yeah,
back in the day.
yeah,
You used
yeah.
to be
I knew
there.
all them people. I
Yeah,
knew.
yeah.
I've been to Texas several times, been to Arizona, all the way to Louisiana, even
Yeah.
Michigan. The last show I refereed in the United States was in Michigan.
Oh shit. Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice, nice.
Went
Yeah,
went
nah.
went over 2 hours. It
Damn.
was right in the middle of an area where it was uh a neighborhood just in town, right? And
Yeah.
I'm like, are we cool here? Because I'm used to anywhere, but most of the time it's in a secluded area, right? So, and the guy goes, yeah, he goes, Richard, cops don't even come here unless there's a murder. They don't even drive through here, so you don't have anything to worry about. Okay, that's cool.
And that's
It was
only if
right
they have to come. They like,
if
well,
they
leave the
have to,
body
yeah,
there till daylight.
yeah.
Hey
But they don't
man,
they don't even patrol through there. It was outside of Detroit, a town next to Detroit.
oh, Detroit.
I don't,
Detroit just
yeah,
as well as Chicago. I don't even mess.
yeah,
I don't even mess
yeah,
around.
yeah. They got good food though, man.
And I ain't doing it. I don't want
Yeah.
it.
Man, I've been,
No.
in Compton, been in,
Yeah.
Oakland, been
I've
up in the
been to
hills, up
Compton
in
a
the,
couple times. I was like, I'd
yeah,
rather be at Hollywood. I'm not coming
yeah,
back to Compton.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah,
I like but you know, what I'm saying I've been around a little bit of schoolboy, and
Yeah.
life is what you make it. You know what I mean? Life is what you make it.
Yeah.
I've
Yep.
been,
I mean, it's not, we have fond memories, but there's some rough stuff and some,
yeah.
times where things weren't so nice. But
Where's
it's part of life. It's that way no matter what. It don't matter what you're involved in. You're going to go through some hardships. You
some
just have to learn how
hardship,
to
man?
deal with,
Man,
accept it, deal
perfect
with it, do
example.
something
Look at
about it.
Puffy right now. Look at
Yeah.
Puffy right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at our last president right now. He like, I really hope my ear heals. Shit is
Yeah.
crazy, man. The world
Yeah.
is fucking insane.
Yeah.
But
People, they just, it's different, but that's common when you go through history. Everything changes, and and
that's period.
different, yeah, different people come into power in different countries. Usually, economic has to do a lot with it, but
Hell yeah.
I'm
Who's that?
actually,
What dog is that? Whose dog is that? Let me see that dog. You see it?
yeah.
What dog is that? I don't even know who is that. Is that
Who else was on the panel?
student for life student? Is that your dog?
He might
He
be
probably,
muted.
yeah, he can't hear it.
Yeah,
I wanted
yeah,
to see the dog. He was going after something. Somebody
right,
walking through showing they dog.
yeah.
That's what's
So
up, man.
that's you on Patreon and different
Yeah,
chats. Yeah,
Borderland. That's
cool.
me, man. I
Okay,
try to
cool.
be there all the time, but
Yeah,
sometimes work get involved. Life,
yeah,
adulting.
yeah.
I have to adult sometimes.
Right, right. Well, I'm just
But yeah,
happy for your
but I
support, man.
listen to
Thanks for your
every one
support.
of them. But yeah,
Yeah,
that's me. I just,
cool.
hey, I
Well,
support, man. I
I'm
be
glad
on
we're.
every. I haven't missed none of your videos since I subscribed to it, and it's me and my partner trying to figure. Truthfully, this is the truth, and I don't want nobody to hate me for it. We're trying to figure out the cheapest way to switch all our dogs to schoolboys registry. So that's what we're doing, right? I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure out, well, if we register these dogs, then we only have to pay the litter for these dogs and this dog.
Hey,
I'm
yeah.
looking
Nothing
for the
wrong with that.
cheapest way.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
the most of the people involved with the breed throughout the history just been regular folks.
yeah,
There's been some high dollar people and there've been some very poor people, but most of them just regular people got a day job and
I
you
make
know,
about
they're-
$30 an hour. I gotta figure this out.
yeah, yeah.
But I'm
Can you
gonna
imagine
figure it
that?
out.
Hey, 30 years ago, $30 an hour, you'd be rich, man.
Hell yeah, and I
now,
wish
now,
it was
yeah,
30
now you
years ago.
just,
Right now, I'd be like,
yeah,
let's put
yeah,
all the dogs, send it to school, boy. We
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. That ain't nothing. Yeah,
but
but
right now, I'm gonna
yeah,
get it though. I'm gonna make sure that I got
anytime, whenever you're ready,
I
hit me
got
up.
the school boy. I'm just making
Yeah.
sure, like, if I register the parents, then I can register them as the litter from that, and then
Mhm.
that's what we're
There you
trying to
go.
figure out right now. So
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna
Well,
I'm gonna start with the
do you ever
foundation.
do you ever sell pups and stuff like that?
I rare I do sometimes, rarely. I
Okay.
give them away more than I sell them. But
Okay.
like
Well,
if
even if you give them away, you can register a litter, right?
right,
It's $10 per pup,
right,
and then you'll get a certificate for each pup. And then if
right,
you give a pup away or dog away or whatever, they can register, and
right,
you don't have
exactly,
to.
and
Yeah,
that's what I'm going through right now because I'm like,
yeah.
well, they could register that up. But the thing
Hmm.
is that I I don't. Well, if I put a dog out, it's not. It keeps the borderland name, so I got to make
Right.
sure that you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like just like ADBA. No, I'm not
Yeah.
signing that line where you can
Right.
change the name. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah. You can do that. Yeah. Not a
already,
problem.
but I'm
Yeah.
definitely about to register the 4 foundation dogs, and
Cool.
then from there, We'll figure it out. I don't really care if I just gotta pay one of them every 2
Yeah.
weeks or whatever. I'll get it done. But I'm
Yeah.
about to switch all the way over to you from ADVA.
I
Promise.
appreciate it.
I
Yeah.
promise.
Appreciate it.
No problem. And everybody listening should do the same thing.
Just I do my best to keep it private, and I don't put all stuff. I don't share nothing with nobody. In fact,
100.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. When you register with me, let's say you want to something down off of that or whatever, or you want me to look up a dog, you have to give me the registration number,
Right.
right? It's not by the person's name or the
Name,
dog's
nothing.
name or
Give me
not.
the number. What number you want? That's what's
Exactly.
up.
There you go. Like
Exactly.
that. It's not
Exactly.
Gentlemen,
foolproof, but it's better than keeping everybody's
Better than just
information.
everybody's name out here in the open.
Yeah, exactly.
all right, go
Like
with
that.
100. That's 100. No, but I already talked to my partner and he's with it. And the problem is I'm the money behind the situation. So I'm like, well, let's
Yeah.
figure this out. How we gonna do this?
Yeah.
But the first 5 is coming to you soon. Promise.
Cool. Cool.
All
Yeah,
right.
we'll get it done. We'll get it
what's
done.
going on.
Hey, was that your dog out there running around?
Yeah, this Melee. Yeah, that my
Oh,
sister's
that
out there
was
going.
Melee.
Hey,
Yeah,
Bailey. There's a familiar name. How you doing, brother?
I'm all right. How y'all doing?
Shoot, slow
Good.
motion, baby. I was trying to see the dog. You had the flashlight on it right when I looked. I was like, hey, let's go look at that dog. And then
Yeah.
you moved the flashlight.
Yeah, they just back. They've been back there barking for about 15 minutes, man.
Raccoon?
Yeah, either that or it's some foxes that live behind my house in the bushes back in the woods back here. So
Already.
either or.
Yeah.
Good looking dog, though, from what I could see for the second.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
No problem. I student.
Nah, he got out of there.
Oh, who's this then? I thought.
Nah, this
Melee.
Melee.
Oh, Melee. My bad. What up, Melee?
Yeah, what's good, brother?
Chilling. Well, my question was for student, but how are you doing today, Melee? No, I was gonna ask student. I see he does the dog training. I got a dog that be tearing up her fucking water bowl. She won't tear up nothing else but her water and food bowl. How do I beat that? That's what I was gonna ask him, but he not there.
Yeah.
Ram in the building. Now I'm really.
Ram, what's up?
I gotta go to
Frank,
mute.
Welcome
I gotta
Yeah.
down,
listen
welcome
to
down, welcome down. What up? What up?
what's happening?
Buck.
Hey,
Buck, I thought you left. Welcome down.
my
You and
phone kept
Schoolboy and Buck in the building. I'm gonna be quiet.
my phone jingling. What up,
Well,
y'all?
Borderland,
Big Drake in the
you know,
building. Daniel Brown, what up? Exotic Borbo's in the building. What up, brothers?
Oh
Right.
shit, chilling.
What
What's
up,
going
what's up,
down?
Ram?
What up,
What's up,
OG?
Ram? I'm
What's up,
here.
Ram?
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. What up, Breezy?
Shit, you know what it is.
Hey, Borderland.
What's up?
Well, yeah, a lot of my dogs would do that too. So we just when we fed them, we let them eat, then we take the bowl away, and then
Yeah,
during the day we just come out and give them water 3-4 times a day. I didn't leave the bowl there because
I
they'll
feel
break all their teeth.
I feel you. But
Yeah.
with this one, I can't not leave water there because I'm not there all the time, you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
I can't get her to break the water. If she stopped tearing up water bowls, she's a great dog.
What
Yeah.
about the
You might.
concrete bowl?
Yeah, you might have to use concrete
Remember,
or
I
something
made
like
the
that.
concrete bowls. I walked outside. She had the concrete bowl in the air. I was like, "Give me that before you break your teeth." And it was
Yeah.
a heavy concrete bowl in my eyes, but she
Dang.
had it in the air. I was like, "Give me the bowl," and I put the plastic, the big bucket back. I strapped it to the tree. And I walked outside, and she hanging off the bucket. I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "I've never dealt with it." So my dogs, they don't do that. So, but it's all right.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out. If not,
Yeah.
as great as she is, she's the outcross choice. So after she has this
Yeah.
litter, you're going on.
My buddy has a dog bred down from the Zebo, Ozzie Stevens, Andy, those stuff, right? And he had him chained up next to a tree. It was a good sized tree.
Right.
And I ain't kidding you, in 10 minutes, he chewed that tree down.
To get to the ball.
Just chewed the tree in half, man,
I'm telling you,
near the base.
she's insane. And then, you got there, she's hot. She can't breathe. You give her water, she drink what she want to drink, and then the bowl is on her head. I was like, oh.
How's everybody dealing with this temperature?
Oh my God. Wait, first ask everybody where they're from. I'm gonna tell you where I'm at.
Right. Hey,
Oh
roll
my-
call. Where everybody from? Where y'all watching from?
I'm from El Paso, Texas.
Oh, it's hot down there.
Man.
Yeah, that ain't shit, man. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. Fuck out of here,
You out
Texas.
of there. You out of there.
Hey, what was the
Down.
hottest you seen so far, Ram?
What'd you say?
What was the
120.
hottest you seen so far this year?
126.
Woo! Yay!
Oh my God. Right. I'm telling you, but I don't care how hot it get. I am going to retire to Arizona because I can ride my bike 24/7 out there.
Yeah,
And,
pretty much. Hell yeah.
hell yeah, the one rain day, maybe two snow days, one. We outside, baby. Rough Rider, stand up.
Yeah, the bike culture big out here too, so you'll like that shit.
That what?
I said the bike culture is big out here, so you'll like it.
Yes, sir. I'll be out there, man. Next time I go, I'm gonna call you. I'm on Instagram you because I'll be out there, man. I'm a rough rider.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah, hell yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna get with you. I'm gonna come mess with you.
Yeah, shit,
Okay.
pull
We
up.
got Raleigh, North Carolina,
So, Raleigh in the building.
New
What's
Orleans,
up,
my
Big
way,
Wick?
Houston, Seattle in the building. It was a beautiful day up
Seattle.
here.
What's
Yeah.
up, Andre
Beautiful.
Drake? No Kendrick. I'm just playing. Kendrick did his thing on that, but still, your last name Drake. I just had to make the
NC.
connection.
Oh, that sucks, man. You gotta be on the losing team like that.
You know what I'm saying? Because Kendrick did that shit.
Hey,
They
Malachi
not like
King with the
us.
super
They
chat.
not like
Appreciate you,
us.
brother.
What's up, Malachi?
Dickie Foster with the super chat. Appreciate you also, brother.
Dickie, what's up,
Diggy,
brother?
what's up?
Salute that two
Good man.
months membership too. John Kramer in the building too. Appreciate
John,
all the
what's up,
support.
John?
Kramer, Diggy.
Hey, for sure. Let me see. Cecil Jackson in the building. Salute, brother.
Yeah, out here it's hot and dry. Down southeast, it's hot and humid out there.
Well, right now I'm in Carlsbad, New Mexico, but
It's hot there too, huh?
yeah, same
Yeah.
shit as El Paso.
I've been to El Paso a lot of time. They got good barbecue and good Chinese food too, man.
And the most beautiful women in the world. I don't care what you say in Cali.
That's why all them moving out here. Nah, they ain't moving out here. They're leaving. They're leaving here to go to
No, there's
go to
more
El
people in El
Paso.
Paso. You're like, where you from? Cali? You
Yeah.
came for the women, huh?
Yeah, there's an exodus from California right now.
Oh man. Well, y'all on fire on one side, underwater on the other. You can't blame them.
And then every so often we got an earthquake.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come to El Paso, we have no weather, like none.
Yeah,
All you got
I
is
know
hot.
it.
You get hot.
It's that dry get where you got 5,000 miles of nothing.
Nothing.
That road never ends, man. You see that same fucking mountain.
Last time I
You
drove
know-
out to Ollie, I was like, never again. I'm gonna fly at least to Vegas and then drive.
Man, every place you want to go is hot. Vegas, Arizona.
Because
You
I
need
don't
that.
like the cold. I'm a summer
Yeah,
baby. So,
there you go.
I'm
Yeah.
a summer baby. I was born in June. Give me the heat. I can keep
Okay.
it cold.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Gemini life.
Yeah, we were just chopping it up. Ram, what you up to, brother?
Making some red chili burritos.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
From El Paso.
Fuck no.
No.
And no, we got our own Mexicans out here. I get my recipes from
Yeah.
Already.
straight from Mexico.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I had today. Red chili burritos.
Hell yeah, you can't never go wrong with that. Some good
No,
old Spanish
no.
rice.
Yeah.
I
I
cheated
ain't
on the
never had.
beans today.
You
I just
know,
put the
my
beans out the can. I usually fucking boil my own pinto beans and make my own
yeah.
refried beans.
That's
Well,
all
fuck
right.
that. What
I
you were
ain't never
saying,
had a
OG?
bad meal. I never had a bad meal in Arizona, man. No matter where I went.
Hell no, that's why I'm fat now. Shit.
Yeah.
Too much good food.
Yeah. They got the best steaks in the world.
I agree. I ate one
Like
of
what?
those yesterday.
White borderline. Texas. No, man.
Nah, not Texas, El Paso. There's a
Yeah.
difference. We are part of Texas, but El Paso, baby.
God damn.
Yeah,
El
I
Paso
seen them. I
succeeding
seen
from
them.
Texas, and Texas
Yeah,
trying to succeed from America.
Yeah, I seen
Hey,
them
we
break down
just one
Texas,
step
different
away
areas.
from America and El Paso.
Yeah, I seen this video where they breaking down Texas, different areas, Austin and all that, Dallas, Fort Wallace. They didn't even mention the Panhandle up there. They was like, that don't even count, man.
Hey man, but there's some dog man. Terry up there in the Panhandle.
Hmm.
Telling
Yeah,
you.
well, that's where the Panhandle boys were, and they had that
Yeah,
champion Panama Red.
that's where
They were,
Niggerino was.
yeah, yeah,
But yeah,
yeah, they were.
nah, ain't nothing like El Paso. If you ever come
Yeah,
to Texas and
no,
don't touch El
yeah,
Paso, you ain't been to Texas.
that's true. That's true, man. Some of the best dogs in Dogman from Texas. It was a hotbed back in the day. Not
Yeah.
as good as California, not as good as California, but they still good.
Come on, boy, come on. Hey,
Yeah,
boys,
they was decent. They was
hey,
all right.
this is what I'm gonna tell you,
They was
Slim
all
Boy.
right.
Since you said
They was
them
all
good
right.
old boys out there in Mexico, that's El Paso. It's the same thing. Let me see.
Everybody.
It's time for me to
Yeah,
get on the road.
yeah. Just about every state had good dog guys in it.
Oh yeah, man. I was down in Alabama, man, a while back in the day, man. Them boys like to get it on all the time,
Yep.
no matter what
Yeah.
time of the day it is. I was
Yeah.
like, man, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I am not getting up to go watch the dogs roll.
Man, they up, got the box set up and cooking
Yeah, I'm
breakfast.
like,
Yeah.
all right,
You
nigga,
want
I
to eat
just
before we
went
go?
to sleep. I just drove back from Panama City. I am not going to. Come on, bro. No. Tell me about it in the morning.
Yeah.
It is the morning. No. In like 4 more hours, it's the morning.
The cold part didn't be the times you missed the good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be like,
Yeah.
God damn, that was what? But they'll throw a box up in a heartbeat and come. But that's anywhere though. But man, Alabama is different. Y'all niggas is different. Florida too. They'll drive
Yeah.
from Florida to Alabama to do it middle of the night. I
Yeah.
was like, nigga, I am not doing this.
Yeah.
How you miss the good old days though? The back in the day.
Yeah. I drove 4.5 5 minute roll one time.
That is motherfucking dogging. I thought breeding on the side of the highway was bulldogging. No, that bulldog is cool.
That's what they told me.
100, and they wasn't lying to you.
Nope. And then I matched dogs 2 blocks from my house. Another top guy that just lived down the street from me. Yeah.
Dog still outside barking,
Yeah,
man.
them was the good old days, man. You know, so it's just fucking come. Okay. It'd be a
Yeah.
top flight dog, man, right there. You can get on his
Right.
shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Walk your dog down to his house, you know.
Yup, that's my walkout.
Uh-huh. Empty on the way. Good to go.
Make sure you put that shepherd up in the front because he be tripping.
Mhm. Yeah.
Motherfucker always got a big ass German shepherd in the front to guard everything.
Mhm. Yeah, like that. Yeah, sure did.
Back in the day, Aries was one of our like code friends or whatever. So we would roll our dogs with them, but they would be like, "Yo, bring them right now." It'd be like
Yeah.
3:00 in the morning. I'm like punch out. Do you know what time it is?
Ooh boy,
What's happening?
what is going on, my brother?
All good, man. Just busy, busy, busy. You know how it is
Oh yeah,
in
you
the
gotta stay
dog
busy.
world. Yeah.
Gotta stay busy. I love it. I love it. I love what you're doing. I
Well,
love
thank you. I
what you're
appreciate
doing.
it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been beefing it up a little bit, trying to put more vids out, you know, make more content, interact with people, you know, on the low or, you know, behind the scenes, and then give them some credit for, you know, when they give me content to put out.
Right. Nah, I was checking out that video, man. That was a good one. I said, okay.
Yeah.
You said
Yeah.
if anybody want to debate, like, oh yeah, anybody, you know. I
Yeah.
like that. I like the because that's what it needs to be more of, you know, two brains going at it, you know, trying to figure out, you know, each other's point of view and hearing each other out and everything. But there is a lot definitely that I agree with. And as we break it down, it kind of comes to a consistency of, you know, kind of a thought process, I would think. But that was definitely an interesting topic. The PFP. You can go ahead and you know, I'll
Yeah.
let you coin
Well,
that one right there. So
thank you. Yeah, the consistency, the word you use, that's almost standard in my vocabulary when it comes to dogs.
right.
Things can, you know, things can change, and other ideas come in, new science, new feed, whatever it is, conditioning methods. But you have to be consistent with whatever it is you do with the dogs, you know. And I kind of made that PFP up based on uh, first competition, and then it segued into breeding.
Right.
So that's
Right.
when I started out, you know, that's why I got into the dogs in the first place, was to compete. And you know, I did okay. You know, I lost my first 4 out of 5, and then I got better once I improved my conditioning. And then through talking with people like Ronald Boyle, Steve Dunleavy, a couple of others, you know, Boyle's the one that told me.
Hold up. What happened? You still there? Let's see, I'm looking.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you. You back.
All right. Yeah. Where did I cut off?
You were just going through some of the Dunleavys and the, you know, different
Okay.
people.
So yeah, so the best dogs you're going to have are the ones you breed and raise yourself, and it doesn't matter what you're doing with them, and it doesn't matter what type of breed it is, and it doesn't matter whether you're competing or not. Some people just breed, and or it could be hound dog, could be, and it covers different uh, species of animals. Could be chickens, could be horses, could be racing pigeons, could be livestock. Because what I did is I used what I learned on my own, what I learned from others, dogmen, horse guys, game fowl guys, because a lot of the stuff uh, is valid across the board, especially with breeding and the concepts of conditioning and breeding. Those don't ever change. The basic concept of it. You can improve on
Right.
your methods. You can get different tools to use. Different feed and all this stuff. So that's where that PFP comes from. The animal should be based on performance. You have to have that when you're competing. The performance in livestock is you want to get the best yield you can for the least amount of money. You want a return on your investment. With the competition in dogs, the return on your investment is if you win. So everything
Right.
has to be performance based first. And those should be the dogs you're going to breed too if you become a breeder. Not all of them have to be winners. Not all of them have to be champions. Not like that. But performance based. They have to show you something. You have to see it with your own two eyes, how this animal performs. The function part, that's the you want to call that the style or the the tools they have, the functionality of the animal. Are they fast, strong, whatever standards you have. Back in the day, people want hard mouth and you want good air. You want it all, right? So you try and get as much of it as you can in a single individual. Those top individuals like Zebo and Art and Mayday, and they come along once in a generation or once in however many years, right? But that's your goal, is to strive towards those kind of animals. And the
Right.
practical part comes, if it makes sense, do it, and if the results show you that it's successful, then continue forward. If it don't make sense, it doesn't matter how a dog is bred or who it came from, or why you acquired it. If it doesn't make sense to use this animal in competition or to use this animal in your breeding program, at some point you have to go, okay, that's a wash, let it go, cut it loose, don't breed it, and move forward, because you'll get stuck. Well, it's bred a certain way in this, and I understand people sometimes this is the last of what they got, or they want to hold on to this old blood. By all means, put it in your bloodline and see if it works and like that. But generally, when something is the last of its kind, there's a reason that it's the last. Because it wasn't up to par, and that's happened with several bloodlines, even successful ones. They start fading away because standards aren't kept up. The individual quality of the each dog, male and female, isn't up to par, and you keep trying to regain or keep it going just to have the blood, and that's why some people they switch. They were running this for a while, and that peters out, and then they go to something else. Generally, it has to do with standards weren't kept up way in the past. 3-4 generations before, and they didn't see the downfall of it in the future if they kept going in that direction, or make excuses for their dogs, or accepting major faults in their animals because of the way a dog is bred, the pedigree. And, it may take several years and then they lose it. So that kind of where everything comes from.
Right. I heard you say, because you correlated it with basically the top ROMs dogs were performance dogs. I think that's where I had a little bit of pushback, only because those top dogs, and we know how people are. A a lot of people want to associate themselves with success, which is normal, but they're gravitating, they're flocking to those Jeep and those, I would say that, guess that he would come up in the topic some kind of way. And the fact that there probably was way better dogs than him that didn't get looked at. Like they said, they said that his brother was better.
Yeah.
Does that
As far as
necessarily mean that
yeah,
produce
right.
better, or you know what I'm saying? Or like
Yeah.
even Tab, Tab, they bred the balls off of him, but he had that brother Tramp. And people like Tramp a lot more, but I mean, we can argue that Tab produced way better, or
Yeah.
got a chance to breed way more. So
Right. Yep. Even Crenshaw said Charlie was better. He was involved in both, and that was performance wise, And Charlie did
right.
produce good dogs too. See,
Okay.
and you're right. There's a ton of dogs. The reason I use the ROM list is to point out that throughout the history of the breed, and that's just ROM, and I'll say this again. I've said it before. The ROM list was made up to give credit to dogs for producing champions. That's it. Doesn't speak to the quality of the dog, doesn't speak to how many champions they produce, except the numbers. But it doesn't speak to how many champions they produce compared to the litters that they produce. Has nothing to do with, anything other than we're going to give some recognition to this dog because he produced 4 champions, or this female because she produced at least 3 champions. That's all it is. And Jack Kelly made that clear. But throughout the history of the breed, performance is the standard for the breed. And that's for anything. There's a term hound guys use, dog don't hunt. If dog don't hunt, they're not going to breed it. They're not even going to keep it. It's worthless to them. It has no place, not even for breeding, because they have other ones that do hunt and are able to produce. So if you go throughout the history of the breed and you look at the ones that are the best, generally they're competition dogs, generally speaking. That you can go all the way back to the Fly of Panama and the Gas House dog and Kager, Kobe's, Tramp and Kager and, Pincher and all these guys, Dime and Daibo and Spike and all that. They were competed with generally. But aside from that PFP, it still stands. If you're just a guy who has a few dogs and breeds them, and I'm speaking back in the day, and competed, that's kind of where I come in. I wasn't out there with the 50, 60 dogs. I had a small yard. I was always busy. I bred my own stuff. I competed against the best I could find, and I was successful at it. So it doesn't have to be on a large scale, because a lot of those popular dogs, if you look at their record, even if they're a ROM or something and competed, they were bred a ton of times.
Right.
And of course they're going to be a ROM dog. Shit, they were bred, 30 bitches. So yeah, but some of them, like Daibo, was only bred maybe 10 or 11 times. Boomerang, less than 20 times. Art, maybe 10. Tombstone, maybe 6 or 8 or whatever it was, That's where when you do your research.
Dogs, I don't want to interrupt you, but a lot of those dogs that we name, they all came from camps that were known for winning. So
yep,
that genetically doesn't mean that those were the best dogs just because they were in the best hands. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But I mean, what other way are you going to measure it? Other than the fact that, like I said, there's people and there's dogs. Some of them are multiple winners. You ain't never heard of them. And they produce dog after dog after dog. And the people that had them aren't real well known. There could be a whole book written about that. So regardless of how you look at it and take everything into consideration, even on a small scale or some unknown dude or some dog that's not very popular, that standard PFP still stands. And there's dogs that weren't competed with there's cold dogs on the ROM list. But I'm speaking consistent general terms overall, not the exceptions. Just like there's badass dogs that really didn't produce nothing. And there's litters, you put this champion dog with this champion bitch and didn't throw nothing. Those are exceptions, not the rule, because then you wouldn't have no freaking dog. You know what I mean? It just they would peter out. But generally speaking, however you look at it, whatever angle you take, and there are dogs like you said that a lot of people ain't even heard of them. A dude, nobody even heard of them. But those standards are still met. He competed, or they were used. Even if it's a breeder who doesn't, like Bob Salisbury, he didn't match dogs. He couldn't even hardly look at dogs roll. But he produced several good dogs, and a lot of people on the West Coast used his dog. You know, so he was just a
Right.
breeder. There's guys like that, and a lot of the breeders, even old time breeders, yeah, they match dogs, but not on the scale of an Earl Tudor or Danny Burton. You know, not on the scale of a Bert Soros. You know, where you have like 100 matches, and there's guys like Gene Matson who really wasn't a breeder, but he had over 300 matches, right? And some of the most famous dogs, you know, he conditioned Tonka and conditioned Champion Red Baron and Fred T and a lot of different dogs, you know. So all that taken into consideration is great, and that's what you should do when you're doing your research. But it's still the basic PFP. It still kind of follows along that line. Performance based, functional means you use them, and if it makes sense to go forward with it, you do it. If if it's not practical, drop it. You'll save yourself some heartache. You know, even if you get, oh man, this is a badass litter. Well, you know, from one dog in the litter turned out and he produced real good. Okay, you can run with that. But if you keep doing that, where you only have one dog in the litter that works out and you keep breeding, they're not all going to be like that one dog. Whereas if you have a litter that has a higher percentage, then you have more consistency.
Right. That's what I agree with.
Yeah. Sometimes,
you know,
sometimes it's the way I say things. And also, you know, it's my experience and my opinion to a certain degree. Others have done it different, and others have different opinions. But a lot of the stuff, even if we say it differently, we're doing the same thing. You ask somebody who's a competitor, you know, would you match a cur dog? No, you know, they're not going to do it. You know what I mean? Even though they might
Right.
breed one, you know, there's dogs that have quit and some people have used them again, but that's the exception. A person like that, they might breed them because the breeding on the dog is good and they want to see if he can produce, or they think, oh, it don't matter if they quit. That has nothing to do with their production. I don't agree with that. So they might breed the dog, but to compete with it, to use it, most of the time they're not going to. I know several people, if a dog lost, they wouldn't even match it again, not even take the chance. And that happened with me. I use a dog. I lost with him. He lost in a little over an hour. I got gamest in show with the dog. I did him again. He quit in 30 minutes. So I called Jack Kelly up. We talked about it, you know. And I said, hey, Mr. Kelly, you ever match a dog that lost, you know? He goes, no, I would never do that. That's the dumbest thing you could, you know. He kind of berated me. We were laughing and all that, but he goes, nah, I would never do that. A dog lost, I would never do that. That was just him, his opinion. But there's several people, they're the same way. And it wasn't just me. I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen on different occasions. The dog, they may have showed game or acted game and lost, and then they turn around and do them again, and they quit. And that fight just took everything out of them, you know. And they didn't want to be there anymore.
Yeah, yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you.
In
Hey, we in
today's
here,
time, the
man.
performance,
You know?
in
Yeah,
today's time, the performance is legal sports or hunting. It's the same thing. The standard remains the same. And confirmation, it's the what the dog does. A lot of it has to do with their conformation, how they're built, their structure. It allows them to run better, run faster, be stronger, thick bones, thick skin, durability, constitution, deep lungs, thin waist, good air, like that. Intelligence, their ability to learn. Intelligence could be inside the box in the past. It could be outside the box when they're just being a regular dog. And we've seen that with pit bulls all over the place. They're very intelligent, a lot of them. They can do a lot of things.
yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. Let me see. I got this. Got one of my little. I love my little diagrams.
Got to have
I
them.
like my
You know?
diagrams.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we can make sure everybody's on the same page. I like
Yep.
to like my diagrams. Hold on. Hey, give me 2 seconds, schoolboy.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Red 73, as far as I know, yeah, they'll accept my registry. But see, what it does is it validates your dog when you go to a ADBA show. You'll still have to register your dog through the ADBA. But with my registration, you'll have a pedigree, a confirmed pedigree of your dog, so they won't have to do any research as far as looking the peds up or getting a hold of the breeder or anything like that. Yeah, people have asked me that before because I accept any legitimate registration, and I tell people that. Salute RBG Lone Wolf. Dickie, what's happening? Thank you, Constant Pressure. Salute. Jesse Adams, Jason Harris, salute. Tyrone Dyson, salute. Paul Harris. Vad Kennel, salute. Cannabis Cowboy. I used to be one of those. Mike Dan the Man. Bloodthirst, Union County. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, those were great times. I was very proud of my dogs. The ones that competed and the ones that produced too. Like I said, it kind of goes together. For me, anyways. Can't
Yes,
have one
sir.
without the
Hey,
other.
we here. Let me see. Okay, so schoolboy. Now
Yeah.
let's talk some diagrams, right? You see this little corny little chart?
Yep.
Those represent the quality of that dog, right? Let's say this is like 2 litters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what you get. You get a couple 10s in there. You got a 9. You got some 4s in there, right? You see a little 5 over there. There's a 6. There's a 1. You obviously know that one's probably, let's just say he's cold. I should have put him blue. Let's just say he's a cold dog, will be a 1. Right. And then you got a 3. And so you see in that rim, let's say 1s and 2s will probably be, I'm gonna turn that blue, but everything else up into like a 7 or an 8, is pretty much yellow, right? Now on the production side, because that's the side of the debate I wanted to have, because I thought that would be the most educational part for me, right? Out of this right here, who produced better? What dog is going to be your better producer? And just to make it even more nuanced, can I take those 2 10s and that 9? Because all this shit's from the same litter.
Right.
Can I take those 2 10s and that 9 and say, they're gonna definitively be the better producers, right?
Yep.
They all off the same litter. Everybody off the same litter.
Right.
Is there a way to say that, to definitively say that? Like, let me get one of these 10s, build my yard around it. It's gonna be better than your 4 that you built around. Right? It's going to be better than your 5 that you built around the offspring. Can we say that?
Well, you know when you can say it? When you've done it after a few generations. Because that'll show you were consistent. So if this was the same litter, right? And you were picking anything 5 and over to breed to, I would breed all of them. And then see if those 10, if the 10s outproduce the 5. Yeah.
Okay. So now you see, we got some, because I was thinking that the 5s are getting maybe the 2s and 1s, right? Or 3s.
Yeah.
Right. But when we're talking about excluding a 5, like, he might not be Lee Haney, right?
Yeah.
Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatever, one of those guys. He might not be that, but can we exclude him out of the gene pool and just say he ain't going to be producing? Because he might, that 5 right there, he looking real nice in the corner. He very, in my opinion, I've seen this time and time again. He very well could be the best producer. That 10 could be the best one, right?
Yeah.
And that's the part that I say is totally separate when we're talking about in terms of a litter, right? Because that 1 could produce better than these guys, or they all could produce trash, or most of them out of the litter, rather if it was the 10 or the 6, produce relatively good, because it was a litter that came from something that was supposed to produce. I think as a breeder, I know by now, it's been probably close to 30 years. I know that I can create something that will have a high expectancy rate of producing a certain type of dog, like that. I'm not going to say it's just easy to do, but you dibble and dabble enough and you should be able to come out with at least that result, right?
Well, because if you don't, if you don't get to that point, you just wasted your time. What were you doing all them years building it? If you don't know how to create something and you don't expect this particular result when you do it, it's kind of like Boyles. He bred a litter. I asked him, you think it'll work? He said, why the hell would I make a breeding if I didn't think it would work? Just that kind of mentality,
Right.
So again, if you're starting out, this is the litter, 1 being the least, 10 being the best. You got a couple of 10 like that. What
Yeah.
I did, and I did not just from the beginning, but basically from the beginning, I bred all of them. I competed with as many of them as I could. Sometimes I held one back, in case I lose one or whatever. But starting out, I want to find out which ones produce the best. So I'm gonna breed them all, and that's why I
Yeah.
kept whole litter. As I progress forward, now, especially with outcrosses, now I'm only going to use the litters that produce 50% or better dogs in it. Because if you're a gambler, if you're a breeder, if you're into livestock or whatever it is, 50% is almost at the top of the top tier.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it is.
Because because within that, if you keep that consistency, every once in a while, you're going to get a whole litter that works out. You're going to get 8
Right.
out of 10. But if you consistently get 5 out of 5, you're doing good.
Yeah.
And let's say you don't have room for all of them, right? Well, maybe the 1, 3, and one of the 4s, you can, someone else will take it and they can work with it. A friend, a partner, a relative, farmed out, whatever it is.
Well, I hear
And,
this game is regional. Yeah, it's been regional. I hear shit, right?
yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
talk to a lot of people. And so let's say that you had one over there. Let's say you had this whole litter and you got the 2 10s. You're not letting those go. Your buddy got the 9, he's your partner. Maybe there's a 6 that you really didn't think could be successful in your area, right? But you sent that motherfucker across the country and the dog ends up working out real well, wherever the competition, wherever it was.
Right.
So
yeah.
It's kind of in the eyes of the beholder, the dogs.
Right. Yeah.
That's why I
yeah.
don't look at just the merits alone when I'm looking at, is this a good dog or not? Because you'll miss the whole point of the dogs if you just only look at that solely.
Yep. You got, and that's like I said earlier, you have to see it with your own 2 eyes. You could let's say we didn't have photographs or internet or nothing like that, and we just talked to people over the phone, and somebody said, I got this good dog, he's a champion, he's for sale, this and that. Great. And whatever they told you, whatever questions you ask, when you get him, you don't like him, you don't like the way he's built, you don't like the way he acts, you don't like his temperament, squirrely fucking dog, or he's bark all the time, he don't shut up.
Right.
So that's why you have to become familiar with them, and it'll help you call certain, what I call major faults that you don't like, because it may be a good dog, but let's say he incessantly barks and you live in town. Regardless of his status as a particular dog, you can't have a dog like that. Neighbor's going to be calling, the cops going to come by, animal control. It's detrimental to your family life, even if the dog's a great dog. So dogs can be called out of a breeding program for any number of reasons. And it may be a good dog. But in my case, when that happens, I never look back and say, I should have kept him. I should have put him in someone else's hands. I let it go. It's gone, it's gone. If a dog dies accidentally or gets some disease, dies like that, it's out of sight, out of mind. There's nothing I can do about it. And even if I could have prevented it, it's too late now. They're gone. So you'll end up beating yourself over the head for years and years to come, having freaking nightmares because you made a mistake, that you knew better and you shouldn't have done it, which is true. But again, you have to just let it go. And if you farm one out and that turns to be the best of the litter and it was the number 1 or the number 3, that's okay. Because again, my attitude is I'll make more. If I can do it once, this litter, 2 9s, 2 10s, a 9, 3 4s, a 6, 5 1. I can do it again. If you know how to breed,
Right.
you can repeat it and you can improve on it. So that's one thing I had from the beginning, because if you compete in sports or anything like that, you have winners and losers, and a lot of great champions have several losses, on their record. But their wins outweigh the losses, and the quality of opponents who they beat and all that far outweigh their losses, even if they got knocked out. You know, so that's the way I looked at it with the dogs. I may be giving the best one away. Good. From that litter. Good. Maybe they'll do something good with it. Maybe I'll get something back from it. Maybe, I've done that before too. I had one guy sold him 2 pups for $300. He never paid me. But when they grew up, he brought them back to me after he schooled them out, and I used them. So yeah, it kind of washed itself out, That was okay. I wasn't that mad. And some people take advantage, they take your dog and they're gone. Well, when they do that, they cheat you or steal from you or whatever. They ain't get no more dogs from you. And if the dog turned out, they're gonna want more. Well, they severed that bridge. So there's a lot of it that's involved in it. How you treat people matters, and your reputation should matter to you.
Right.
And you have some kind of loss, you'll make it up if you know how to persevere and get back up when you've been knocked down and move forward, improve. There's been several dog men, millionaires, and they lose it and they become a millionaire. Get one guy, I think it might have been Leo Kennard or Confidi, one of them. 3 times he was a millionaire, and he knew how to make money. He just come back and do it again. And that's kind of that old bulldog. I never quit. I never give up. I'll find a way to persevere. I'll get back on top. It's the same with breeding, same with competition. Don't give up.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So when you're starting out, you're going to weed through everything, and you try and establish a foundation first, and then you start producing a family of dogs. After about 10 years, you'll get there, and you pretty much know kind of what direction you're going to go, what kind of dogs you like, what standards, breeding, and all that you want to do, and you just find ways to improve on the individual dogs themselves. Try and get higher percentage litters, and some of them, there are exceptions. There's nothing wrong with using it. You just like a cold dog. Okay, that's all you got. That's what you want. You want to start with. You've invested money, whatever, like that. Breed it. See if it produces. If it does, great. Run with it. Run with those dogs. Just don't repeat breeding cold dogs over and over again, because now you're going to get in a rut, and you're going to increase the number of cold dogs you're going to get. There's bloodlines like that today. Yeah, they have some badass dogs every once in a while, but they consistently have cold dogs too. I couldn't deal with that.
Right,
I just
right.
it's a waste to me. Not when I can produce dogs on the same level as those badass dogs they had, but I don't have them cold dogs running through my family of dogs here and there and everywhere. It's going to pop up all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you get what you breed too, But
Exactly.
my thing is based you're solely on that, although the foundation respectfully generally probably is if the dogs are good. So yeah. It works.
Yeah, I mean,
It works.
that's just what history showed me. And again, not just with bulldogs, but with horses, game fowl, even racing pigeons. Andre Giraud was a pigeon guy too, and a lot of the dog guys like Carver and Tudor and Boudreaux and all that, they had game fowl too. So they kind of, use the same standard with whatever species of animal they're competing with.
even in the, like I said, the livestock industry. Once a cow doesn't produce a certain number of gallons of milk per day, they're called out of their herd, because even though they're producing, it's not worth it to keep feeding her what you feed her based on what she's producing. It's better to cull her, have something take her place, or just cull her out of the herd, sell her for, food, for meat, and then you just, you're going to breed more and have more.
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. Now I just like to look at it from a different lens sometimes and bring up a good combo,
Yeah, got to.
Um,
That's how you improve. You may take bits and pieces of what I do, or you may agree with bits and pieces, and then you're going to add something else to it, or you're going to go a different direction, or this worked for you, and you're
well,
going to
the
run
fact
with
that
that.
you'll breed them all, you know what I'm saying? You breed them all, you know what I'm saying, and give them their
Yeah,
shot to see,
right.
that puts a little more nuance on it, you know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah, yeah.
sometimes it might come off like, okay, I just want the best of the best, because I honestly seen a lot of yards go to shit like that, just chasing the titles, and then you look at
Well, I know,
all
I know.
there's a lot of
Yeah.
cheating. I mean, I don't know how it was back in your day, but I've heard of a lot of cheating.
Well,
How was
that,
that back
yeah,
then? Were they rubbing dogs and shit back then?
yeah. Oh,
Were
yeah.
they
Everything
you
that
know
happened today happened in the past, and that goes with everything in life. But the
right,
difference is there's more people doing it, and
right,
maybe you could say heinous crimes that are committed. The people are doing it now, younger and younger, where mostly it was adults.
right,
Now you got kids committing murder. But even then, there was that back then too. So any way
right.
they could think of to cheat and lie and steal, and yeah, it's always been
Right.
that way. People will say,
So
well,
that's
dog fighting
changing
was,
it. If you're one of those guys that only look for merits, some of those merits are tainted,
yeah, yeah.
right? How,
But yeah. Well, I know some people. I'm only going to breed a dog if it's a champion or grand champion, like that, right? I'm not going to breed a
right.
dog if it loses. Even if it loses a game, I'm not going to breed them. To me, that's dumb. That's too much to go to
Yeah,
that
that's crazy.
extreme, because it doesn't
What do
make
you think?
sense.
What do you think about performance enhancements, steroids, things like that? Because we're
Yeah.
talking about breeding. We're talking about what dog will produce better. And I'm not talking about if the dog goes sterile, of course, he's excluded. But as far as people that use performance enhancements on these dogs, and then for the people that's chasing those merits, how much does that performance enhancement have to do with, you see what I'm saying? Like, was this dog really a good dog, or is he just, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of the times, like, you don't put him on all this juice and you don't do this, he might not be able to get through those school outs,
Right.
different
Right.
stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's why that's one of the reasons they're doing it. But you really have to know what you're doing when you're using it. Most people don't. I'll be honest with you, they don't.
So
And
what
again,
effect
in
would
the
that
horror,
have on the
well,
gene
it
pool?
has it's a detriment to the not only to the gene pool. It can affect the DNA, right? It can affect organs. It can affect their ability to actually produce sperm. It can
Right.
make females become barren. And there's cases all throughout since they started using steroids of of dogs not being able to produce. And not only that, dogs dying young, 6, 8 years old. for seemingly no
Right.
reason, developing cancers, right? So my thing is, I look at steroids like this. I didn't care if people used them because 90% of the people, even in my day, were going to use steroids. And there's no way to say, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that, right? But I'll say this: what if even in human sports, what if steroids were legal? Now it puts everybody on the same plane. So what does it matter, anyways? If everybody's using steroids, then nobody has an advantage. So my way of thinking, just because you use steroids, that doesn't mean you have an advantage. But like you said, yeah, on a mediocre dog, it can improve them. And people will tell you, yeah, it makes a difference. Yeah, it makes a difference. Yeah, they're better. They're better. This based on what? That's all
Right.
they know is using steroids. They don't know the opposite. They haven't put the work in. They haven't raised the dog from pups without them and built them up to a natural higher level than average, way above average through food, exercise, nutrition, epigenetics, breeding, right? There's nothing you can give an animal when you're going to breed it that will make it produce better, bigger, or stronger that I know of. Maybe I'm wrong, right? So, uh, steroids are medicine. They're for the sick and dying, not the healthy, in my opinion. And there's side effects. I just didn't want to deal with it. I didn't want to do that to my dog. I wanted their natural ability to come out. So that's how I combated steroids in my day, through competition. Is I bred better dogs. I raised them a certain way. I fed them better food. I exercised them regularly. I put into them that concept in their brain. This is what they're going to do. This is their life. Everything generated around competition. So the way I raised them and influenced them with certain behaviors and certain things, that improved their performance, in my opinion. Because most people, what do? The dog goes on the chain. They sit around. They may walk them and do this and that like that. Because they're not really building fighters. They're not really building competitors. They don't have that mindset. How do you put that into your kid if he's going to play football? What are you teaching him? What kind of coaches are you getting him? Is he going to camp, when he's small? Do you start him at a certain age, not too young, where you don't burn him out? Don't teach young kids how to throw a curveball. It might throw their shoulder out or something like that, right? So there's a lot to it. And it's the same thing with dogs. Don't overexert them when they're pups. Let them be pups. But when they're not in that frame of mind where they're doing their thing, which is only a few hours out of their entire life, several hours, they're a dog. So what are you doing with the dog? Are you bonding with it? Are you training it in any way? That's how I combated steroids, in my opinion, anyway.
Right. Right. So do we hold the dogs that were able to overcome, being put, being competed against? You got to compete against the steroids. How do we hold those dogs? Do we hold those dogs in higher regard?
Well, being that maybe we don't know which ones were on steroids and which ones weren't, but a lot of the guys would tell you, yeah, they use them.
Yeah.
They tried in the past, the rules, they tried to make it illegal. If you look at the old rules, it says no hypos allowed, like hypodermics.
Right.
But they figure out, like, how can you tell? Unless you do a blood work right there at pit side or something, it would just in the rules. I don't know how they enforced it. And like I said, I don't know. They again, putting them on the same plane. In thoroughbred horse racing, they're allowed 2 steroids that I know of, maybe more, but they're allowed Bute and they're allowed Lasix. So everybody uses them. Now, depending on, what horse uses which race or whatever, however they do it, any horse that wins, it's going to be because it's a superior animal, not because of the drugs it uses. The steroid use in Secretariat had nothing to do with his winning. He had a larger heart. His metabolism was a certain way. He was an exceptional horse. So that's kind of how I looked at it. And you get to that point when you start producing litters that have, more than one good dog in it, like Art's litter. So you have Grand Champion Art, you have his brother Champion Hurt, you have Double Lot, who he lost, but he was a winner also. You have Catfish, you have Divine's Patty, you have Tadpole. I just spoke with Bennett Clayton's son. He told me because I never knew anything about Tadpole, and I have a picture of him. He had a damaged foot, and he messaged me. He says, "Hey, do you have a picture with when his foot's already damaged or before that?" I said, "No, the one I have, his foot's already messed up." He goes, "Yeah, that's why we never competed with him because his foot was screwed up, but he was a badass dog." So you have a litter like that, and all of them, even Double Lot, produce good dogs.
Right.
Art, Hurt, Patty, Catfish, Double Lot, Tadpole. You'll see them in pedigrees. Maybe not on the scale of Art or Patty, but still people utilize them in their breeding programs. So in your chart, the lesser ones, maybe they didn't produce 5 grand champions, but they produced consistent winners, a couple of champions here and there. They weren't bred that much, good enough for someone's program, and then they move forward with it.
Right.
Now, like you said, there's a lot of dogs like that. They don't get no recognition or people. Who's that guy? For example, there's a kid. He matched into James Crenshaw several times. Crenshaw could never beat him. The kid always beat him. He beat him like 8 times in a row. You never heard of him. If I knew his name, if I remembered his name, I would mention nobody unless you really knew him. You go, who's that? But that's a fact, and Crenshaw would tell you himself. Vinny said it in front of a group of dogmen when we're standing around. He pointed to me. He goes, I never could beat that guy. So that happens. I'm not famous like Vinny, not like that. I'm not a Floyd Boudreau. But if you're at that level of competition, you're going to go into these guys. And whether you get recognition or not, if you know what you're doing, then you'll have success against them.
Right. That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
See who's in the building. Eclectic. What up, brother? Portland Ross. Red 73. RPG. See. Constant pressure.
Yes,
What's going on? Cannabis Cowboy. Jesse Adams. What up, brother? Oh, hold up. Cortland. Hold up, Cortland. I got the link. Got the link for you. I didn't see that. My bad. Now this was a good one. When I seen the video, I was like, okay, yeah, this is interesting. But I just didn't really know exactly because I'm like, wait a minute, because if it's coming from good stock, just because he didn't come out, just like your brothers and sisters, I got brothers and sisters. Some of them, my son, he's real athletic. Like he's doing backflips, like damn near 6'2", almost. He's getting kind of athletic. He can jump.
Yeah.
He can dunk a ball. And then maybe some of my brothers' sons, a couple of them's kind of young, but some of them probably be able to do it. But all of them won't be able to do it, you know?
Yep.
And we don't know who. You can't just pick them all out as kids. Like I got a bunch of kids. You really can't just tell how they're, you know, based on, you know,
Their
what they've been able to
early
do.
life, you know. It's like a pup. You might have one that this pup is exhibiting exceptional, you know, there's things about him that are exceptional. You've seen before in your line of dogs, and you go, that one, he's going to be something. And you're right.
Right.
He grows up. He's a good dog. He may have a litter mate that kind of kick
But the
back, laid back,
production,
quiet. Yeah, kick back, laid back. You may not think too much of him, but as he matures, he becomes a badass too. So
right.
you breed both of them, and you see which ones produce better. Now, the best scenario, though, and this happens as you move along in your breeding your family of dogs, both of them produce good. They have a little bit different traits. You like this one for this and this one for that, but they're consistent, or their athleticism is at a high level. And you know, I've done this a couple of times. I held back one in the litter because I was competing with the litter mates, but I bred all of them. One point, the brother I held back and compete, you know, the one I didn't compete with, he produced okay, but not like the other two that I competed with. Another scenario, I had a female. I held her back, same thing. She produced better than her litter mates that I competed with, and I didn't compete with her, and she was a better producer than all of them.
Right.
So that's why I say you got to breed them all, which is why I kept most of my litters. Really, the only dogs I let out were not what I call the pure stuff, the straight schoolboy stuff. Most of them were crosses or real loose line bred. I really didn't cut loose with my family of dogs like that because I'm going to use them for myself.
Right. Right.
So you know, but you know, like I said, at some point you're pretty much going to know which ones are going to work out. The reason I say breed them all, because you know what, you might be wrong, and I've been wrong. So I covered even my own self, thinking that I know what the hell I'm doing all the time, and I'm going to make the right decision all the time. I have to have something to fall back on in case I'm wrong, which has happened. So if I'm wrong, it's okay. I kept the other one and bred it anyways. You know, the lesser one, who turned out to be the better one.
When some people say that they wouldn't breed to it unless it's a winner.
Yeah, that's what sounds ridiculous to me.
That is that I'm about to say, because you know, like I can see you having a good consistency of winners in your diet, but to say that, because we can look at it historically, and basically none of the greats did that. None of them.
No,
I mean, you got to look at all the breedings. You got to look at most of you can look at, and it doesn't.
How you going to do that?
Like
Yeah, how you going to do that? Because the breed itself, the pedigrees, any pedigree is littered with dogs that weren't competed with.
Right.
Mine are too, and I talk about competition all the time. That's the basis for it. So the athleticism is the basis for it. That doesn't mean I won or lost with a dog that's in that program. I never competed with BJ. That's the lesser of the litter. I never competed with Lucy. She was the better of the litter. I never competed with Sandy or Louie or, you know, several dogs like that. But they came from competition dogs, and they had the athleticism necessary. But they ain't all winners. And some of them,
if nobody knew who Schoolboy was, we wouldn't know that, correct?
Exactly. You wouldn't know that.
And those dogs were bad as shit, and you said you never competed with them.
Right. Yep.
Exactly.
The ones I named that I didn't compete with, the Louie and Sandy, Lucy, like that, they were picks of the litter, which is why I didn't compete with them. I didn't want to lose them.
Right.
Right. I bred good dogs that lost. Mr. Rowdy, he lost in 2.5 hours. I saved him. They saved him. The people I had with me as doctors, they saved him. Big Red, they saved him when he lost. One of the best producers in history. I'll say that. That happens. There's a ton of dogs, even on the ROM list, that lost. There's some that were cold. There's some that quit. So, you got to take everything into consideration.
Is the
The only thing I'll
ROM
say
list
about
baloney?
if you're looking at it from the point of view, does this mean this dog is a great producer, or because they're at the top of the ROM list or towards the top or wherever, that they're one of the best producers in history? No. Like I said, that's not
So
what
it's
it was
baloney.
meant for.
Is it
It-
baloney?
n- 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 no, no, no,
I just want to
because
hear
you
from
have
you.
dogs like Art, who wasn't bred that much and produced every time he was bred. You have Jeep, who was bred a lot but produced a lot of good dogs. He gets knocked because he was bred 100 times, whatever it was. So what? He produced almost every freaking litter. You can say whatever you want. Consistent. They say thing about Mayday. How many did Mayday produce? Well, he produced a lot of good dogs too, even if he has 1,000 offspring.
Yeah, I mean,
So that's what you have to look at, right? They knocked Zebo. He didn't produce shit. Bullshit. Of course he did. Maybe not like some of the others, but he has several champions. He has a ton of dogs that they don't even know. Nobody, the general public, doesn't know about them because the people that had them just bred them and they use their dogs. And then you hear here and there, oh yeah, that black dog, that was a son of Zebo. Oh yeah, that dog, yeah, that was a daughter of Zebo. Well, he's got, Nelson's champion Zipper, champion Willie, champion Ruby, champion Abuelita, champion Z-Boy. There's a bunch of them. What's his name? There's another one. He's a mean son of a bitch. Beautiful dog. Another champion. I forget his name, but you see, and then you get into the production. Dogs generally don't become famous if they're not bred.
right.
Yeah, and a lot of the dog, you hear all these stories. You really gotta. People ask me all the time. All I can say is, yeah, I've heard that story. I don't know if it's true or not. You got people saying, and it's common now. Well, Bully Son quit. Well, Bully Son quit. Go back to the time that he lost, where they were writing articles about it, or a few years after. Some people say, yeah, he quit. There's people that were there said, no, he didn't quit. He just couldn't go. He collapsed in the corner. So believe what you want. I don't know of any dog on the ROM list or not, or that anybody has, that was a rank ass cur, screaming, hollering, jumping, running away, that somebody kept and bred. Generally, a dog that quote unquote quit was under circumstances. They were beat up, they were hurt, they weren't right, low blood count and sick, had diarrhea right before the match. People have it in their mind that a dog shouldn't quit no matter what. You could have Marvin Hagler, one of the hardest chins in boxing. If he had an ailment or he was sick, had the flu and runs and puking, and you put him in a title fight on that day, he's probably going to lose and probably going to get knocked out because he's not
Right.
healthy. So that happens with a lot of dogs. They're not healthy. They put him in there anyways. He's a cur. That's your fault, dude. That's not the dog's fault. You don't know if he would have quit normally or not unless you have him under the right circumstances, and then you have no excuses. I did it right. I conditioned him right. He was felt right. He's feeling good. He gave his all, and he was done. Nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. But you put him in there sick, and he's a cur. Dude, come on.
Yeah. It's a lot of variables. It's a lot of
A lot.
variables.
A lot.
You know.
So
And
just like
yeah,
anything
you
else,
just
take
gotta
them
know how to
on an
manage.
individual basis. Somebody that been around a long time, they could look at one of your pedigrees and go through it and go, yeah, this dog quit, and that dog quit, that lost, and they could do that. But you could do that with any pedigree. Do that with mine. Any Carver dog, any Boudreaux dog, any Boleo dog, any Mayday dog. Somebody's gonna that knows is going to go in there. Oh yeah, that dog quit. Or I heard that dog quit. That's usually more accurate. I heard he wasn't shit. Well, you weren't there.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And that gets around a lot. I'm
A lot.
guilty. I said it because I said Bully
Yeah.
son quit, even though I
Yeah.
really don't know. Is there truth to
Right.
that? I have said it.
Yeah. There's
Remember
truth to it, but there's also in other people's opinion that he didn't. He just collapsed. So there's a difference where you don't want to go and where you do want to go, but you can't. So there's even a write up saying Floyd Boudreaux even went to the corner, prop Bully some up, tried to get him to scratch, and he wouldn't scratch. You ask Boudreaux, he's gonna say, "I never did that. He had nothing to do with the dog." That's what he'll tell you. So I don't know where that came from, but he, according to him, he didn't do that. And why would he? Why would they let him do that? It
Yeah.
just all this stuff comes up, man. Oh, this dog, he was retired. This dog, he was 8 years old and he quit. Well, shit. What do you expect? Been sitting around for 5 years after his career's over. He's hog fat. You take him off the chain and you expect him to perform like when he was 3 years old. You push him so hard in the heat, of course he's going to quit. That,
What'd you say? Common sense isn't so common anymore.
it's not. No. And a lot of it, honestly, it's our fault, old timers' fault. Because we say all this stuff. Sometimes it's in context, out of context, whatever, and people take it and run with it.
Wow.
And that's generally, it's not really what we mean. We don't mean that a dog should never quit no matter what. What we're saying is this dog on that day under these extreme circumstances, that some bitch didn't quit. That's a game dog.
Right.
And you hear all these stories. Oh, I skull drag him and I do this and that bullshit. A lot of it, they're messing with you. They're messing with these people's heads, especially if this would happen a lot. Some young guy coming in, you got to do this, you got to do that, and you got to work them hard, 2 hours and 3 hours, this and that. They understand that that kid's going to be their competition or is that competition. So they're giving him false information. They're trying to give him something so he'll screw his dog up. So when they go into him, they'll beat him easy. That happened a lot. They ain't your mentors. They're your competitors. They don't want you to win.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Let me see.
Like always, what I say is my point of view, my experience, what I did. It's not the end all be all. Somebody somewhere along the line is going to come along with something better, and you have to do that to produce. I probably said it here on this show before. If you consider me your mentor, I'm your teacher. If you don't become better than me, then I didn't do my job. I wasn't a very
Right.
good teacher, was I?
Right.
So I mean, my protege, because he calls me his mentor, he's improved. He's improved on my blood. He's improved on the conditioning. He's improved on the feed, and the dogs are very, very consistent, and a
Right.
lot of successful individuals. So that I'm proud of that.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, look. Let me see. I think Cortland got a question.
Did he
Here
pop
you
up?
go. Pop up. Hold up. Let me see. You got the link?
Salute, Big Saw. Thank
Oh,
you,
there you go.
Eclectic.
There you go,
Yo,
Courtney. You in there, brother?
There he is.
what's up? What's up, fellas?
What's happening?
What up, brother?
I got a couple breeding questions, and it pertains to producers, right? So, say I got a litter of puppies off of a dog, and wait, first off, I've heard being said like producing is a gene and it's a trait. So, say I got a litter, all sisters, and I breed them all to a male that's known to produce. Now, from those puppies, when I breed them to all the sisters, and to see which one produces the best percentage wise, is it going from there on with the ones that produce the most to produce producers, or is there a method to breeding or producing dogs that produce?
Yeah, that's what I would do. Is from that point forward, I would take the ones that produce the best, that were more consistent, and that's something that I did. What you're saying. If I had 2 or 3 sisters, I would breed them to the same male
Okay.
and see which one. But again, as you progress, let's say you have 3 sisters, breed them all to the same male. They all throw good dogs. Use them all in your breeding program because you can do half brother, half sister. You can do aunt to nephew, cousin,
Yeah,
right? You
you
can
got more
you
reach.
start incorporate.
Right.
You got more to work with. You start incorporating, and then you really don't need to go at least for 1 or 2, 3 generations. You don't really have to go outside your yard because at the very least, you can make with that many females. You can make several half brother, half sister breeds. You know,
Okay.
and you can even make a father daughter on a couple of them, and maybe the brother to the sires around an uncle niece like that, or you know.
Would I be going like lessening or going away from that trait of producers if I go, say one sister produces like 4 out of, 7, and one only goes like 2 out of 7, like say, but her 2 are good, like incorporating those. Do you think it'll put it the other way?
Yeah, well, I would of course basically follow the one with the higher percentage litter, but you can also breed the one with the 2 in it. That's what I'm saying. How you can incorporate all of them in your program.
Yeah, that's what
You
I'm
know.
saying. When you breed the one with the 2,
Yeah.
am I
Yeah.
going away from that producing trait, that producing gene?
Not necessarily. I would do both and see. So take it the next step. You breed the one that has the 2, and they only produce 2. I would say, well, now you're becoming consistent where you're going to get a small number of pups in a litter that work out. The point. A lot of times when I'm speaking after the fact, after I've done all this, so I can say I did it like this, and this worked for me, and you can do this and that. That's after going through all the processes that you're talking about. So you can breed all those females to the same male. One of them may throw a higher percentage than the other one, or 2, whatever it is. You would still need to breed the one with the lesser percentage to see the results of that. Did it improve where you had a higher percentage after that, or did it stay a low percentage?
Yeah.
So you have to go through that process. That's why, I've said it on different platforms. You're going to breed for 10 years. You're barely going to start getting to where things are falling into place. And that may be 10 breedings, 8 breedings like that,
Yeah.
Two of what though? 2 of what? Like you said, there's 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
Two
two
of
two
what?
that work out.
yeah.
2 that work
2
out
that worked
versus
out.
that versus the sister that had 5 that worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. At that
Right.
point, since it's you just made the one breeding like that, I would still the 2 that worked out, I would still breed them to see if that's going to improve where the numbers get higher, or if it's going to stay low numbers that work out.
Hmm. What would you do, Buck?
And
What? My bad, screw boy. I want to know
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Buck's thoughts on that.
It depends with me what it's coming off of. You know what I'm saying? Like if this is my power breeding right here, and it's coming off of something that I really feel, because that's what I hunt for. I'm like a shark. I've been said this. I'm a
Right.
shark. I sit back and I'm gonna watch that production over a while. You know, I'm gonna see how his dogs are turning out, his dogs, you know, and then so let's say this is a breeding that I honestly feel really, really good about it to the point where let's say them 210s, you know, they got away, or you know, something happened to them, the 9, something happened to them, and I was just left with those right there. Shit. If that blood was what it was supposed to be, right? As a breeder, if that blood and you're focusing on the right traits and you're focusing on the right dogs and not just all over the place, and they were actual producers, I should be fine with the rest of them. I should be just fine. You know, I think that those have enough genetic capabilities to maybe do a breeding or maybe cross it up, maybe do something else with it, and you know, I won't be missing those. So I'll probably just keep them if it's the family, if that's the family. I mean, you don't want, if they all litter mates, you know, you probably don't want 3 or 4 different litter mates. You know, maybe you do.
Yeah, I
You
keep it.
know, but if you're talking about your breeding program, I mean, you don't need 7 of them. Unless, I mean, back in the day, you know, you could probably just keep 4 litters, you know, keep them all, you know.
Right.
So
Yeah.
just
Let me
depending on your
add this too. Let me add
Yeah,
this
go
too.
ahead.
Now, like Buck mentioned, depend on the breeding and all that. You know, I'll say this: if you're making inbreedings or real tight line breedings, I wouldn't expect a high percentage in the litter. So in that case, if it's a heavy inbreeding, like brother sister, father daughter, mother son, like that, if I got 1 or 2 dogs out of the litter, I would consider that successful.
Mm.
Because when you inbreed, so many faults can come out that if you got 1 or 2 that are healthy and don't have any major faults, you're set, because that blood is concentrated so much, you're almost guaranteed that they're going to produce for you. But I wouldn't expect a high percentage of litter. And
Right.
and you know, regardless of how a dog is bred, if they have something that I considered a major fault, I wouldn't breed them. And that includes, it's not just the physical fault, although that's part of it. Uh, that includes dogs that I competed with but weren't good enough for breeding. It could be something that is in my standard. This is what I expect my dogs to do. Like say something like scratch hard with no hesitation. So if I had a dog that he scratched but he walked across, went real slow, I probably wouldn't breed that dog because it goes against my standard. He may throw dogs that scratch hard, but there's a high probability that he's going to throw dogs that scratch slow. And I don't want that. Regardless of whether they quit or don't quit, it's just something I didn't want. If they couldn't take punishment, if they were thin boned, if they were weak, you know, had weak teeth and they popped their teeth every time
Yeah,
they bit
yeah,
something.
those are bad. Those are bad traits.
Yeah, major faults.
I think a
Yeah,
dog that's
heavily.
not, in my opinion, this is just my humble opinion. Just, you know, love the dogs, and I think just because a dog is physically less than one dog, you know, if he doesn't show any bad signs, I mean, you don't have to. Everybody can't do what everybody can do. You know,
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't expect every dog to check every single box.
Yeah, that's a
You
rare.
know?
That's rare. I'll say this: if a dog don't quit, I don't care if he's a piece of junk. He has no ability, no skill, no nothing. I wouldn't. I'd let him live his life out. He earned
Well,
the right to live. But
only unless he got those bad traits, like he's scratching
well,
slow.
I wouldn't. I
Doing
wouldn't breed
shit
him.
that.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't breed him. I wouldn't have him in my program. But I wouldn't.
Well, I'm
I
talking about
wouldn't.
just
I'm just.
the code, you know, just the
Yeah.
culling
Yeah.
process.
Yeah. Just yeah. I wouldn't. I wouldn't breed him, but I would let him live. You know.
But on that
Uh,
breeding note, Buck, would you follow in terms of producers? Would you do the same, or do you have a different process or method? You know, as far
Well,
as
I
like
mean,
breeding the sisters, like sisters to one male, or how would you create a producer or breed for a producer? How
well,
would
I
work?
would if I had a bunch of bitches off the same litter, I would. I mean, if that male was just, if I knew that he was the one, I would definitely breed them all to him. But if I didn't feel that strongly about him, or I didn't really know, I would spread it out a little bit just to see, because you got those different offspring. You can breed it to different bloodlines, and you can find out what's actually clicking with that blood a lot faster than if you bred all those dogs to that one dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. But it's like now
yeah.
you open up like all the variables. Like, okay, this clicks with this and this with that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So,
Yeah. Well, look at it this
can
way.
you tell producers?
Look at it this way. When you're building a foundation and you're making your family of dogs, you have to use almost every type of breeding method there is.
Okay.
So when you build your foundation, it's based on something, a particular dog, a bloodline, certain traits like that. Sometimes all that stuff.
Mm.
So in your scenario, you're going to breed all the females to one male. Then you're going to breed either all the females or one or two. You're going to outcross her to something that blood has worked before. Then you might outcross her to something that you don't know if it's worked. You're trying something new, put it that way. Then you're going to line breed it, meaning you're breeding cousins, you're breeding aunt to nephew, uncle to niece. You're going to inbreed. You may do brother, sister, father, daughter, mother, son, grandfather to granddaughter, grandmother. So you have all these breeding techniques available to you that you have to incorporate at some point along the way. And then from that, you're going to go with which ones show you to be the best ones and which ones show you to produce the higher percentage of litters. So again, a lot of what I'm saying is after the fact.
Right.
And I can tell you what worked for me, and I went this way and that way, and what, like that. A lot of it is you look at your dog's pedigree and you look at the background, you see what's there, and you're just going to repeat it. Whether it's the bloodlines you're using, whether it's the method, inbreeding, line breeding, outcrossing, you're going to do the same thing because it worked before. And that's what anybody does. Even if they're not cognizant of the fact that these breedings were put together before 30 years ago, they're going to find out once you make those breedings, even if you're not doing it on purpose, they're going to work because the past has shown that they worked before. So they
Yeah.
should work again. So it's not always, what direction should I go in? What's the best way to do things? How should I go about this? It's you got to try all these things together, and then whatever the results show you, that's what you follow. And then in 10 years, you'll be up here saying like we did. Well, I did this and I did that. That showed me the best. This bitch produced better than her sister. This was my main foundation male. I based my family on him. This female, like that.
Right. Yeah. I rather wing it with a good foundation though, rather
Of
than
course.
just winging
Of
it with.
course.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
You
You
gotta
know?
have some madness to your method, some
Yeah,
method to your math.
yeah,
You gotta have some kind of direction,
yeah.
and then hey, if it works, you run with it. If it don't, discard it and do something else.
Yeah,
But
take
bad,
your note. I like to take notes in that situation because you can see the dogs. You know if that litter wasn't this,
yeah,
and then you give it more time to
yep,
develop, but you can kind of
yeah,
see, and I think that's your job to stay away from that. If that didn't
yeah,
work,
of course,
then you should be staying away from that, and you should be
yep,
focusing more on what did work.
yep,
Yeah.
That's I believe when it turns into a science, because it's like, okay, I did this, I got these dogs, they producing good, and I found a way to turn it up another notch and actually make the right cross that works
exactly,
time and time again for
exactly,
you.
exactly, and
That just come with
the
reps.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
because you do kind of know which ones are the best after a while, and which one, which direction
right.
you want to go, and then you see
Mhm.
the result. But Bad Kennels asks, so how does that benefit up and coming dogman to be purposely misled? What do we do to counter that? It doesn't benefit them. They're doing it on purpose to keep you down. What do you do about it? If it doesn't make sense, don't even do it. But the only way to find out what they're saying is true or not is to try it, do it, and see where you end up,
Right,
see what happens,
right. You still got to
right?
do your
And
own
then
research. With
still got to do your
everything,
own
you
research.
still got to do your own
Just
research.
just like you said, Buck. Right? You write notes and write everything down.
Right.
Keep notes, because over time you won't remember what happened 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even last week. You'll forget. If you don't write it down, at some point you're going to forget, and then you're going to wish you wrote it down. What was that I was thinking? Oh shit, I forgot. I write everything down because my mind's I'm getting older. I forget a lot of shit. So I write everything down. It doesn't matter if I'm at a restaurant, I'm going to get a napkin. Angie, give me a pen real quick. And I write it down. It may be a topic for a video or something like that, or a breeding or a dog or whatever. And it saved me a ton of times because I forget. So you just kind of,
Right.
it's like everyday life. You kind of know who's, who you're cool with, who's good, who's not. If you don't know if they're deceiving you, you'll find out eventually that they're misleading you, and then you just cut them off.
Yeah, no, that's what's up. That is what's up, man. Hey, the cookout today, man. Epic. Epic. Now, I'm gonna be
No, it's
challenging you on
good.
some of these, boy, because I think we should
No,
have
it's
it
good. It's good
like
because
educational purposes.
I can't be always right. You
I'm
may
not
come
gonna.
up with
It's not
something
really a
that
challenge. It's just like
yeah,
let's chop it up.
yeah,
About
yeah,
this.
dig
You know
into
what I'm
this.
saying? That's
Yeah.
pretty much what we
and
did.
and you may something and I tell people this: anything I put out there, if you want to borrow it, use the content, whatever, do your own thing, that's fine, because you may come up with something and I'm going to use what you said. I'm going to make a
Yeah,
topic. I'm going to do a video. I'm
yeah,
going
that
to
same
put it on my
invitation.
face, and it may get me to think a certain, hey, I never thought of that makes sense. Yeah, I'm going to try that, or I'm going to have somebody try that, and see
Well,
how it works. It could be some.
I remember the invitation before, but I used your conditioning, conditioning a dog, getting them
Yeah.
back up to snuff, you know what I'm saying? And
Yep. Yep.
the
Yep.
volume 3. Salute,
Yeah.
that's a good read right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that's what it's there for. I don't mind people sharing it, and because again, I'm going to borrow stuff too, and you don't really, I mean, if you went around asking everybody, hey, can I use what you say? Can I? That's all you do all day long. I got to get a hold of this
Yeah,
guy and say it's okay to repeat what he, his comment, or can I use
right.
your topic? The topics are open to everybody,
Yeah, it's
and
fair.
and
Everything,
and yeah, it should be, and like I said, I'm going to learn something from you. Just because you're younger than me doesn't mean I can't learn from you. I will, and I have. And some of it
right.
is the technical side. Some of it ideas, that you put in your magazine or something. Hey, I'm going to use that in a book.
Yeah,
I'm
hell
going to use
yeah.
that,
Please.
like that.
No, hey,
And
before I did any of mine, I had yours in my hand. Believe I want everybody
yeah,
to know
yeah,
that. Before I put one of these things together, I had your book in my hand that you sent me. So I
right,
can look at it. See what's
yeah,
going on.
yep. It gives you ideas. You may improve on some things, and sometimes I write, but I'm not a writer. There's a way to method to write, so I may mess it up. It may not make sense or something. So I may need to clarify it, or kind of like what we did today. I had to make certain things clear because, like I said, when I speak, it's always after the fact, and I have to go back in my mind. Well, how do you start out? You can't just go, well, I'm gonna go with this litter and that litter. No, you got to find out first which dogs meet your criteria.
Right.
That takes
That's why
time.
I be hunting. I just be kind of hunting. If I just was getting in today, I just ain't been in for a while. I'm getting back in, and I would be hunting for dogs that are really producing on a consistent clip. I would start there rather
Right.
than just kissing in the wind or the way the bloodline sounds. Let me go get some of that, or what I'm saying, or they say
Yeah.
they got a Jeep dog, but it's 19 generations down, 2 times on the bottom. Like
Yeah.
so
Well, see,
it's
what you said right there is somebody's going to have that question. How do I start? And if they're
right.
watching now or they watch the replay, well, Buck said, I'm going to look for something that has shown to be a consistent producer.
The
And
best
it could
of
be from
that.
the best of that from this
Because every
particular
bloodline's
bloodline.
already been here. But we could
Right.
admit that
Right.
we talk about
Right.
them. Eli, keep talking about them, and we're never going to stop talking about them. Those
Right.
dogs are
Right.
in the fabric of this breed. That's what makes it fun to talk about. But let's say Macho Buck, for instance. I'm going to go inside Macho Buck. Okay, well, there's none off Macho Buck still alive. So I'm going to find out which strain was more consistent out of that. And if he has 70 different strains, then shit, you got some research to do. Sometimes they only got like 5 different strains. So then it'll be a little easier to zero in on which one of those strains. So then you crack that open. And then you want to look at those strains. Okay, where the fuck did it go? You want to find out where that gene went. It's there. It's there, but you want to find out where it went. They probably bred that dog to some bitch that just threw the shit completely off. And then now you got a strain that you got to spend your whole better half of your years trying to fucking repair somebody else's bullshit. You know what I'm
Like
saying?
that.
So
Yeah.
hunt that shit down. That blood's tight. That's a good dog. Because there are Bolios of today. There are Maydays of today. Believe it or not. The dogs just don't stop producing overnight. Trump passed a law and then all of a sudden the dogs don't produce no more. That's not gonna happen. We're
Right.
far away from this breed being not intact like most of the other breeds in the world. You know what I'm saying? We're in a great shape as far as that goes.
Yeah. I
But
agree.
yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Listen up, people. You spit some good game, and that's good information, especially for somebody starting out. That's how you would go
Right.
about it. That's one way of going
And
down
that's
that
just
path.
me. Somebody else might just put a write about 6 bloodlines and put it in a hat and just dig in there and just pick one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Yeah.
that's your choice. If that's your
Yeah.
journey, that's your choice.
Exactly. Yeah. You just go with the result. You're always going to go with the results. What happened? What do you like? And just you don't have to be a college graduate with a PhD to get this shit. You can do it. It's always been done by regular people. And there's educated people in the dogs now. There's doctors and lawyers and people with PhD, master's degrees and PhDs. Even Richard Stratton, he has 2 PhDs. So there's a lot of very intelligent people. But the breed basically is for the common person. Overall, it's regular people, working people, class people that had them, you know, because for one thing, you know, is dog is man's best friend. For the other thing, when you're getting into sports, other breeds, other species are a lot more expensive than a dog. Uh, Even with game fowl, they're not as expensive as dogs, but you got to have 500 of them. You know, most guys do that. There's some that can do it with less numbers, but even so, it's going to be generally around 100 birds. You know, which is not uncommon. So with dogs, you can with 3
I'm
or
gonna get
4
out of
dogs,
here,
5
guys.
dogs,
My phone's pretty
10
loud.
dogs.
Appreciate you,
All
fellas,
right,
man.
brother. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks for coming up
I
here.
appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah. So with dogs, it just falls in line with the human race. You know, we're mammals. They're mammals. They've been domesticated for so long. You don't have to have a ton of money to have them. You can work it with a few of them. You can have a bunch if you want, but you don't need a bunch. Horse racing very expensive. Hound dogs very can be expensive. Uh, and then the breed is versatile. You know, you can do the legal sports. You can do hunting. You can do obedience training, lure course. You can dock diving, weight pool, all that stuff. It can be a family pet. Some people use them for drug and bomb sniffing. They're used in the military. They're used for protection and home defense. If you live out in the country, it can be used for your livestock. It can almost do it all. You know, you have to have the right one. Not all of them can do it. The pit bull isn't like you just take any pit bull and it can do anything. But there are dogs that are very versatile. Just a matter of finding which ones are. So no, my point is it's not going anywhere. It's not. Big Saw, salute. You're welcome, Vad. Union County, that's true. Someone did a video. I forget who it was, and they had Jeep, Frisco, and Mayday. And according to his research, Jeep outproduced them with less numbers, and it was just going by the champion and grand champion, I think, maybe ROM too, offspring. So that's true. Hit me up anytime, Eclectic Divas. Yeah, I remember you. I think I still have your name on my board. So I do that as a reminder of who's going to get a hold of me. You still there, Buck? Well, it's been a great show. Thanks for having me on. We may have lost contact, but thanks everybody for tuning in. And we'll talk soon, brother.
It's going down
Yeah.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best time to do it though. Keep all the riffraff out the way.
For
Yep.
sure, for sure. But
Everybody
sometimes I
sleep.
need sleep.
Yeah.
Me, that's who sleep. I'm sleep. All right, we used to have a good old time, man. Back in the day, dogs used to be a dime a dozen, like, man, a dime a dozen good dogs. Like, at any given moment, you could see some great dogs just in a row.
Yeah.
And you'll learn where to put your money when they put them down. I'm gonna tell you, Aries are not used to, because I don't know what they're doing nowadays. But let's say Aries back in the day, they had some good ones, man. Both Cephas, I watched both Junior. They were good dogs, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they
I
was
even
all
seen him in
average
Mexico
Joe.
one time. I seen Raul in Mexico one time. I didn't even know he was gonna show up. He didn't know I was gonna show up. We just, hey, what are you doing? Same old shit. It's dogs.
Man, Raul got cool because for the main fight, one day, he just called me out the crowd. Nah, that's the honest guy. That's what he said in
Mm.
Spanish to my. That's the honest guy. I want him to go count the money. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
okay, I just want to make it home, Raul. That's it.
Mhm.
Mexico was so fun because I grew up over there. Not grew up
Yeah.
over there. My brother was born over there, so I'll be over there.
Okay.
So
Where at?
he was born in Juarez, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, he grew up in Anapra. So we was in Anapra a lot and all of that. But he grew up poor and then made it out. But that's
Yeah.
where his mom was from, and you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
there is
It
no
lo-
borderlines when it comes to bad bitches.
yeah. That's true.
We
That's
gonna
true.
step over the border and make a baby, and
Yeah.
that's what my dad did and my brother.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I used to have a lot of good shows in Juarez.
I think I got a lot of good children in Juarez. Just saying.
Maybe. Yeah.
They'll come find me when they're grown.
Yeah, they will.
No, what they do is they'll just throw a little airplane kite over. Hey, you know my dad? Oh,
Yeah.
Bree? Yeah. I said, nah,
Son.
I'm bullshitting, but I'm not. Y'all caught me when I'm on Hornitos. It's not fair. It feels like
Okay.
I've been talking a lot. Let me shut
Yeah.
up. I'm gonna be listening. I got Schoolboy Ram. I got Buck on the line. Let me hear something great. Hey Ram, what's up with them old dog pups?
Shit, I ain't breed none yet, man.
Oh
Motherfucking bitch I was gonna use fucking ain't worth a fuck. As far as being a damn, that bitch kept
yeah,
smashing on her puppy.
yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I ain't finna use that on that bitch, and she a notorious fucking puppy killer.
I
Yeah.
feel you.
Not
So
worth the
what's
trouble,
next?
man.
At all.
I'm trying to send you a deposit. What you got?
Whole bunch of zero nothing. You know, I be keeping everything, man. And I don't even make a lot of breedings.
I feel you. I'm just been fucking with you, Ram. I hear you every day on Patreon. And I don't even sell dogs. Keep them all. So I just gotta
Yeah, hell yeah, that's the best way to get to the good ones, man.
100, 100, 100. And if
Hell
I don't
yeah.
keep them on my yard, I keep them somewhere else.
Yep, exactly, broski. Oh yeah, man. I suck as a dog breeder. So I ain't selling shit.
That way you know which ones the good ones are, because you got them.
Yep, hell yeah. And I ain't never had to run into none of my own shit because I kept it all.
Yep.
That bingo check mark. That's the thing you want to see is Hey, ain't that mine? Let him go.
Exactly. I got some other stuff I'm breeding up on
Hey, I
though.
know that. Let him go. Oh shit, this is gonna be a long one. Give me some water.
Hell yeah.
Oh man, the good old days, man.
Back in
But
the day.
back in the day.
Well, what's the topic? What we cooking on tonight?
You bring up a topic because we done ran over all the topics we had. We waiting on Ran. I'm trying to listen to you, Schoolboy, and Buck go in. Bring up a topic, Ram.
These BBL bitches getting the BBLs and they butt still stink, man. That's what
Hell
ran
yeah.
into that. I thought it
Them
was
and wasn't it BBL? Them and Drake.
yeah,
Drake and
BBL
Joyce.
Grizzly. Yeah, I thought niggas was just hating on them until I smelled one. Oh man, I still hit it because I was there. Can't
I'm gonna
not
tell you
complete
the thing
connection.
is now these
Yeah,
niggas don't want to work for it. They rather
yeah, we
buy it.
already in the box, so I got a scratch.
Yeah, too late. Go and give it to me.
Yeah,
Or
but it was an old one, boy. Like, goddamn,
my stomach hurt. I'm banging against rocks.
you're straight up. I had to flip the bitch over and hit her from the front. With the BBL, the whole point I was there though, to hit her from the back.
Yeah, turnover. Why? Because this shit ain't feeling right.
Yeah, this shit is not the smell I was hoping for. It looked good, but nah.
Yeah, crazy.
That's the shit I be going through during the week. My dog life is not interested at all compared to my regular life.
I feel you. But no, earlier we was talking about how many generations to make it yours, and when can you consider a dog yours? That's what the opening topic was.
Well, I always said shit. You get like, say, if I do give you a dog and you breed it, that's your breeding shit. I wouldn't have made that breeding. I wouldn't have got
100.
somebody to breed them
That's
to
what
me.
I
Shit.
said.
Now, if you got like dogs from a breeder didn't made to breeding, some shit he would have did, then you kind of don't get no credit for that. So that's some shit he would have did still.
Yeah,
So it kind of, if you continue on with that, for a couple generations, it's yours for sure. You
right.
know, but
So
if you just stop being the man you got the dogs from, you doing his job for him.
this is the point I brought up. I was like, hey, if you sold somebody two dogs and they decide to breed them together, and all the dogs is 100 choppers, you take credit for that? Or on the other side, if all the dogs are zero, do you still take credit for it? Because if you take credit for the winning, you got to take
You
credit for the
gotta take
losing.
credit for the curse too.
Yeah, so
Yep.
'Cause maybe
I,
it's a reason that man didn't breed his dogs like that.
right, I wouldn't have. I've been like, I wouldn't have did that shit. That's your dog. But
Yeah, like
at the
no,
same
not
time,
to
I'd have been
fucking
like,
do
that
this
was a
too
good
together.
choice. Good job. I'm gonna stand behind you. I don't want to be in front of you on this. That's your dogs. Once you bought them and you bred them, after
Yeah,
that, you can't. To me, you're not putting borderland on. Even if you bought two borderland dogs and bred them, breeding the puppies, you're not gonna put borderland on the puppies. So those are
no,
your
because
dogs.
Borderland didn't breed them. Shit, you
Right,
did.
exactly. Those are
The
your
dogs you
dogs.
got from me say
Win, lose,
Borderland
or
on them.
draw, I'm gonna stand
Yeah,
behind them. I'm be like, yeah, I bred the parents and that people, but that's your plan. It's you. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And,
because you might not have did that one.
and what Schoolboy made a point at, but it's not his bloodline yet. Nope, it's not his bloodline. 3 generations to be his bloodline. Yep, but those are his dogs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You need at least 3 generations. The schoolboy being nice really is 4 generations.
yeah, yeah.
Schoolboy just being nice to y'all today for some odd reason.
He came in on the happy juice. What you sipping
Yeah,
on,
he must have had a
Schoolboy?
good day.
I
Four
just woke
generations.
up.
That's what most registries want from you anyway. Like you've
Yeah,
been breeding this dog 4 generations now. You can say for sure this is your dog, your
right.
bloodline, the dog. But yeah, yeah, if you just get a pup from me and a pup from somebody else and breed it, shit, that's your bloodline. Because nine
That's
times
how it
out of
started.
10, the
And
people who got them from
Schoolboy
wouldn't
made a
get that
good
pro,
point.
so
He
did
said
that
that's
breed.
your foundation. That
Yeah,
started your bloodline, but
yeah,
that's
exactly.
your
Yeah,
bloodline.
yeah, yep. That'll be your foundation. It's based off of the breeds you made with these dogs you got from these two other men.
Yeah. So yeah, and like I was telling, I'll stand behind my dog. Yep, that was my male. Yeah, I did that. Win, lose or draw. If they lose off, that was my male that produced them. But he made the breeding. So, I was like, but the but is the quick. But I didn't choose that breeding to make that dog.
Yeah.
I don't
It
know.
just if everything works out right, of course you want the credit. If it don't, you're gonna say they made my dog shit.
But that's the
You know.
thing with me. I don't want the credit for the breeding. I would still be like,
Yeah.
yep, my male produced those
Yeah.
dogs he made.
Yeah.
You know, or
Yeah.
even if
Well,
it's both
it
of them,
yeah.
my dogs did produce it. And the
Yeah.
thing is that people will go to the source. But even if I repeated the breeding, and it's not guaranteed, so him deciding to breed them together is his choice, which makes them his dogs.
Yeah.
Start of his bloodline in my eyes, and I wouldn't stand in front of him on it. I wouldn't be like,
Yeah.
nah, those are my dogs. I'd be like, I would,
Yeah.
because chances are I probably wouldn't have went that way.
Yeah. I mean, it's
So
pretty cut and dried. It's just
yeah,
people want to change it sometimes if it don't work out. But it is what it is. That's why I said if
yeah.
you're a
I
dog guy
mean,
with
like it
experience,
might take
you know
three
what's up.
generations for anybody else to recognize, but
Yeah.
you and me both know that you bred them dogs, even if it's your name and then Borderland on the top, Borderland on the bottom. You decided to make that breed, and that's your dog. And that's all I say about to any
Yeah.
dog, because chances are I would have never thought, hey, these two, let me breed these
Yeah.
two puppies together. I might
And if
have,
it work, then you could do it yourself. Shit, he just
yeah,
saved
I'll be
you
like,
some
well, shit,
time, you
yeah, I'm
know?
gonna bring you the source, but there's still no guarantee it'll be the same. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
but it's a chance though, you know. You
Oh
got to
yeah,
see
a
something
high
that you
chance, a
want
high
to
percentage chance, but then those are my dogs bred like that dog. Like, oh yeah, Grand Champion so back in the day. Yeah. Well, this is Grand Champion so's brothers, different litter. You know what I'm saying? But it's still no guarantee that if I breed them, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I rather give everybody the credit, man, because everybody contributes to the
Yeah,
dogs.
it's the right thing to do, but motherfuckers live vicariously through these dogs, man, and
Right.
the motherfuckers do good. They want it to be because of them. Like, motherfucker, all you did was sell me the dogs, motherfucker. I had to raise them and feed them and clean up
Yeah.
shit and
Yeah.
break up yard accidents and all this bullshit.
Everything that comes behind them. And that's
Yep.
what I'm saying. Like, that's the history of the dog. But the same thing you're doing with those dogs, I did with their parents, grandparents, great grandparents. You know what I mean? So now it becomes the fact that it's just, hey, that's your dogs going forward, but just don't forget the history of the dogs. And I won't forget that those are your dogs going forward. You know what I mean? Win, lose, or draw. Because 9 times out of 10, somebody might grab a great dog out of one litter you have and go all the way with it, but you really can't take the credit for it. You could be like, I bred the dog. That's the credit you get from it. Other than that, that's they put in the work. They did the groundwork. They did the everything to win that treadmill race. You didn't win that treadmill race. You don't even breed dogs for treadmill race. You know what I'm saying? It's like At some point, you just got to treat it for what it is. That's just me though, and that's what the topic was.
See, if
Anybody in the chat got any questions?
I'll be in the back though.
Yeah, for sure. Every time you pull that pedigree, you best believe you gonna see borderland all over that. You know what I mean? So, you good? Everybody good. Everybody get their credit. Credit is what the credit is.
Yeah.
Anybody? That was a good question. I can't even see the chat because I'm driving. But anybody in the chat got questions? For Schoolboy Ram and Buck and Melee.
Oh yeah, man. We cooking. We cooking.
There you go. Buck, I ain't heard your voice all night. Where you been at? Not really.
I'm
I've
head.
been up through here.
Uh,
I've been
I,
up through here.
I don't
I'm
mind
up
me.
through
I'm on
here.
this bonitos. Trying to find them.
I'm up through here, man. That's a great topic, though. Me personally, I mean, I understand about the part, you made the breeding and this and that, but I mean, it's too easy to distinguish two bodies of work,
Right.
like one or the other. Like, it's either one or the other, versus, let's say you did a couple crosses and you like two, 3 generations in to where you took this dog to this dog, like
Yeah, that's
that breeding
definitely your
can't
work.
really
Yeah.
get done no more. Like let's say, all right, let's say you bought one off of me, one off of Schoolboy,
Right.
but it was a whole litter. He had 10 pups, I had 10 pups. Somebody literally could come back and do that same breeding. You feel
Exactly.
me? Without you though. They don't need you. You see what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So therefore, that's why I say you got to be more generations, because if you more generations, he can't do that. Like, there's breedings that you could do on your yard that nobody else can do. Nobody else can duplicate that,
Period. But
because
check
that's
this out though.
your shit.
Like I said earlier, but let's put it in like live perspective. Say one person bought a male and female from you, and another person bought a male and female from you. Now, both of them bred them both together, right? And they're off the same litter. The females are off the same litter, the males are off the same litter, however you want to say it. And one guy, all he bred that litter, and now he's the new Honey Bunch Finley Bow. And the other guy is the new Cur Breeder of the Year. Who, I mean, if you're going to take credit for one, you got to take credit for both. But in reality, those are their dogs. That's how I feel about it. Like, win, lose, or draw, you decided to do that breeding. Even if both pairs of dogs are off the same litters, and both pairs of dogs have the same genes, and one litter just had 8 grand champions, and one litter had 8 cold dogs. It's the same thing. I'm not standing on either one. I'll stand behind them, but I'm not standing on it on the breeding because it's not my breeding. That's
Not
how
it's
I.
your breeding, but it's your shit though.
Yeah. So I'll
It's
stand
your
behind
blood.
both of them. I'll stand behind both of them. But like, yeah, I bred that dog. I bred that dog. I bred that dog. I bred that dog. I did not decide to do this breeding.
Nah,
I
it's just like this. All right, look at this. So let's say they saw some dogs. Let's say they went to a show or whatever. They saw some dogs.
Right.
And we sitting up on here, and somebody in the chat says, "Hey, how do you guys like those borderland dogs?" Right now, let's say Ram bought one and bred it to Malays. Right, that's how I saw him. Yeah, I saw it. It was crossed up with the Malay shit. I still saw it. Now I
Right.
can't make an assessment off of that, but I gotta be honest to what I saw. I saw your blood. That's your blood.
Right. Right.
Now, it's your choice if you want to let other people get it. They might misrepresent the blood. Maybe they might not. You know what I'm saying? But it's still your blood, even if
Right.
it has
And I
somebody
stand
else's
on my
blood.
blood, regardless win, lose, however they play out. If they seen it, yeah, that was me. I stand on it. Win, lose, or draw. But what I'm saying is that at the same time, if I didn't make the breeding, say it's a world beater, I still, though I wish I would have said, hey, I should have kept those pups and made that breeding in my head. I still didn't. So, hey, I got to give that man credit because that's his dog. You know what I'm saying? The dogs that made the breeding are mine. So, say the son and the father went out and the father didn't show up, but the son did. Well, that was my fault. The father didn't show out. But the if the son showed out, that's on you, man. You decided to do that. That's yours. That's just how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? But I'll stand behind it. Yep. It came from him. The one I just that didn't make it. But you know, it's just what it is. Yeah, he could only jump 2 feet, but his son did it. But I didn't do that breeding. I can't take that credit. You know what I'm saying? I would have to be like, I bred him. He only jumped 2 feet, but he jumped 12 feet. So apparently this loser made a great winner. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't create that. So I got to stand on it. I got to stand on him. I don't have to stand on the winner or say he jumped 12 feet and then his son jumped 2 feet. Well, I created this one. I stand on that. I don't know what happened with him because I didn't do that. You know what I mean? It's the same way both ways. I can't take the credit, win, lose, or draw, but I can't stand behind it because the dogs came from behind it. I don't know. Maybe that's just how I feel. I'm like, man, I think it's like if you come up with a new recipe for chicken and everybody loves it, but it's off of a recipe from somebody else. I don't know how to explain this. I'm on Hornitos. I'm gonna be quiet.
Well, it's not that complicated if people understand how things work.
Right. It's not
And
mine.
in
I
the,
didn't
for
create it.
example, back in the day, let's take that scenario you just said. One jumps 12 feet, the other jumps 2 feet.
Right.
If it was me, that one that jumped 2 foot, he'd be cold. So over a period
Right.
of time, nobody would remember him anyways.
Right.
You move forward with the good ones, and that doesn't
And the
mean you
good
ain't gonna
ones
have
who
bad
jump
ones.
well. That's
But
why we
but
say
all these scenarios are being mentioned that's the way things have played out.
right.
So uh, you should know who gets the credit where, when, and who the breeder is, and who the dogs came from, all that. And then you
Right.
just make your assessments as you go along.
It's like
And
he bred the dog, I campaigned it.
This was
I
the example I was trying to make earlier. All right, we could look at this pedigree, right?
yeah.
Besides Red Boy Jocko, because they got other strains of Red Boy Jocko, right?
Right.
Many different strains. What would this dog be? This would be a tant dog, right?
Right.
Now,
But it'll only
but
be a tan dog if you know who tan is. If you don't know who tan is,
no,
you
you
gotta
don't have
go
to
back.
because
Oh,
you see
there's
tant.
Jocko.
No. I
yeah,
disagree. Even if I don't know who tan is, look it. tant. You got tant right here, 3 times right here.
Right.
You got tants right here, tant. You got a
Yeah,
little bit of tant way back here. Bro,
he 3
I
generations
don't
deep.
have
Yeah,
to
hell
know
yeah.
him. I don't have to
But the
know him.
first thing I'm gonna say, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but first thing I'm gonna say is, if I didn't know who Tant was, I'd be like, Triple A, and Yellow Giant. I don't know who those dogs are. I don't know that. Oh, I know this dog. So I'm gonna go. This what I would say is it's a Red Boy Jocko dog, but in reality, it's Tant's version of Red Boy Jocko. But what I would say is it's a Red Boy Jocko dog.
Okay, now look at this one.
All right.
Look at this. What is this?
That's Yellow to Miss Jocko. It's a Red Boy Jocko dog. You know?
Exactly. You can't say it's a tant dog. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? You can't say it's a Red Boy dog. You have to label it what it is. It's a Red Boy Jocko dog. Now, until Tant got generations in, what I explained or demonstrated earlier, this would be considered a Tant dog.
Right.
This has never been called a Tant dog. This has always been a Red Boy Jocko dog, because that's what it is. You can't get away from that. This is a Jocko dog down here. This is a Red Boy dog up here. You can't get out of that. Now, if you go more generations, then you can try to label it or whatever. But if I bought this dog and I bought this dog, I can't say that these are Tant dogs, even though this is a Tant dog. He named the dog. I mean, he bred the Yellow. So,
Right.
or allegedly, it's say Fletcher here, but if he owned this bitch, I don't know who owned the bitch at the time. Maybe goddamn Chavis owned them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, who knows? But he can't, just because he got these 2 dogs and then he created Yellow. Let's just say he did create Yellow. He can't say that this is a Tant dog, because it's clear what the other stuff that ain't got nothing to do with you, right?
But
here.
let's do this.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Because
You're right.
everybody
And
knows-
what that is what we were talking about earlier. That's the foundation. That's where it started.
Right.
So it's not a Tant dog yet.
Right.
It's not that bloodline. It's from Tant, or he made the breeding or whatever. But in comparing of what we were talking about earlier, Tant needs more generations than that before you call it a Tant dog.
Right. So
But if that's what he started with, that's his foundation. That's where he started.
But
Right.
everybody knows his dogs. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Pull up 845676.
Whereas the other example you gave, yeah, that's a Tant dog because it's got 2 or 3 generations or 4, whatever it is, of his breeding. Even though he threw Buck in there. The other pedigree you showed.
Now look at this dog. What would you call that dog?
It's a McCullum dog.
Right. But it's not, because this is a borderland dog, because General's Abel was mine. Borderlands Gemma is mine. They're all, but it's a McCollum dog in the background. But it's because what you know is McCollum. You don't know the dogs before the McCollum. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm looking at the common denominator. This dog,
That's the same with the common denominator of
Achilles dog
Triple A.
is a heavy McCullum dog. This dog is bred off of the Achilles dog. This dog is basically bred off of an Achilles dog.
Right.
So you have to look at the back of him.
Well, just looking at the pedigree, this example is the same one as Yellow.
Right.
Same
Exactly.
thing like yellow.
You
So
don't
with
see
this,
nothing,
yeah,
you know, till
with
you
this,
see McCallum.
yeah,
McCallum,
yeah,
McCallum, McCallum, McCallum.
yeah,
Like,
right.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
So
this is what we were talking about earlier. You made this breeding, right?
yeah.
So
I mean that
that's your
breeding, the
stuff.
breeding before it, and well, the breeding before it on the bottom side, and then I purchased stable. But I made that breeding. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what we were saying earlier. You need three, at least three, and preferably 4 generations before it's your bloodline.
Right. But
And I'm assuming you did that.
right, right,
So
right, right,
the dogs after this, that's your stuff.
right, right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that what I was explaining about that tent dog is like if you don't know the dogs, like you probably don't know Achilles like I know Achilles. You don't know the dogs like you don't know that Chiquita. Chiquita was a great dog, really scatterbred. But you know what I'm saying? If you look at the all the other dogs, that's a tab dog. You tap on that. Shakira, tab all the way down. But you don't know that because you know you see Shakira, you see Pinalero's Kodiak, you see Pinalero's Sweetie, but click on Shakira. Watch out. Click on Shakira real quick
I
and
just
check
did.
that out. Under bottom of the third. Look at it. You see that? That's a tab dog. But you don't know that until you go back because you don't know Shakira, you don't know Kodiak, you don't know Humpy, you don't know Honey, but you know, oh, there's Tab. Oh, this is a Tab dog. You know what I'm saying?
Now
And
that's cool,
then
but the
click
base
on click on Hub Cities,
the base
Mexico.
is gonna be Achilles though.
Right, definitely. But do you know Achilles? Aside from if you don't know him, not saying it, I'm not saying you do or don't, but if you don't know Achilles, you don't know that's a McCullum dog all the way back. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he bred from McCullum.
Right. So
So
he's
that's what you would go by.
right.
And then
So if you
and anytime
click on
that's where
McCullum
that
Pepper, click
yeah
on Pepper, Abel's
that's
mom.
where that question comes from. You look at a pedigree, you don't recognize the names. So you'll ask, what does that blood go back to?
Click on
And depending
McCullum's
on
Pepper. That's off Titus and Hub Cities, Mexico. Pepper, Abel's mom, great dog. But look at that. At the bottom, that's all banjo stuff. You know what I'm saying? You never would have guessed but that's how it goes.
yeah.
Like until you find something, you know, oh, this is a banjo dog. Yeah, oh, okay. Okay. But look at the generations before that. You know what I'm saying?
But
Yeah.
McCullum, they
And
say McCullum the breeder, so he had the influence on it. So
yeah.
Right.
And that's
like
what
in
That's
your
what I'm
ideology,
saying.
this will
yeah,
When
be
that's
he
his
how you
bred
get
his dog
yeah.
to that banjo dog,
it was his choice to put it to this Titus dog. So
exactly.
Right.
So
there
everything
you
else
go.
is his dog.
That's where you get the bloodlines either named after the person or it's named after a particular dog.
The dog. Like what I come my
Because
dog.
every breeder, what you're seeing here, that's what every breeder does. They use different bloodlines to produce a family of dogs. Whether you Carver, whether you Tudor, whether you Heinzel, whether you Sorrels, whether you Corvino, if you look at some of them old peds, they have all kinds of different names behind them, different dogs and different breeders' names. So how do you know what it is? You go by either the dog, because his influence is on both sides of the peds and it's there more than once, or you go by the breeder's name because he's putting all these different bloodlines and all these different dogs together. Once he does that and establishes his foundation, that's where you see his name 3, 4, 5 generations. Even though if you go back far enough, it's going to be several different dogs and several different bloodlines that they came from.
Like
That's how you
what
make the distinction. That's how you make the distinction between the two.
But I would
You
look
can't
at
you
Pepper. I used to call Pepper a rowdy, spanky, banjo dog. You know what I'm saying? And Truck is a
yeah,
BB
yeah.
red dog. So
Well,
that's a
if you go to
those are dogs
if you
I
go
knew.
the Heinzel, you're gonna see Corvino, Hemphill, Tudor, Kobe, and um, Corcoran or something like that. It's the same
Yeah.
thing.
Because
It's the same
GCK
thing.
is McCollum. So, but
Yeah,
Spanky
right,
and Rowdy, those are McCollum dogs, but they're two different, way too differently bred dogs. Like
right,
Spanky
right.
is the uh,
Yeah.
Eli
So
based dog.
at some point, it's going to be called a McCullum dog or a
Right,
GHK dog,
right,
right? Because
right.
there's different bloodlines behind it. That's how you create a family of dogs.
And that's what I'm
So
saying. By until you know what dogs are behind the dogs, I mean, until you see something familiar, you don't know what kind of dog it is in your head. You'd be like, yeah, it's got 4 generations of you, but who
yeah,
are you? Let's see where
yeah, yeah.
you
Well, then
started
people
from.
got to people need. That's why you need to study. That's why you need to know the history of the breed. Right.
Well, yeah,
The reason they're called Carver dogs is because he used different bloodline. He got Kobe, Lightner, Bully Son, Ed Crenshaw, Jake Kaler, Earl Hunter, and Ray Long. All these different guys behind it. But when he put them together, he's got Daibo and he's got all that. When he put them together and bred them for several generations, they're Carver dogs.
period.
Stompanato,